Ladies and gentlemen, I know how excited you are to hear our voices. Welcome back to the 2021 Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona and Red Bull. After some intense moments, a big fog delay, a couple other fog banks rolling in, Mother Nature has decided to cooperate and just glass right up, show us the beautiful canvas that is on offer today. And we are going to get straight back into our open men round 2, heat 4. We got a lot of action to go, so buckle up, sit tight, make yourself something delicious to eat because you ain't going to be going anywhere for a while.
Get your popcorn ready. Yeah, there was a bit of a fog delay there. Unfortunately, it's out of our hands when that sort of stuff happens. But we're back, and the fog is lifted. We got that bank off the on the outside there on the outside of Cox Bay there. So hopefully it'll hold there for the rest of the afternoon so we can get these heats rolling. I know a lot of the competitors down there have been itching for the past couple hours here to get rolling there because the Cox Bay, the waves haven't shut off, Robbie, all morning long and now going into the afternoon. This looks like it's been getting bigger. This tide's been rolling in. These sets have been getting a little bit larger, nice, clean, open faces. So there's definitely a ton of contestable waves out there that these surfers should be able to capitalize on. So I'm looking forward to these heats. We're looking at a 12:30 potential start here. So in about 10 minutes or so, we'll hopefully get this round 2, heat 4, the men's open rolling, and we can continue on with day 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Tofino Canadian Surfing Championships.
Oh man, I am so stoked. It was so great because even as nerve-wracking as it was to have that long fog delay, as soon as the fog lifted, it was just literally like opening up the world to just pumping swell, beautiful lines. Like the long period swell is obviously here, so there's lots of distance in between waves. It's not that kind of more washing machine that it was doing yesterday. So like you see, we gave the competitors a solid 15 minutes to get out the back, and they're all pretty close to there once they get through this little bit of shore pound, and we're going to be underway with a day full of action.
Yeah, looking forward for a couple of these heats coming up here. We'll have in Heat 4, we have Sebastian Duque. He'll be your surfer in red, surfer in white, Jasper Smith-Davies, surfer in yellow, Max Smith, and surfer in blue, Grant Guitar. So, looking forward to seeing what these guys can throw down for us here and to you guys tuning in. So, yeah, as you guys can see these lines rolling in, it is still the Pacific Ocean is still large and in charge, and it's definitely starting to wake up here as this tide starts to roll in here. And man, we were just touching on this earlier there, Robbie, just the decision of bringing the contest down here to the south end of Cox Bay here has definitely been the right call. You know, these banks right in front of the judges tower here have just been lighting up all morning, and looking like it's going to be lighting up all afternoon as well.
Yeah, it was a gutsy call by contest organizer Dom Domich there, but he's never been one to be meek. That is for sure. So big call by him, and like you said, the sandbars have just been so insane down here, and we've definitely had a look down at that north end of the beach, and we actually talked to one of our star competitors, Peter DeVries, this morning, and he said it was just a ton of work. And generally, if Pete's telling you it's a ton of work, I feel bad for every other competitor involved.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, you know, with competitive surfing here, you know, you have 20 minutes to throw down everything that you've been kind of training and building towards, you know, and when it really matters, it can be really daunting when you're looking out in the ocean and you've seen these long white lines of whitewash, you know, sometimes it looks like a kilometer or two out to sea. But you know, there are channels you can kind of pop in there, and that'll help you pull out there, known as those rip tides. And there's quite a few of them here at Cox Bay, especially in the middle here. You can always find a little channel there that'll help you make your life a little easier getting out. So, yeah, you know, that's where the smart tactics come into play, and just the local knowledge when it comes down to this beach here, understanding where those little channels are, and utilizing a little bit less energy than you have to.
Local knowledge helps at Cox Bay?
I don't know. I read that somewhere in the manual. I don't know.
when you surf like Peter does, local knowledge really helps at Cox Bay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's exciting stuff. So we'll be rolling into the men's open here just to hopefully we can get majority of these heats run. Hopefully that fog bank doesn't roll in. It's looking like it's been pushed out to sea there, and we got a nice little golden pocket here of sunshine. So hopefully this will hold on all afternoon long. Once we roll through these open men's heats, we'll be going into the pro women's. You definitely do not want to miss the pro women's division coming up here after the open men's, and then we'll be rolling into the open women's, the longboard women's. Oh, sorry. Open men's, the pro men's, the longboard men's, open men's, pro women's, and then we'll be finishing off with U18 boys and open men's, depending on how much daylight we have left. So it's going to be a pretty action-packed afternoon here down at Cox Bay, and yeah, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in, joining us here live, and yeah, spread the word. You can tune in live at our Surf Canada website there on our YouTube link, and spread the word. I know, and if you guys can make it down to the beach, more the merrier. The beach is starting to fill out here as that fog's lifted, and it's feeling like home again. You know, as this beach starts to fill out. It's been a while since we've had everyone together in a setting like this, and it's great to see.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, say coming down to the beach, I mean, we love it when you guys come and listen to us on the webcam, but it's definitely worthwhile to come on down to the beach during that fog break there. Dino, I partook in many of the amenities that were had to be offered down here.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I went and checked out that Surfrider tent. Lori and Mandy down there, lovely ladies running the Surfrider tent down there, and they had some by donation coffee and treats, cinnamon buns and things from Common Loaf, which was really great. And then I made my way over to the Red Bull Athletes Lounge, in which I decided that I was going to do a little, foam roll, loosen things up a little bit. And I happened to notice Ron from Pacific Rim Chiropractic looking a little bit not busy enough. So I went over and had a chat with him. He gave me a little snap, crackle, pop, and
the man with the magic hands.
Right?
There we go. We got Surfer in red. That's Sebastian Duque.
Oh, and here he goes, a little floater off the top there. Bottom turn, really nice form there. Oh, throwing it, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. But good to get his feet in the wax nice and early.
It's nice to see Sebastian back here out in Tofino here. He's made a little shift and moved up to North Island, up just outside of Port Hardy there, and making himself at home. Just finished building a new house, and yeah, it's starting to see him back down here competing in a jersey again. It's great to see these competitors back into fine surfing form again and throwing on that competition jersey. It's man, it just feels like it's been forever that we've had a contest here at the beach, and it's just great to see what people have been working on these past couple of years, and seeing how people have progressed and gotten better and fine-tuned their form, and laying it all down here for the Rip Curl Pro.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's funny, 2 years is such a long time, especially in that grommy age category.
You haven't aged a day, though.
No.
You haven't.
I think
honestly,
I'm getting
younger. Yeah. Skin's getting smoother, softer.
Oh, yeah. It's all about those 4:30 wake-ups.
Yeah.
No,
like fine wine, brother.
I know, right? No, it's like, especially that grommet crew. I mean, man, seeing some of the difference. We saw some real big standouts yesterday. I mean, we saw Shea Breweiler. I mean, wow. He's just all of a sudden he's just morphed into a version of his dad that we're like, oh my God. Like the front side hack, I think he got a 7.0 on one turn yesterday. It was unbelievable. And then we saw Osha Green, which again, when she was a Princess of the Peak and doing the junior division, and then all of a sudden she's just crushing open women's heats.
Yeah.
And these are 12 and 13-year-old kids.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable to see the shift, the passing of the torches as these young kids have gotten older and built up a bit of muscle there to really lean into their turns and push some water around, and it's pretty impressive, and with the Tofino area here getting busier and more competitive, it's just upping the standard here for surfing, and the kids are really starting to take things pretty serious, which is great to watch here. We got Sebastian Surfer in red up in his backhand. Oh, nice opening turn there, able to get back to that foam ball there, get a bit of speed here. He's got a nice little end section to deal with here. Oh, getting the fins loose there. Seabass
Did he just boosted a little air there?
going for broke on his backhand there. But yeah, I love how he was able to kind of regain his composure there. Linked it with a nice opening turn there. And this end section there, trying to get a little loose there. Saw a little daylight into that board there. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it. But Sebastian looking loose and trying to get a little busy out there. And here we have Surfer in white. That's Jasper Smith Davies. Fortunately, just got a little caught there on his backhand. But nice opening ride here. We got 16 minutes remaining. We got some scores to drop here. We got Surfer in blue, Grant. Guitar dropped to 3.40 on his opening ride, and Seabass dropping a 3.00 in his opening ride. Well, tons of time left.
It looks like we have a wave for Jasper Smith Davies and Max Smith still to come in. Surfer in yellow, Max Smith, my boy. One of my favorite people in this town. Love that guy. One of the nicest sets of eyes I've seen. But also really tough stuff for this heat 4, because they really were ready to go at about the 9:30, 9:45 mark, and then they've just been on hold. I mean, that's a lot of rashy skin if you hung out in your wetsuit the whole time.
Yeah, you gotta feel for the competitors out here that have been putting on hold all morning. You know, it's nothing that we can do. It's unfortunately that's out of our hands. You know, Mother Nature is always in control. No matter whatever she does, we just have to play by her rules. So, you know, it's unfortunate though. The guys have been sitting on ice and kind of cooling down. You know, and it's got to play a little bit of a factor in there. But you know, it's part of the game. If you can be able to shake that off and come out and do what you have to do to move ahead, you know, that's pretty much what you got to do.
Yeah, and in the end, everybody had the same playing field, right? That's one of the beautiful parts about surfing. There is no advantage. Everyone had to paddle out at the same time. Everyone had to wait the same amount of time. So no one here is getting an advantage. So it's really where the best surfer will win.
Mm-hmm. So here we got some scores here dropping there, Robbie. The last surfer in red, that's Sebastian, dropped a 4.83 on his last ride, pushing up to first place there. He's got a 7.83 with 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Definitely looking to build off that momentum of that 4.83. He's looking pretty good there. And man, there's just constant walls rolling in there. It's just tons of potential out there. I'm excited to see if one of these competitors out there can take advantage of one of these set waves. It just during the fog break there, we had a couple of occasional fog lifts, and we'd see some of these sets out back that would just roll right into the inside. So you know there's definitely some high-scoring waves out there. It's just putting yourself into that position to see if you can capitalize on them. But yeah, a lot of these surfers are capable of posting some high scores. You know, that as we saw in the last heat there, it was a battle between pretty much first and fourth. Everyone was going back and forth, and within the last 30 seconds, I think everyone was getting on a wave there. It was hard to stay on top of everything. But yeah, it's exciting to see. You know, we saw Andy dropping a 6.33. You know, right when we were talking about him backing up that one, and so it's. Yeah. Don't go away from your screen, or don't go away from your screen. You know, anything can happen.
Yeah, it was funny chatting with Jesse down there in the competitor lounge. Jesse came through in second place there, and he said he took Cop such a beating on his first wave and such a beating on his way back out that he thought about maybe just risking it and coming in. Thankfully he didn't, because he was able to sneak that extra 4.4 in there and be able to make it through to the next round. But again, it looks a lot gentler and kind of a little bit more contestable than yesterday, but it still has that occasional set from way out the back that just wipes all the competitors. Mm-hmm. Luckily it's a little bit more contestable today, so hopefully we'll see some really good rides in this heat.
Oh yeah, you can't complain about the conditions today. You know, no. It's been blessed since day one, and the swell's sticking around all weekend long, which is fantastic. You know, it's always it's a bit of a gamble, you know, and you know the nerves get a little antsy as you get closer to contest weekend. You know, seeing what the swell's going to do, what the weather's going to do, and when everything lines up, you know, it just adds to the spectacular. You know, adds to the spectacle of running a contest here in Tofino.
Yeah. So we got about 12 minutes to go here in round 2, heat 4. currently Sebastian Duque sitting in first, our surfer in red with a 7.83. He had that really nice right-hander. Man, if he just stuck that little air boost, that would have been up in probably the 6.7 range. And then we've got our surfer in white, Jasper Smith-Davies, with a 3.77. Grant Guitar, our surfer in blue, with a 3.4. And Max Smith, our surfer in yellow, with a 0.83. So we're looking for a 4.07 for Jasper Davy Smith to get himself into first. And Grant Guitar just needs a 0.38. He literally just needs to stand up to get himself into that transfer spot. And then Max Smith just needs a 2.95. So very, very much an open field here. A little bit of breathing room for Sebastian, but everyone else is just scrapping for that advancing spot.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, just about how you put it there, Robbie, building that foundation, and that's what's kind of build that confidence. If you can get that confidence going at the early stages of a heat, you almost kind of feel unbeatable. And once things start rolling your way, and we've seen that before in competitors like, Mattea Olin or Pete DeVries or, Shannon Brown or Kath Breweiler. Once the momentum, you start gaining momentum, sometimes the ocean rewards that, and you just find yourself in the right position at the right time, and good waves come to good people, and it's all about trying to find that zone out there, and it's really hard to knock someone off their pedestal once that momentum's rolling for them.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see, especially in a battlefield like Cox Bay, just how far confidence will go. Because if you're not feeling confident in Cox Bay, it'll show real quick, because it can be such a challenging place to get waves and such a challenging place to excel. So usually when you see someone blowing up a little bit, that's because their confidence is high and they feel like they're in tune with the water. But if the confidence isn't there, Cox Bay will definitely sort you out in a big hurry.
Yeah.
I've definitely come out of there with maybe 2 waves in 2 hours and been rethinking all my life's decisions.
Yeah, it's almost easier just to sit on the couch and have a nice cold beer, nice cold Corona, but it's it's not easy out here in Tofino. The surfing is definitely top level when you consider what the venues we have around here, all the different beaches to choose from. And that's the beauty of this area, is you can capitalize on pretty much surf 365 days of the year with so many options of potential venues for you to go surf. And Cox Bay is just one of the pinnacle beaches out here on the West Coast, where it just picks up so much swell all year round from multiple directions. It is kind of prone to the northwest winds, which we do see a lot in the summertime, but it's just a wave magnet, which is just fantastic, and it's just the premier contest zone out here in Tofino.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see today with the sun shining. Yeah, we did have that little fog bank and fog delay, but the sun is shining, and it's kind of a little bit of a light southeast, which is just, for the level of, again, sun in the sky and the heat on the beach, like, I'm very, very surprised that we're getting a nice southeast. And apparently it's supposed to stay this way all day. So we're going to have contestable pumping surf throughout the entire day. Currently we've got a couple of big sweeping sets coming through the lineup. A couple of our competitors got caught on the inside there. But, there's some just beautiful, like that last left-hander just reeled down the beach. Unfortunately, it was about, like you said, it feels like a kilometer. Sometimes I think it is. It is actually a kilometer out to sea. But again, much nicer than yesterday, just because we have that little lull in the action, so surfers are able to get themselves back out and into position. But this is in pretty classic Cox Bay conditions. I mean, this is definitely what you see in the fall. A little bit of longer period swell, bigger waves, bigger set waves, nice groom wind, but generally not the sunshine. So we'll take it.
Yeah, it's a nice little send off of summer, and trickling into fall here. And definitely fall time is
fall time is all time.
Fall time is all time, exactly. It's just pretty much the spark and the start of the swell season out here on the West Coast. And here we go. We'll go back to live action here. Sebastian Duque in red on his forehand there. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of crumbling out in front of him. See if we can get around this section. It's got a nice open face on the inside here. And able to finish that off. A nice little foam climb, riding out clean. Unfortunately, wave not offering up too much of a scoring potential, but he definitely made the most of what that wave had to offer. Yeah, I love this beautiful little end section. Unfortunately, probably got a little caught there, and would have liked to get a little bit more vertical on that end section there. But, I mean, like you said, he's just building his house right now, and he's looking pretty comfortable now with that 3.00 and a 4.83. And here we go. We got Max Smith up and riding. Oh, unfortunately, just not getting enough speed on that wave and getting in front of that section, kind of falling at the back. But yeah, you know, it's just, if I was kind of out in the water there, I'd be trying to take a little playbook out of, or a little page out of Sebastian's playbook there. He's staying busy. The waves that he's gotten have offered up some pretty good scoring potential. And yeah, you can definitely see that he's getting rewarded to those scores. He just dropped a 3.93, increasing his lead over the pack. Still got 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Jasper looking for a 4.99 to move up into first place. And yeah, it's pretty much a battle here for second place here. Grant just needs a 0.38, which is very attainable out here.
That's a pull your hands off the rails and stand up.
Yeah, you know, and that's a thing with we'll go back to live action. Surfer in yellow. Oh, unfortunately, just dropping in on a closeout. But that's the thing, you know, with what comes with experience about contest surfing. You know, sometimes you don't need to do that much in order to advance. You know, it's yeah, a lot of the times, you know, when you're just needing a little score like that, you need to pop up and, you know, do a couple of little turns or something just to throw into the score sheet there, because sometimes the difference of advancing can be just a point, you know, and as long as you're with it and understanding exactly what you need as the heat begins to tail off, you know, that's where that competitive advantage comes in.
Well, we saw a lot of that yesterday, Dino, where literally people just had to kind of sneak an extra score in there, and it was stand up and go straight and look confident, and that's all they had to do to get themselves through. And it wasn't a knock against the other competitors. It was just, again, the waves were so hard to come by, and when it's big like this at Cox Bay, again, you're not, unless you are Peter DeVries, you're not getting 25, 30 waves in a session, you know? You're getting like 2, 3, maybe 5, and 20 minutes goes by really, really quickly. So if you end up getting caught in the bad spot or something along those lines, it becomes very, very challenging to get multiple waves. So really good work from Sebastian Duque. Really impressive stuff from him to be able to get those waves. And we do have a little bit of live action here with our surfer in blue, Grant Guitar, kind of dropping in but getting a little bit swept out by the... But all he needs there, Dino, is a 0.38, and I do dare say he has gotten that. So that's going to shift him up into that transfer position, which, again, that's all he needed was to get himself up. And with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, that's going to put him in a really good position for the last little part of this heat.
Yeah, just off that last little wave there that Grant got, just saw position change there, moving up into second place. Here we go, back to live action, Surfer in white. Fortunately, just kind of getting a little too radical on that and drifting out the back of that wave. But yeah, you know, it's anyone's game here to move into the advancing spot. It's pretty much just a battle between third and second place right now between Grant and Jasper. They're just going toe to toe right now, flipping back and forth. Jasper dropping a 1.17 and moving ahead of Grant there. Grant looking to replace a 1.50 to move up into that second spot. But still got a bit of time here, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Here we go back to live action. Surfer in yellow, Max Smith. See what we can do with this beautiful open face here. Little check turns there. Again, it'd be nice to see him kind of wrap that thing right back to that power source there.
He did look like he got a couple of good turns in there. Couple little taps there. He wasn't quite able to load up probably the way he wanted to, because that was definitely a challenging wave to get. But if we do go back to live action, we do have Sebastian Duque loading up. Oh, throwing it into the coping. Oh my gosh. He went for broke. Being in first and going for broke. That's a true competitor right there. Good on you, Sebastian. That was just off screen, but he threw it right up into the coping. But it'll be interesting to see what that wave comes in for Max Smith, because he definitely did get a bit of wave time, and all he needs is a 3.62 to get himself up there. And he did get a couple little direction changes and things like that, so we'll see what the judges have to say about that, what they liked and what they didn't, and see if he can sneak himself again into that transfer spot. No matter what, he is going to better his situation, because all he needs to do is replace a 0.83.
Yeah, he doesn't need much there, and yeah, we'll see what the score comes in there for Mac. But yeah, just back to Sebastian's last wave there. I kind of like that decision for him going for broke there on that end section. It's heat round 2, still early stages in this. He's kind of running away with his heat there, and that's the time to kind of just let things fly and feel how the confidence is going and see how that board's feeling under your feet. And here we go back to the screen here, surfing white, Jasper. Nice little foam climb. Riding out of that one clean. He's still sitting in second place right now. We'll see what comes in. So we got a score for Max Smith, surfer in yellow, came in at 3.5, and so unfortunately not enough for him to move up in any position. Here we got surfer in blue, Grant. Looking a little loose there. Got a little speed wobble there and kind of came off his at the end there. But yeah, it's surprising. Max Smith, not enough on that last wave, but dropping at only a 3.50. He's looking for a 1.45 to move up into second place with 1 minute and 20 seconds, Robbie. The difference between second and fourth is not that much.
But I think it goes to show to the judge, to the competitors out there, the judges, what they're looking for are those big committed maneuvers. It's again, this is the open men's division. It is more of an amateur division, but at the same time, there's some really good talent in this division. And if you're not going top to bottom and really laying into those sections, they're not going to reward you. You don't get as much of a reward just for getting a longer ride, where you see Sebastian and he's kind of going a little bit more radical, really getting that top to bottom, throwing his board up into the whitewash, and the judges are rewarding that. So
yeah, you really want to separate yourself from the rest of the pack, and that's exactly what Sebastian has been doing. He's been taking off on some of the bigger waves, hitting that critical section of that wave a little bit more with a bit more aggression and authority, and he's getting rewarded with the scores, and yeah, I love the way that he's been able to surf this heat. Looking pretty confident with that board that he's surfing, and utilized his the banks out there and his positioning, and was able to pull out a couple of good scores there, and looking like he's going to be moving on to the next round.
Well, and I think that last one where he charged up into the coping there, I think that was him shots fired for the rest of the open men's category. He wanted to know that he was here to play, and he was going for broke. So as round 2, heat 4 of the open men's comes to a close, we have some unofficial scores. Grant Guitar did get a wave at the end and did improve his scoreline, but he was not able to get into that transfer spot. So we will have our surfer in red, Sebastian Duque, moving on with an 8.67. Our surfer in white, Smith Davies, will be also moving on with a 6.54. And unfortunately, Grant Guitar and Max Smith, we will be seeing you next year. Good surfing, gentlemen. But unfortunately, it just was not enough to get them through to that next round. We will take a very, very short break, and we will be right back with round 2, heat 5.
All right, counting in. Heat number
And we are back at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull. And we are into round 2, heat 5 of the open men's category. And surfers in red, we got Joao Pedro Belfort. Who's that guy, hey? I'm pretty sure he's won this division once before. If not, he's definitely been a perennial finalist.
Yeah, he's a bit of a threat out there, that's for sure. Yeah, he's definitely no stranger to the Rip Curl Pro, and no stranger to making it to the later rounds here. So it'll be exciting to see what we can bring to the table here.
And then our surfer in white, Sam Riley. Our surfer in yellow, Zeb. And then our surfer in blue, Andre Belrive, who's also doing double duty in the longboard category. Surfed really, really well yesterday. So we'll see if fatigue plays a factor here for Andre.
I love it. Zeb, eh?
Zeb.
Just the one name hero, kind of like Cher.
Totally.
Or Drake.
Yeah. Or Dino.
Love it. Yeah, a couple of names here I'm not too familiar with here, but yeah, like we said, it's this open division just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I believe talking to Dom Dominic before the event here, we had over 155 competitors sign up for the Rip Curl Pro this year. And probably a lot of people, that 2-year hiatus of a contest and getting to showcase their skills out here in Tofino. Everyone was itching to get out in the water, so it's exciting to see a lot of lot of familiar faces, but also a lot of new faces here to see, kind of where the skill level's at here, and so far, it's the bar been getting raised, throughout the years, at least that I've been working this event, and it's awesome to see just the level that people are starting to bring year in and year out to this event.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and again, it's a testament to the West Coast and all the different structures in place for the West Coast for just surfers to get better and better and better. And honestly, I'm shocked. Like I think I was in the very first Open Men's division, and I think I remember winning off of one turn, and being like losing my mind. I was like, I'm so good, and then now it's. Again, especially as we start to get to the later rounds of this Open Men's, it's kind of the lines get a little bit blurred between the Open and the Pro, right? Again, I think that the Pro level is just so good. They're so skilled that the Open Men's want to, the guys that want to stay in the Open, they want to stay in the amateur world. But some of them are just borderline. They really are to be able to be in that Pro category. So it's really impressive to see how big this category has become and how popular it's become, and the fact that people want to compete, because it takes a lot of courage to throw yourself out there, like throw yourself in the competition jersey. Again, you're having a bunch of people judge your surfing, and millions watching on live webcast, and so it's a lot of courage to every one of the competitors, especially the non-pro ones, because again, this isn't a part of their day-to-day. It's a once a year, you get 20 minutes, the nerves are on, and you want to showcase, right? So big ups to everybody who entered, and the cream will rise to the top eventually. I'm super excited once we get into those later rounds to really see some battles of some really top level surfers. It's going to be outstanding stuff.
You can, as the at the early stages of this Open Men's round 2, you can definitely start to see the filter effect here of the surfers that are starting to separate themselves amongst the pack. It's going to be exciting to see as these rounds go further on, into the quarters and the semis, the excitement and the level of surfing, it just gets better and better, and yeah, that's I love it. I love sport.
Oh, me too. Have a look out the
hops,
back.
ups.
Oh, here we got Joao. Oh, nice little cut back there. It was good getting it on rail. He's just working his way to the inside. Look at that turn. That was outstanding. And then up into the lip. Oh, just doesn't ride out. Man, that would have been a fantastic score had he ridden out of that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was looking pretty comfortable here at the opening stage here. Nice wrapping cut back there, right to that power source there in this end section. Love how he tacked the lip there, got that board right out of the above the lip there. Unfortunately, just got a little caught in that foam ball and couldn't ride out of that one. But nice really surfing there from João Pedro Belfort. We got surfer in white there, Sam Riley. A couple little taps off the back there on his backhand. A nice end section there. Oh, man, looking pretty smooth and loose on that board there. It was a nice little tap there to finish off that wave from Sam Riley.
Well, if you didn't know Sam, you know him now, that's for sure. And then just as we were watching the replay of Joao, Zeb actually snuck in a wave as well, which he had a nice little turn and went for broke on the end section. Unfortunately, he was not able to keep that together. But man, we had a nice little flurry there. So we'll update you as scores start to pour in. But you definitely see that rail surfing that Joao demonstrated there. That's some of the better rail surfing that we've seen so far today in that Open Men's division. And had he have stomped out of that turn, that would have been probably up close into that 6-7 range. But again, getting your feet in the wax, and now he's getting a little bit of confidence. It'll be really interesting to see, especially as we see this north bank, the right-handers. Look at these right-handers just rolling across the north bank. So we get a little replay of Zeb there going for broke, and then another little replay of our surfer in white, Sam Riley. But that's a great backhand attack.
Yeah, the one thing, unfortunately, that wave wasn't the biggest waves that we've seen surfed all day here, but it's a nice wave to get off onto the scoreline there to start off your heat. Just get kind of loose, get those nerves out. I know that fog delay is throwing a bit of a wrench in everyone's schedule, but Sam Riley, that was surfer in white, dropped a 3.67 on that last ride, and yeah, we got scores from surfer in red there. João Pedro Belfort dropping a 5.00. You can definitely tell the difference in scoring there. That was beautiful rail work there from João, linking all the way to the inside. Yeah, and if he was able to link that last maneuver there and ride out of it clean, that definitely would have pushed him up into the 6-7 range. But still got tons of time left, 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Tons of time.
Tons of time. But as you can see, because if you look at the jersey colors, you always see the higher seeds are in that red jersey, and they've really shown that they are the higher seeds for a reason, because Joao definitely took a little page out of Sebastian Duque's book. Again, just trying to show those judges that he's willing to throw his board up into the lip and go a little bit radical. You know, that was such a fantastic turn. Just imagine where that score would have gone had he stuck that, because that was by far the best turn of the wave. So we're excited what we're going to see from Joao moving forward. And again, same thing with the surfer in white, Sam Riley. Like, competitors out there, you guys got to ride out of those turns. Like, that's the difference maker once you start to get into those later rounds. If you're not riding out of that, the judges are not going to give you an inch. So make sure you ride out with confidence, with control, or else you're going to cut your waves a little bit short, because it's going to be a completely different heat if both those surfers had ridden out of those waves.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want. You want to be able to link as many maneuvers as you can with some comments. Here we go. We got surf rep and riding Joao Pedro Buffer with a beautiful open wall here. Just setting some, kicking out. Decided to not capitalize on that wave. It's probably a good idea. Unfortunately, that end section kind of closed out on him. But he didn't like what he saw. He had a beautiful open face here, Robbie. Unfortunately, decided not to attack that end section. We'll see how that plays a factor later down the line here, but definitely saw something that we didn't see. Probably a good call. He was able to get out back and get himself into position there for another set to roll in.
Well, and he is going to lock in another score, which is going to improve his lead, even just to get another score in, because as we've seen in heats, sometimes that low score can be in the 1 range, and it really is something you want to improve upon. As good as getting that first wave was, you really do need to get a solid backup score. You're not going to get through these heats, especially once you get into later rounds, on 1 score. So Joao just choosing that he's not going to get that score that he needs, so he's going to get himself back out there, and I foresee him being on another wave very, very quickly, because we got some beautiful sets rolling through the lineup here. As we saw our surfer in blue looking to open his account, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to get into that. But there are some bomb sets coming in behind him. Hopefully there is someone in position here as these sets kind of wash through the lineup a little bit. Unfortunately, that northern bank, that left-hander, isn't looking quite as good as it was yesterday, but it looks like it could get good as the tide fills in a little bit.
Yeah, you can definitely see the change in conditions out there from this morning. You know, as that tide was a little bit lower, the waves were a little bit more throaty and had a bit more kind of aggression as they finished off. And yeah, as that tide started to fill in here, the faces are starting to smoothen out a little bit there, a little bit flatter than they were this morning. But I mean, look at these open walls out the back there, Robbie. There's still tons of swell out there, and
oh man,
you know, I might have to bite my tongue on that one right when you think you got Cox Bay figured out. Set rolls in and just kind of completely slaps you in the face. So I mean, yeah, the conditions are definitely, you know, shifting a little bit out there, but I mean, man, some of these walls that are rolling in there are just totally rippable, and I'm just frothing at the teeth here to see if one of these guys can piece something together here, because, man, I know a lot of these pro men's that will be coming up here in a little bit here is probably just foaming at the mouth there. They've seen some these nice open walls here. You know, they're going to bring their A game, and the pro women's and the open women's as well later this afternoon. So I'm excited to see what we have in store here.
Yeah,
it's an exciting day.
It is. It's super exciting. And again, the open men's, there's such a quality category, and the open women's as well. Like we saw yesterday with that Osha Green, 12 years old and surfing like she's basically in her 20s. Probably one of the biggest and best waves I saw all day was ridden by a 12-year-old, and it was huge. It was literally well double overhead for her, and she absolutely charged it. So, like, the pros are going to be so great, but these open categories, they have some really good diamonds in the rough. And I was giving a couple of people down there a hard time that are in the open category, and I'm like, hey, time to graduate to the pro, or time to graduate to the pro, or what? So
yeah, hey, it's a fine line there when you're tickling with greatness there. You know, do you stay in the open category, you jump up and test yourself in the pro category, and yeah, for a lot of these Grammies, you know, they're looking pretty comfortable out there, and it's
man,
you know, it's not too far away before they start jumping up into that pro category. And
I am definitely stealing Tickle with Greatness. Come on.
Unfortunately, we saw blue surfer blue Andre going down. Unfortunately, Here we got to replay it.
Almost a little paddle battle there.
Surfer in blue. Not much going on here. Just going down. Losing his balance a little bit there. But, it's a good thing he went down a little early. He can get up past the break there and not wear anything on the head. So still tons of time left. 8 minutes. It's a pretty quiet heat there from Surfer in blue. Seb still sitting on that single score of a 2.50, holding that third place spot. Sam Riley dropping that 3.67, still sitting in second place. And we got Chao Pedro Belfour with a 5.00 that he opened up on his first opening ride, backing up with a 1.77. I wouldn't say I would be too comfortable with that lead right now. Definitely that 1.77 is very replaceable from Zhao, but yes, all Sam's hunting there is a 3.11, and Zeb hunting a 1.18 to move into that second spot. So it's still anyone's heat with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and everyone's back out on that north bank there where there's some pretty nice right-handers that have been rolling through. Unfortunately, it's kind of a little bit in that Cox Bay inside-outside, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody tries to kind of shift onto that inside bank because it looks like a little bit more scoreable on the inside bank. You know, the best wave of the heat so far has been that Joao right-hander that he caught, and he did some really nice rail work to get himself into the inside to try and blow up on the inside. So that's been kind of the best strategy thus far, but unfortunately they're a little bit softer on the outside, and then you've got to kind of work your way into the inside to get yourself some really good scoring potential. So we do have about 7 minutes to go right now. We have our surfer in red, Joao Pedro Belfour, sitting with a 6.77. We got Sam Riley on the strength of that 3.67, and he doesn't even have a second wave yet, so he just needs a 3.11 to get himself up into that first position. Then we've got Zeb, our surfer in yellow. All he needs is a 1.18 to get himself into the second position, and then our surfer in blue, Andre Belrive, with a 0.83. He just needs a 2.85, which is very gettable out here today. So it's really anybody's game right now. I mean, even Joao, he's probably kicking himself a little bit for not stamping that first wave because it's a little bit probably more comfortable than he would like, but as he has shown, he definitely can manufacture a pretty solid score, so he just needs to get himself a nice canvas to work with, and he can get a little bit of an increase.
Yeah, just biding his time out there. I mean, yeah, this ocean going a little bit quiet out there, and there's still sets rolling in. But yeah, you definitely don't want to pick one of these little insiders here, you know, because you definitely get caught up in position. We've seen these sets roll in out the back, and yeah, definitely being able to throw some scores down. Yeah, I wouldn't be too comfortable if I was Zhao. You know, he does have that 5.00 to lean on, which is a great score to open up on, but that 1.77, I would be kind of in a hurry to kind of replace that one because it's nothing more worrisome when you're sitting on as a backup with a 1.77. That's can't feel very good.
No, and there is a couple little insiders rolling through. It looks like Joao might have a look at a couple of these insiders. Oh, as we got our surfer in yellow charging into there, Zeb. Oh, just gets swallowed up by the Cox Bay washing machine. Fortunately, not able to get into that one. That one kind of shut down on him. So there is definitely a little bit of cat and mouse happening of getting yourself into position as the tide kind of shifts really quickly. As we're going to go to live action here, we've got our surfer in red heat leader, Joao Belfour. He's going pumping down the line fast, looking for a nice little section. Oh, a nice little tap off the top, rides out in confidence. So that will improve his situation. He's just looking to replace a 1.77. What'd you like about this one there, Dino?
Yeah, I love it was just gathering speed here, building up speed to look for this end section here. And unfortunately wasn't able to get that board probably as vertical as he wanted to, but I mean, he was able to tap off the top there, ride out clean. Definitely going to replace that 1.77. So, I mean, definitely be feeling a little bit more confident after being able to ride out ride out of that wave. But yeah, I love how Zhao was just building speed, just trying to build something up there to hammer that end section. Unfortunately, wave went a little bit flat, but man, still looking deadly out there. Surfer in red there, Zhao Pedro Belfour.
He looked like he got a little bit stuck on that bottom turn, which kind of slowed him down a little bit, but he definitely has shown that he knows how to get his board up into the lip. So we'll wait to see a score pop in because he did really commit to that turn. So score coming in for our surfer in red, Joao, dropping a 4.33, so really creating some separation between him and second place. Well done by him. Let's go to a little bit of live action. Our surfer in yellow, Zeb, unfortunately again getting another proper beating from Cox Bay here. But Joao, again, it just shows the judges really love it when you kind of throw caution to the wind, you know, get a little bit of speed down the line and just throw it and ride out with confidence. Ride out with confidence.
Yeah, if you can kind of show the judges that you're in control of your own destiny and being able to ride out with control and stick any of those finishing maneuvers, you're definitely going to get rewarded. So, I mean, for competitors that are tuning in, maybe surfing later today, is kind of what the judges have been kind of rewarding all morning long. So, I mean, we're just the commentators, but you know, maybe something to kind of look towards when you get out in the water there is just being able to finish that ride. It just shows to the judges that they're able to ride out with a bit of confidence there and a lot of control, and that's what they're looking for, is just being able to link maneuvers together. And if you're able to show some control into that, then you'll get that score that you want.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As we see some absolutely massive sets kind of rolling through the lineup here, it's tough to tell if anybody's really in position. I saw a couple of the surfers getting caught on the inside a little bit, but I think they've made it out the back now. So they'll try and shift themselves into position with 2 minutes remaining to try and get themselves one more shot to get something in there. And it looks like Joe has a pretty good handle on this heat, but that second position is really nobody's safe there, with Sam Riley sitting on a 4.34. Zeb is just looking for a 1.85, which is very gettable out here. And even Andre Belrive, who really has had a bit of a shocker of a heat, he hasn't been able to get himself into much. If he can sneak himself into a wave and get himself a 3.52, he can shift himself into that second transfer position. But there is 90 seconds to go, and there is some absolute monster sets on the horizon. We can see all of our competitors scrambling as fast as they can to try and get out. This is the proper ground west swell that we have in the world. So we got our surfer in yellow, Zeb, getting a high line, but unfortunately that one not giving him much of anything.
Oh my goodness, there's Robbie, look at this full day close out here. And yeah, unfortunately it looks like everyone's going to wear this set on the head.
Oh, wow. That was one of those kilometer out ones you were talking about, because I even thought the surfer in red and surfer in white were going to make it out the back, and they weren't even close.
Yeah. Cox Bay woke up this morning and shows violence. And
Totally.
It's showing its teeth right there with these closeout sets. Yeah, you know, we got surfer in white here picking off this inside section. Unfortunately, that one just closing right out in front of him. With 35 seconds remaining, Sam is just trying to replace this 0.67 to kind of hold on to that second transfer spot. And Zeb, surfer in yellow, looking for that 1.85 with 20 seconds remaining. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that. We'll just see how these next couple of scores drop. But, man, the sets are still out there.
Oh, my gosh. That was a absolute monster set. And then if you look down at the south end of the beach as well, there's huge sets rolling in as we're going to count down the end of this heat, the end of round 2, heat 5 of the open men's. And officially, unofficially, we have Joao Pedro Belfort doing a little victory lap. Ooh, that would have scored real well. Joao Pedro Belfort is going to make it through to the next round, as well as our surfer in white, Sam Riley, is also going to make it through. I think we don't have any other scores to come in. Unfortunately, Zeb and Andre Belrive not quite able to make it through, but good surfing from those two gentlemen. We will see you next year. So we are going to stand by for round 2, heat number 6 of the open men's of the Rip Curl 2021 Pro Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be right back with some more action. we are back. We are in round 2, heat 6 of the open men's category of the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, presented by Corona and Red Bull. And the waves are absolutely firing here at sunny Cox Bay and Tofino. The beach is absolutely packed. I think it's the most people I've seen on the beach all summer, as we have the start of our first heat here. And right off the bat, I think we did have a surfer, maybe surfer in blue. It might have been right at the buzzer. He might have gone a little bit too early, so we'll see if the judges will count that. But he definitely did get a wave right at the buzzer there. As we had our surfer in yellow as well, Mikey Nixon, getting a nice little right-hander. Unfortunately, that thing closing down on him as well. So we did have a wave come in for surfer in blue. He did get it right on the horn. He got a 4.00, so Peter Semifinal nailing down a nice little 4.0 to get his account open, trying to get his feet in the wax as soon as possible. And we will have a wave coming in for surfer of yellow, Mikey Nixon, who just caught a nice little right-hander across the bay, but he is now copping a whole bunch of beating from Cox Bay, as it likes to do. So he's going to have a little mission to get himself back out. But quite a quick start. We got right in there, and barely a minute in, and we've already got 2 scores to lock on the board.
Yeah, there we go. We still got sets out the back there. With 18 minutes and 34 seconds remaining, yeah, surfer in blue, Peter Semin dropping a 4.00 on his opening ride there. With 18 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, the Ocean is just cooperating today for day 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Tofino. Brought to you by Red Bull, co-presented by Corona. And I just want to thank everyone for tuning in here live to the Canadian Surfing Championships here, the Rip Curl Pro Tofino. We got a beautiful day here down at Cox Bay. The waves are just pumping all morning long. Beautiful sunshine today. We were supposed to get a little bit of rain. It's just been getting pushed every single hour. Hopefully later today. Yeah, tomorrow might be a little bit of a different story. We're looking like we're going to get a bit of rain tomorrow. But the wind direction is going to be switching. So we got howling southeast winds, which will be just grooming to Cox Bay Tofino here. Which is going to be offering up some pretty awesome conditions here for the surfers as we get on to the moving on to finals day tomorrow. But yeah, so in the water here we have round 2 heat 6 of the open men's. And then yeah, we got a couple more heats here. We have 3 more heats of the open men's. We'll be rolling into the pro men's quarterfinals. Definitely don't need to be leaving the screen once these pro men's get in the water. Then after that, we'll be going to the longboard men's semifinal, followed by the open men's quarterfinal. And then we'll be running back to the pro men's semifinal. And depending on how much daylight we have left, we'll be rolling into the pro women's semifinal. And we'll see how much daylight we do have, and we'll try to run through as many heats as we can. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a fog delay this morning for a couple hours. I had to put the whole contest on hold. But that's just the nature of the beast out here. And when you have a sporting event depending on Mother Nature, you pretty much take what you can get. And
as you can see, swells on the rise along with.
but we're here now, and the fog is lifted, and the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day here for day 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Tofino. We've got 16 minutes remaining left in round 2, heat 6 of the open men's. And yeah, again, we got another set at the back. Unfortunately, a lot of the competitors out there getting a little caught on the inside here, wearing a lot of these sets on the head. Robbie, just when you think the bay has finally kind of calmed down a bit, one of these monster sets roll out the back there and kind of close out the bay. It's interesting to see if any of these competitors can kind of adapt their kind of heat strategy and figure out where these banks are starting to open up. I mean, we've been kind of looking at the waves rolling all morning, and that left a little bit up towards the north end of the beach has been opening up, and straight out front here, they're just getting worked on this inside. So we'll see if these guys can find a shoulder, because I mean, some of these waves that are rolling in are just offering up so much scoring potential. It's just got to put yourself in the right position to get one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that might have been the biggest, longest set of the whole day. That was absolutely massive, and like you said, it just wiped everybody clean off the face of the planet. So hopefully people are able to get into position, as we do have our surfer in red, Shea Breweiler, get a nice little backhand here, trying to get around open. Oh, nice little top turn there, and then throws it into the closeout. Wow, how about that projection, Dino? That was fantastic. And it looks like there's another wave coming in right behind. This right-hand bank is starting to light up. We got our surfer in blue, Peter Semifinal. He had a nice little tap off the top, but unfortunately that didn't open up the same way that Shea's did. But wow, look at this wave.
Yeah, I love how Shea just bided his time here and connected that first turn, nice little tap there, and was able to ride out clean. Looking like he almost got his fins free on that little foam kind of climb there, floater, and riding out clean there with authority and kind of stomping it down there and kicking out with a lot of confidence there. So it was nice surfing there from Shea Breweiler. I mean, we've seen this guy. It's kind of strange calling him a man, a young man, because we've been following him and commentating him for years, and it's just awesome to see him kind of grow into his own out here, and starting to get out of the shadow of his uncles and his father there. So Shea really bringing it here in this Heat 6, Round 2 of the Open Men's.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff from Shea, and if the judging so far has taught me anything, it's commitment is key, and he really did commit to that end section. And right after that, we had our surfer in white, another young local man, Seth Steer, who's also a guy I was giving a little bit of a hard time about being in the Open Men's. I was like, Seth, get yourself in the pro, bud. Come on, because he just showed with a nice little backhand hack there. That was one of the most vertical turns I've seen all day. That was just phenomenal surfing from both those young men, and they are both going to open their account in a very real way as soon as these scores drop. That's for sure. And like I said, both those were highly committed maneuvers, ridden out with confidence, and the judges, they're going to reward that, because they've been rewarding that all day. Anytime we've seen someone go really strong up into the lip and ride out with confidence, as you see some score bombs getting dropped, Dino. Wow. Shea Breweiler, the last wave, a 7.5, tickling the excellent score range there. And off that one turn from Seth Steer in white, he got a 5.50. So both those young men just absolutely blowing up on that last exchange, and the judges rewarding them for some serious commitment.
Yeah, that's just picture perfect commitment right there from both Shea and Seth Steer. Just riding with confidence and being able to throw yourselves in those difficult positions there. And here we go. We got back to live action. Mikey Nixon getting a big speed line here. Unfortunately, going a little getting a little loose on that end section there. But yeah, we'll go back to the replay here with Mikey Nixon, that surfer in yellow. Nice little highland there, and that little direction change there. Kind of a check turn to set a speed there. Unfortunately, not being able to attack that end section like we saw Shea Breweiler and Seth Steer do. But yeah, that's the kind of commitment that you need to bring if you want to take down these guys. Shea and Seth just showing some extreme confidence there, being able to get themselves in that position, attack that end section too. That's what you want to do, is attack that critical section of that wave. That's where you're going to get all that, all those points.
Well, and it definitely looked like Mikey Nixon kind of got the memo, because he definitely went for broke there, but unfortunately it looked like he went almost for a little bit of a frontside air, but that board just kind of got away from him. But the two first waves from Shea and Seth have shown everybody, like, if you're going to make it through this heat, you're going to have to go for broke. You're going to have to throw it up into the coping and have to get through that nice 4 to 6 foot wall of Cox Bay whitewash, and if you don't, then you're not going to make it through. So good on Mikey for really throwing it up there, as we do have a little bit of live action. We had Peter Semen looking at it, and we also have Seth Steer off screen there. Got another little left-hander as he kind of like swerves back and forth, tic-tacs his way through to the inside, and he's going to load up for this, beautiful turn. A little bit of a smaller wave, but definitely getting his work cut out. He's just trying to get a second score. He just needs a 2.01 or a 2.67 to jump himself up into first place, and I dare say he will get that score really nice surfing from an otherwise quite soft wave from Sept. How was that turn?
Yeah, Sept, definitely the damage was done on the early stages of this wave there. Was able to get a couple of nice turns there. Unfortunately, that wave just getting a little bit flat on that end section there. Wasn't able to get into that reform on the inside. But yeah, Sept looking to pad his score here. Yeah, and the judges definitely like what they saw there. He opened up his heat here with a 5.50. He just backed it up with a 5.00 from Sept there, and that's surfer in white and surfer in blue. You see on your screen there, that's Peter Semin. He's currently in second place. He's dropped to 4.00 on his open ride with 3.67. That's Shea Breweiler, man. You got to be feeling confident there. Here we got surfer in red up and riding. He already dropped to 7.50 on his opening ride. He's just looking for a 0.17 to jump up to second place here.
And he did just add to it. He had a nice little right-hander as you look at this on the screen here. Oh, gets himself up maybe a little bit late on the hit, but definitely still very committed. The judges are going to like that, so that should shift him up into the transfer spot, if not up into first spot. But he did get a 3.17 for that. That does put him into first place with about 9 minutes to go. So we've got our surfer in red, Shea Breweiler, the young gun, with a 10.67. And in white, we have Sept with a 10.50. So really tight up in that top 1 and 2 position. But both those young men really kind of separating themselves from the pack in the early going of this heat. In third, we have our surfer in blue, Peter Semihan, with a 7.67. He needs a 6.5, and that's a bit of a tall ask, how these waves have been, how these scores have been coming in. You know, Shea Breweiler I think he has the highest wave of the day so far. But Peter looking for a 6.5, and Mikey Nixon in yellow looking for an 8.17. So he needs a score in the excellent range to get himself up into that transfer spot. So the two young locals are definitely putting themselves head and shoulders above the pack. And this, I might even dare say, this might be the best heat of the open men's so far. And we still have 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some of the higher scores getting dropped here. And yeah, you know, Shea Breweiler dropping that 7.50, and that was a pretty consequential wave that he went on. You know, it was definitely one of the sizable, bigger ones that we've seen in this heat there, and was able to capitalize on that end section there, putting his body there on the line and getting rewarded. So yeah, it's brilliant surfing there from Shea Breweiler. But yeah, Sept just chomping at his heels there. He's got two very good scores there, a 5.50 and a 5.00. Looking to kind of take out his buddy there, Shea Breweiler. All he needs is a 5.18. Here we got surfer in blue. That's Peter Semin. He's looking for a 6.50 to move up into second place. Need to do a bit more work there. We got surfer in white there. That's Sept. He's looking for a 5.18 to move up into first to take down his buddy Shea. Going for a huge little layback there. Unfortunately, just kind of got a little bit off balance there, but loving Sept here. Loving how he's attacking this end section here.
I think he was going for all 5.18 in one turn. He's trying to be as economic as possible. He's definitely realized what the judges are looking for in that commitment, because he definitely went for broke. You know, he saw that wave wasn't going to offer a lot except for kind of an end section there. So Sept just absolutely charged at that thing. As we see, another right-hander coming through the lineup. Ooh, Shea Breweiler had a look at that one, and that looked like it was going to peel down the beach, but actually did end up closing out a little bit. But I mean, if he wants to get one turn on that section, holy cow, he can do some serious damage. So Shea's kind of sitting out there, hanging out, and here he is looking for a wave. Shea's up and riding. He's got a nice little left-hander here with a good carb, but unfortunately just goes a little bit too strong into that turn, a little too much mustard on that one, and just gets stuck. And unfortunately, he'll just paddle back out and look for another one. But he's got a pretty sizable lead here with 6 minutes to go here in round 2 of Heat 6 of the Open Men's category. So we have another little bit of live action. We have Mikey Nixon there with a little grab rail on the right hand, but unfortunately that right-hander isn't going to give him much either. But there is a lot of time and a lot of space to get themselves back out the back, and it's really awesome from this vantage point, Dino. You can see literally waves coming from 2 kilometers out. You can see the sets coming. So we can see here on our screen about 30 seconds from now, we're going to see a pretty bomb set roll through the lineup. It's kind of the best seat in the house.
Yeah, it's nice having this bird's eye view of Cox Bay. You can definitely see those sets rolling in, and parts of these surfers
going
to have to wear another set on the head here. And look, Man, I can't believe that the swell is just rolling in all day long here, and some of these sets, I mean, man, look at this set out the back there, just showing some authority here, and where all these competitors wearing this one on the head. I got 5 minutes left here. Man, if one of those surfers could pick off one of these set waves, it could be nasty out there.
Oh man, unbelievable. It is tough though, because a lot of these set waves are kind of basically closing out the entire beach, which is super challenging because you want to keep yourself in the spot for those kind of ones that open up and score a little bit better. But again, if you get yourself caught in the wrong place, wrong time, whew, you're going to get an absolute beating, which has shown a few times in this, as we've seen a couple of really big pulses throughout this heat. So good on these guys for getting themselves some good scores, because it is challenging out there to really get those scoring rides, because those bigger sets are kind of washing out the entire beach.
Yeah, it's a lot of work there, throwing on a jersey and hopping out in competition. You know, your adrenaline's pumping. You know, you're trying to go out there with some kind of tactic there and some strategy to move ahead. And then you throw in the factor of Cox Bay with you know, these clean out sets there. It's a lot of energy getting utilized out there, you know, with a lot of these competitors, and it's all about how you manage it and how you compartmentalize all that stuff and channel it into the waves that you do end up picking off. And yeah, it's no easy task out there right now.
No, that's for sure. So just makes all the more impressive what our two kind of heat leaders have done. So with about 3.5 minutes to go here, round 2, heat 6, we've got our surfer in red, Shea Breweiler, sitting pretty comfortably with a 10.67, and our surfer in white, the young and talented Seth Steer, with 10.50, and they're still sitting pretty comfortably ahead of our second two surfers. So our surfer in blue, Peter Samahan, with a 7.67. He's looking for a 6.5 to shift himself into that advancing position. And our surfer in yellow, Mikey Nixon, still needs a 8.17, and that's a pretty big wave and a pretty tall ask, as we do have a paddler. Unfortunately, that paddler just getting a little bit of a beating, because that left-hander just reeled down the beach. Man, positioning is everything today.
Yeah, it's been tough deciding, you know, which one you're going to kind of sit on, the left or the right out here. It's definitely a pretty big paddle between the two shoulders. It looks like everyone's kind of gravitated toward that, you know, going right here. But yeah, you know, it's the beauty of this peak here that we decided to run the contest on here down at Maltby Road. It's here we go. We got surfer in yellow up and riding, Mikey Nixon. Was able to link a nice turn there to finish things off there, Mikey Nixon. Here we go, nice little speed check there, getting some speed there, a little direction change, and unfortunately that wave just closing out on him and deciding to kick out there. Definitely going to be his best ride. He's his best ride so far is a 2.33. He's looking to back that up and try to get into that second spot to book a ticket onto the next round. I don't think it's going to be enough there to catch up to Seth Steer and Shea Brewer. Those guys have pretty much put a nail in the coffin here on this heat. Dropped some huge scores. You know, we saw Shea drop a 7.50 and backed it up with a 3.17, and Seth Steer with a couple of 5s. Feeling pretty confident here. I love the battle between Seth Steer and Shea. You know, they've been battling at it their whole childhood out here at Cox Bay, and Seth coming off the top there.
Just a quick one, but a solid move on closeout.
Gonna walk this through here. Nice little takeoff there. Eyed that end section there and was able to link a nice finishing move there, right out clean. He's already got a 5.50 and a 5.00. We'll see if that factors into scoreline with a minute left in this heat.
Yeah, that was incredible surfing by Seth. I was really impressed there, because he really did get a lot of points in one turn. His timing as he went into that was just fantastic. He was able to get lots of projection off the lip, and the judges do love that. Unfortunately, it won't factor into his scoreline because he did get a 4.5, but a 4.5 on one turn is pretty darn sweet. So that was really good surfing there from Seth, just trying to manufacture a score that kind of sneak him into first. But with 38 seconds to go, I mean, we're gonna need some big scores from our surfers in blue and surfer in yellow in order to be able to dethrone Shea and Seth. As Seth kind of sees a little bit of an inside one. He's going to try and take off on the whitewash here, looking for that one to open up for him. And this thing might have a little bit of a wall to it, as he does a nice little check turn there, get a nice little wrap as well. And he's going to try and milk this one right to the inside. Yeah, get whatever you can, Seth. Ride it on in, son. That was fantastic surfing there from the two local boys, as it looks like they are going to be the ones making it in to the next heat in the open men's division. Some really, really great surfing there from both Seth and Shea. Fantastic job, gentlemen. We'll be seeing you guys in the next round, as we are going to stand by for heat number 7 of round 2 of the open men's here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, presented by Corona and Red Bull. We're going to take a short break, and we will right back to call that next heat.
All right, here we go. The start of round 2, heat 7 of the men's open. Out in the water, we have surfer in red, Clay Shioviti, and surfer in white, Curtis Parker, also known as, you can see on the screen there,
EFD.
and surfer in yellow, Kieran O'Connell, and surfer in blue, Keith Bruyette. And the one and only Shannon Brown. Thanks for joining me today, buddy.
Hey, Dino. Oh, that felt nice. Little shoulder up there. Little cuddle. Hello. Thank you. How's it going, man? It's been kind of a rough day of that fog, eh?
Yeah, there's been a lot of ups and downs today. You know, that we got kicked things off this morning right on time, and then we kind of got a little delayed there with the fog. We ran a couple, and then we got delayed again by the fog. But I don't know. It's looking pretty good now. The fog's lifted. The waves are on.
Yeah, you pull back the curtains, and it's a beautiful day. It's firing out there.
Yeah, you know, Robbie and I were just talking about you must be frothing from the mouth here just to get out there. Some of these sets that are rolling in there are just
I mean, as long as I can get on one of those sets. Yeah, I'm psyched, man. I just want to get out and surf good ways with just a couple of friends. Hopefully smoke them.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty awesome to see how just the banks have been lighting up here at Cox Bay.
Wow.
The center
Rides
bank
are starting
here.
to look good, hey? It's my boy Keith. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Nice
man.
off the bottom. Followed through. Big old schwack. Holy. Settle down, Keith. Wow, that was a great ride. Oh, that was a claim.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we did
Keith.
discuss in our last session there. Don't be afraid to claim. Let the judges know how you feel. Let the whole world know.
That's probably one of the longest rides we've seen all day today from Keith there in Surfer in Blue.
Yeah,
Oh, man, the
sick.
damage was done right at the start there, and able to ride out clean with a nice little
Do you think
two-hand
that was a
with the
claim, or was
judges.
that just frustration that he's got such a big paddle out now?
Hard to say, you know, maybe a bit of
Throwing his
both.
arms up. Darn, I got to paddle all the way back out there. Oh, red. Oh, yeah, Clay.
Well, a little chop hop there from
Well
Clay.
timed. This kid's feisty. Yeah, he's one of the new up-and-coming Groms.
Yeah, there's a couple names there, Shaz. I'm kind of unfamiliar with there from Clay and Keith. Man, they're looking pretty good out there, though.
Yeah, great surfers. I mean, Clay's, I want to say maybe turning 13. Sort of same age as little Shea Breweiler. But there's a good little crew of those Groms hanging out. Clay, Luke, Kyton. There's a couple of Yuki kids as well. Jonas, Jules, Jai. But there's Froth and Pack. They're pushing each other.
Yeah, you know, and coming from your perspective as one of the main kind of guy here for coaching wise, it's got to be pretty awesome to see just the competition level the bar starting to get raised here, and everyone just kind of pushing each other.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. No,
bringing it to him.
It's been sick. I was talking with Robbie yesterday. There's always been a crew of Groms, but maybe a bit of time in between as we see Kieran O'Connell, a really stylish, smooth surfer from jolly old England, of all places. A pommy, Aussies we call the Brits pommies, prisoners of Mother England. They got the raw end of the deal when they kicked all of us out to Oz and stayed in that cold, terrible place.
Oh, yeah.
Red's up and riding. He's not quite on the screen yet for you viewers at home. Here we go. Clay, he's fired up and feisty. Like, he really wants to get up into the lip and throw some fins and throw some airs. And he's slowly developing a good rail game to go with all of that. Really good kid.
Yeah,
good
nice
to see him get some good waves here and test himself against the older guys. Cool to see.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see some of these young kids bring it to some of these older guys. As you're saying, Keith and Clay, 10 and 10 years old, and
well, Keith ain't 10.
Oh, Clay's 10. It's just crazy to see some of these guys or kids, put on a clinic against some of these older guys out there. It's awesome to see what the progression in surfing out here in Tofino's become. Some of these Grammies are just really bringing it to these old guys.
Scary. Kind of joke about it a little bit, but a couple of years from now, and these kids are going to be taking everybody's waves. There's going to be nothing you can do about it, and it's great. It's such a supportive community, and we all want the kids to become the best surfers they can and just best little humans they can. And you want to give them waves when you see them out there, but it's not going to be long before they just start taking them. So, if you're listening out there and you see these Groms, don't be too nice to them. Maybe don't grab them by the hair and dunk them or anything. But don't give them too many waves.
So we got to, with 14 minutes remaining, we got a situation update here in surfer in blue there. That's Keith Brie. He's dropping an 817 on his opening ride, backed it up with a 1.
Good afternoon.
Sitting out in first place there. That's the highest wave total that we've seen here out there today. And then surfer in red, we got Clay with a 4.60 and a 3.33, currently sitting in second place.
Which those are good scores for this round and this day, this division. Like, those are competitive scores. The other guys are going to have to work to beat him now.
Yeah, those middle ground scores, those are great scores to kind of build that foundation on. On Shaz, you're adamant about kind of building that house and starting off your heat with stuff to build on, and those are pretty nice scores to easily replaceable right now with the conditions we have right now.
Yeah, in an ideal world, at the end of your heat, a 4.6 for Clay there would be a backup. But if he gets another one in that range, that's a competitive heat total, and hopefully he does it early and he's got the rest of the heat to get a really good wave and solidify his place advancing through the heat here. But yeah, it's all about getting a nice quick start. If you do that, you just feel so much more comfortable for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, and being able to kind of build off that. Getting things early. I guess it's kind of it's been 2 years since we've had a contest out here on the coast, and there's probably a lot of pre-heat jitters, and I guess getting that out of the way here. We got surfer in white. That's Curtis Parker here.
Oh, rail guy, come on, come out of that.
Nice wrapping cutback there. Unfortunately, got a little caught at the end there, but
we're gonna have another rider out the back here. See if the camera can pan across, but Keith Brule has done one nice under the lip hook. Oh, yeah, he got a little hung up there, but he made it out the front clean. The judges know he scored. Judges know he landed it. Hopefully they give him a good score.
Yeah, this was a nice looking wave there.
Just nice and patient off the bottom, lining that thing up. That was sick. Composed.
Man,
I hair flick.
Kind of want to play that back and see if we can find that 817. That's a massive score. You got to be feeling fired up after dropping a score like that. with
he did
11
about
minutes.
30 turns on that thing. I think he caught it from Frank Island and just rode all the way through it.
There we go. We got Surfer in red up right there. It's Clay.
This thing's going to get a
Nice
a
little tap
corner
off
here.
the top there.
Yeah, nice. Really leaning into that wrap.
I
Oh,
wonder where he's learning that rail game from.
A little check. Yeah, the guy's got a pretty good coach.
Oh, nice little tap off the top there to ride out clean.
He's just missing a little finger snap claim, you know.
He's already sitting with a 4.60 and a 3.33 Shaz. What do you like about this that wave
I
there
really
from
like
Clay?
the commitment to the first turn. He didn't catch that on the replay, but he leant back, got on the rail, and just held it all the way around and pulled the board back nice and close to the whitewash or back into the power pocket, back into the critical section. So he was really committed to that turn. The second turn, you know, he sort of stopped short, but he just wanted to make sure he was going to get to the end of the wave and finish it off.
Yeah, we've definitely been seeing that from the judges there, being able to link something all the way to that inside, or just being able to finish off a wave with a bit of confidence and authority there. It's looking like that sort of commitment there is getting rewarded.
Yeah, and it should be. Yeah, when you finish a wave, that final turn, it's the last thing the judges see. It's the lasting image you leave in their mind. So you got to make sure it's a good one. And you know, if you're caught up in the whitewash, it takes you a long time to get out. Like, that's not the greatest. But if you give up on it just before you get there, then it's incomplete. And all your hard work on the rest of the wave, it might be in vain.
Right, and I mean, you know, spending a year or two getting ready for an event like this and only having 20 minutes to kind of throw down, you kind of really want to obviously be selective with your wave choice out there, but
not too selective.
Not too selective, exactly. And you kind of want to throw it down. You know, 20 minutes sometimes can feel like a long time, or 20 seconds, exactly. So, you know, going for broke sometimes does pay off.
Depends if you're in the first or second spot. Then it feels like forever. And if you're in third or fourth, it feels like no time at all. You're sweating. You go wide. Oh, man, he's like real fast through the turn. Oh, I don't know if he rode out. And don't know if we can really talk about this, but I actually hear the judges off the side of me saying that exact same thing. He didn't quite ride out, but man, he timed it so well. Like, it's so fast through the turn and then just gives up on it before he's really out in front of that wave. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get credit for that. And
yeah, it's maybe
that's the sign of someone who doesn't surf a lot of heats and just lacks a little bit of that discipline. Oh, and yellow taking off on a poor quality wave. I'll be having words to Kizzer about that later. Done quite a bit of work with Kieran.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Surfer in White there, Curtis. That was had a nice snap off the top there, and yeah,
it was lightning fast, eh?
Yeah, he's looking really smooth. I haven't really seen Curtis surf too much, but he's definitely gotten.
Man, but every time I've seen him, he surprises me.
Yeah, he's always
shred.
He's always on that radar where he's sneaky competitor, but yeah, as you said,
I really know him more for his Brunswick seafood.
I think that's pure entertainment. That
yeah,
Harry be with you.
Sometimes I forget that he's actually a ripping surfer. The guy's hilarious though.
Yeah,
if anyone's had the time to watch any of those interviews he does with people, it's so funny.
Yeah, he's a pretty comedic dude, and just so light on his feet out there.
It must be the diet.
Just a straight protein diet with that herring. So we got about 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And Keith looking pretty comfortable out there with an 8.17 and backed up with a 5.33. That's probably I think that's the highest heat total score we've had today, a 13.50.
Oh, there's something coming towards yellow. This is a nice looking wave, man. Come on, kids, put something together here. Nice off the bottom, and that was really tight. Almost a little head dip coming out of there, but waves run off without him.
That was a nice opening turn there.
That was a strong turn for sure.
What do you like about this one there,
Shaz? Tight to the pocket there. Yeah, you could argue it was a little kind of mistimed, a little low. It looked like he had re-entry on the mind, and if you're doing a re-entry, one of the key things you want to see is getting your front foot above the lip, getting the board nice and vertical. But he kind of was a little underneath it there, so the turn doesn't throw as much spray. It's kind of a little sticky. You're turning a lot more surfboard, so the
Kind of
turn's
forcing it
a little
a bit.
slower. Yeah, and you have to force it just a little bit, and he kind of missed out on the projection back up the line, and ran off without him. It's too bad.
Yeah, he's Kieran. He's currently in 3rd place. He's hunting a 6.26. He dropped a 3.17 on his second ride. He's looking to replace a 1.60. He's definitely going to replace that 1.60 with that last ride. But yeah, unfortunately, it would have been nice if he was able to link maybe another turn in there to kind of build off that 3.17. But
we'll see what kind of cred the judges give him. Again, it was still a nice turn. And it looked pretty awesome live. Yeah, there you go. 4.27, I think, for that. And that puts him right in the mix. And like you said, if he got another turn, I would have probably thought he'd be getting somewhere up in the 6 range, which right now would be enough to get him through, hey?
yeah, he's just now he's hunting a 5.16 with 5 minutes remaining. I mean, that's still tons of time. That's the beauty of running a contest this late in September going into October. So waves just don't shut off. It's been firing all day long.
Little ollie turn from Red.
Yeah, it's surfing red clay.
Breezed into that thing.
Hard to believe this
Youthful
little kid's 10
exuberance.
years old.
Well, he's not 10, he's 13.
13, sorry, 13.
Let me
Why do
correct
I
you there.
keep saying he's 10 years old? I just got 10s in my mind. I want to see the judges throw down a 10.
Yeah.
So I can sit and yell it on the mic here.
He's 10, and I want to see the judges throw a 13. I mean, wait, other way around. Yeah, you're right. The sets don't stop. And if you happen to be in position to get one of these, you are laughing. It looks so fun.
Yeah, it's looking at
I mean, it definitely looks fun. I have surfed the last couple of days at this time of day, and it's harder to surf than it looks, for sure. But it's still sick. You're stoked if you got that one.
Yeah, and it's looking like that wind is starting to groom everything up a bit there. Like the bay out here is just
clean as a whistle.
Clean. These sets are rolling in, nice and spaced out, and these sets just don't turn off. And this, I mean, it was a pretty good call there on all the contest organizers here, bringing the contest down here to kind of to the Maltby parking lot at the south end of the beach. Yeah, this bank out front of the judges tower hasn't shut off all weekend.
Yeah, loving it. More lefts too. We're always up the other end surfing rights.
Yeah, it's anyone's game
All
out
those
here
regular
out front.
footers just smoke the goofies. It's not true. We still smoke them.
I feel like the tide might be changing there this weekend there, Shaz. There's quite a few of these goofy footers we've seen yesterday and today.
Well, I can tell you there's one in particular I'm really excited to see how he goes. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's coming up soon. I think his name's Ryan Cameron.
Well, that too. I can barely contain my excitement to see Rycam get back in a jersey. He is
How long
a
has it
living
been
legend in this area.
Since Rye's thrown on a jersey? It's been a while.
It's got to be close to 10 years.
Yeah, and he's been, man, he's looking pretty deadly. I was surprised that he signed up for the Open Men's because he's been surfing like he should be in the pro division. But
well, he'd give the pro division a shake for sure. And if he can keep himself together, he's a big threat to win this division. Having said that, the Open division is pretty stacked, though.
Oh man,
there's a lot of good surfing going down in here.
There's a lot of people throwing down here. We got surfer in yellow.
Big
That's Kieran.
A lot of power. Oh wow! Man, he puts that down. He is 100% through.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave.
Oh,
to
he is an
good
important
size.
wave. We're watching the replay right now.
Nice little top turn there. Had tons of speed and power off that bottom turn. Unfortunately,
just didn't quite wait long enough to hit the actual lip there. He turned down in front of it. The thing bottomed out, pearled up a beauty. I think he almost landed on his board too, just for salt in the wound there.
Yeah.
Just rub it in.
That was surfer in yellow.
I think that was going to be the top score of the heat if he landed that.
Yeah,
it's too bad.
He's only hunting a 5.16, and if he was unfortunate that kind of the elevator shaft just dropped and he
well, let's
lost his
check this
footing
one in
there.
the replay. We were watching Shit. Sorry for the swear.
Surfer and white. Curtis going down at the end there.
We were watching yellow while that was happening live.
There we go. We got Curtis Parker. Oh, probably a good decision there, kicking out.
Might be starting to panic a little bit. That's too bad. Curtis he might be the strongest surfer out there, but he's been hasn't been on the best waves, and then didn't quite ride out of some really good turns.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He could easily be getting through this heat.
Yeah, that second wave, or 2 waves ago, he had a beautiful open face there, and unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize. And here we go. We got Surfer in blue, your heat leader.
See something further down, and bang! Oh, overcorrected.
Under a minute remaining.
Yeah, had a nice open wall here. Getting a ton of speed off that high line, and yeah, unfortunately, just kind of standing up a little bit too straight.
Too soon. A little too straight, a little too soon.
We got 30 seconds remaining left in round 2, heat 7 of the open men's.
Man, where did that heat go?
This is it's been a pretty exciting heat here. There's been a lot of scores, mid-level scores getting dropped. It's probably one of the most exciting heats we've seen all morning here. Tons of contestable rides. Unfortunately, a little bit of a, could say maybe a little upset here for Surfer in white there, EFD. Probably just looking a little bit lost out the back there. Wasn't able to link up any ways that he wanted to.
Feet, but I think it was just after the buzzer and didn't end up being a good ride anyway. Wow, congrats to Keith and Clay. Stoked for the Grommy.
Shaking things up a bit there.
Kept a cool head, got his waves, put the pressure on the other guys, and they crumbled. Attaboy. Bad luck to Kieran and Curtis, though. Again, like they're surfing great and just came unstuck at the wrong time a couple times.
Yeah, unfortunately, Curtis was able to squeeze out a 6.00 on one of those last waves that he got, but man, it would have been nice to get a hold of that a little bit earlier there, so you can put a. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Well, he'd be kicking himself if he didn't stay on his feet for 2 more meters, 2 more seconds, just to make sure the judges know that he stuck it. He had control.
And
I don't think he's going to lose any sleep over it.
No,
a couple tins of herring.
Drown himself in some herring and come back next year. So we got coming up here, we have 1 more heat left in the open men's, and then we'll be rolling on to the pro men's here, the quarterfinals. We've got a pretty stacked pro men's division here in this quarterfinals. I'm looking forward to seeing some of those heats get in the water. But up next in heat 8 of the open men's, we'll have Surfer in red, Ryan Cameron, Surfer in white, Neve Abraham, Surfer in yellow, Oliver McDonald, and Surfer in blue, Taylor Stubbins. A couple of good big names out there. I've heard Taylor Stubbins is a pretty confident and a pretty good surfer. He's made his mark out here on the coast a little bit here in some of the open men's divisions in past contests. And
I think he grew up surfing on the lake too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stand by, heat 8. Stand by,
tough.
Heat 8.
Showed me some
Lake
photos
surfing.
of the waves he grew up surfing, and pumps out there.
The Great Lakes.
Good luck finding it though if you don't know someone.
I like surfing behind a boat. Just a casual $500 an hour in gas, but
Yeah, carbon footprints in that. No biggie.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome day. I mean, this is, I don't think you can really ask for more when it comes to a contest here in then September here at Cox Bay. The sun's shining. I mean, it's just been blessed with waves all day long, and the
The
whole
only thing you
weekend
could really
looks
ask
great.
for was maybe less fog.
Yeah, that fog's pretty uncharacteristic for this time of year. I mean, we had a beautiful day yesterday with
That was magic.
it was pretty. It felt like summertime, but yeah, here we go. We got so out in the water here. This is the last heat of the open men's round 2 heat
Paddling
8.
in early. Getting a quick start.
Oh, here we go. We got Rycam up and right on his backhand here.
Oh.
Huge
That was
hit
sick.
off the
Come
top
on, get
there.
around that. I think he's there. He's going to get a chance to finish this off. Bam.
Oh, that a boy, Rycam.
Little drift. Little Tokyo drift at the
Opening
end, too.
30 seconds of the heat. Ryan
Telling you,
throwing
man.
down
This
probably
guy's
going to be a decent score here.
You want to call him a dark horse, but
Man, he's been looking so smooth on that
I think he's a
board.
favorite.
His and just looking so confident. And how's this set out the back there, Shaz? I don't know where this thing just came from, but it's just
Yeah.
a kilometer of whitewash.
I think the best place to be sitting for that set is in the commentary booth, watching someone else duck dive it.
Oh my goodness! Look at this thing. Look at the set out the back. That's got to be a kilometer out to sea there.
Oh man, how good is that for Rycam there? Surfer in red gets a quick start, and everyone else wears a giant set on the head.
Yeah, that
And
was
they're all going to get washed into where he is anyway.
And that was a really nice opening score there, or a ride from Rye.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they give him for that.
I mean, I know just in past contests, you know, watching you on the water and a lot of people that are pretty comfortable with contest surfing, getting all those scores early and starting to build that house of yours is you know, a really good way to kind of calm the nerves a bit and get that confidence going.
Well, you watch enough heats and you sort of start to notice that, you know, the surfers that catch the most waves tend to get through the heats. So you're playing the odds a little bit.
Yeah, you know, and that's just it.
You can't win a heat if you don't catch a wave. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the beauty of a beach break. You know, you never really know what that wave is going to offer unless you go for it. And you know, there's so many different banks and so much sand moving around at the beach here, and
it's a roamy bar. You know, you could sit and watch a wave break in the same spot, you know, for an hour before you go surfing. You paddle out, it just disappears, breaks 100 meters away from you, and you don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, that's got to be one of the most frustrating things, you know, when you're constantly looking for waves instead of you know, getting yourself in certain positions there and capitalizing on those waves that you do end up getting a hold of. And yeah, we're still waiting for scores to drop here for Surfer in Red. There's Rycam. The judges are really taking their time here on.
I don't think they were ready for that.
Yeah. Rycam bringing the ruckus.
Yeah.
Out here at Cox Bay.
We saw Keith Brulé drop an 8.17 in the last heat. And you got to think on the strength of the turns we just saw the Surfer in Red do that it could compare to that. So we'll see how they go. And it's a new heat. You know, in early rounds, the judges will tend to have a bit of a floating scale.
Yeah, we're just looking over at some of the judges here.
6.67.
Rycam.
Yeah,
that's a great opening score there from Rycam.
Yeah, for sure. Puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the heat. I'm going to throw it out there. He got a little cooked though.
Yeah, it was a bit of a paddle.
A couple of big turns. They are quality maneuvers. Some of the better turns we've seen.
It's looking like Rise
all around.
It
It was a smaller wave though, and you know he caught that wave, and then a giant set came through. So you got to imagine if he can do those turns on a bigger, better quality wave, that probably gets a 10.
Oh man,
Why not?
He's got himself
throw it out there. You got the whole scale. You know.
He's got himself back into position as well. You know, he rode that one right to the inside, and Rise already.
No one else has caught a wave. So yeah, strategy paying off for Red.
Yeah, you know, and that's got to be a tough thing for a lot of people out here. There, Shaz, is, you know, that's the one thing that we don't have too many of out here. Is we don't have too many contests, so it is, I guess, probably pretty tough for a lot of these competitors to kind of shift into the competition zone and understand, you know, how to position yourself in a contest. But
it's an interesting thing. You know, so much of it's psychological at that point. You know, is if you don't surf a lot of contests, the siren goes, the clock's ticking, and you put all of this pressure on yourself. to do something special when most of the time you don't need to. And all the guys that are out there surfing in this open division, if you see them free surfing, they catch lots of waves. They're all frothers and they want to catch every wave they can. So they need, ideally they bring that to their heats as well. At least the start of the heat. Get some scores on the board, and then you can build off of that. If you need to, you might not need to.
Yeah, it's got to be a good feeling, and if you're able to get busy, and kind of feel out the lineup a bit, and I mean, you got to think that those clean out sets are probably playing a little bit of a factor in
makes it
some
confusing.
of the minds out
where
there,
do you sit?
And
do you want to sit out the back and get one of those bombs, but are they actually the best waves? Do you want to sit further in and get a wave that maybe stays open a little bit longer, but it's smaller, so the judges might not get as excited, and then you might have to wear one of those sets on the head anyway.
Yeah, a lot going on out there. And, I mean, yeah, like you said, the 20 minutes can feel like 20 seconds or can feel longer, and that's the whole thing is trying to compose yourself during those during a heat and trying to calm all those nerves and channel everything together and capitalize on everything. So,
I mean, like you
Such a
said, time
shift.
flies. There's 7 minutes gone, and there's been one wave ridden.
yeah, and it's a pretty good score. I mean, Rye's got to be feeling pretty comfortable out there with that 6.67. That's a very, very good score to build on. And, if he's surfing in in that first wave, he's definitely able to kind of better that score.
Yeah, he's ripping. But you got to sort of spare a moment for these guys who haven't caught a wave yet. Yeah, and what are they feeling? What are they thinking right now? Hopefully they can keep it together and some waves come through. But it's these moments here when you haven't caught a wave, there's time off the clock, and then it goes flat. How do you keep yourself sane and calm in these moments? That's the tricky stuff.
Yeah, so in those moments, Shaz, is there any because you've thrown on the jersey quite a bit over the years, and I mean, I don't want to give away any of your secrets, but is there any way to kind of calm the nerves and understand that that there will be more waves coming and try to compose yourself?
Oh, there's a few.
Because it's a tough question.
Yeah. Come see me later.
Come see you after the W.
Yeah. Book yourself in for a session, mate. I'll let you know all about it.
So we got about 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining left in this open men's division. We'll be rolling on to a pro men's. Here we go. We got Rycam up and running on a nice looking left here. Oh, Rycam stomping that.
Turn. Quick back up there. Extra pressure on the rest of the heat.
Yeah, so it's nice surfing there from Ryan. Generate a ton of speed there. Nice little
what a goofy move that was. That was a pretty good ride off the other side of that. And I 100% back him up for going left. I would have done that too.
Yeah, very smart surfing there from Ryan Cameron there, surfer in red. Yeah, he's already got a 6.67. Gonna start building that house of Rise. Just tightening the vise there on the rest of the division, or the rest of the heat here.
The House of Rye.
The House of Rye is starting to build.
Building the House of Rye. I like it.
Yeah, with 10 minutes and 30 seconds, for Surfer in white, Nev, and Surfer in yellow, Oliver, and Surfer in blue, Taylor, you got to be thinking that you got to get something on the board there. Just even if it's a 2 or a 3, or you got to build off something there. It's tough to build off nothing. And yeah, we are.
One of those things you don't plan for, but heats have been made with low scores. Sometimes it just happens. Yeah, you got to make sure that you're one of those 2 that go through.
Yeah, and I mean, on a day like this with so much swell funding in the bay here, there's so many different peaks and shoulders you can kind of sit on. But I mean, that's the beauty of having a contest at a beach break. It's just so unpredictable, and you never really know what's going on out there. It's not the same as if you were to kind of post her up at a point break where you know where the takeoff point is at every time. But here we go. We got Sep's approaching there, Shaz.
Stacks. All right, we got a rider. He's not on screen yet. There he is. Yellow. My eyes are correct. Oh, he's got caught behind. We'll see. He's got to his feet, though. Oh, yeah, I think if he stuck with that, it's got to open back up. That's too bad.
Yeah, that was surfer in yellow, Oliver McDonald. And actually had a beautiful looking wave here. And
just got stuck at the bottom there.
Building for something or just wanted to...
I think he thought it was going to slow down a bit. He went straight to the bottom looking for a bottom turn. And then it sped off there. Might have needed to stay high just a little longer.
Oh, here we go. We got surfer in red up and riding. We got Ryan Cameron, your heat leader.
And he's pumping, he's driving, he's lining it up.
Beautiful smack off the top there from Ryan Cameron. He's already got a 6.67 and a 4.17. What do you think, Shai? Is he going to better that 4.17?
I got to say yes. I think 100%. Bigger wave. Yeah, lean back, look like extension through the back leg. Put some power into that thing.
And probably
confident kick out.
Yeah, and in one of the more critical sections of that wave too. And I mean, that's where you get all those big points, is throwing yourself into those positions and being able to capitalize. So it's pretty comfortable and confident surfing there from Ryan Cameron, that surfer in red, you know. And like you said, it's been how many years that he's throwing on a jersey, and
it's been
a
minute.
Like he hasn't changed.
No, he's still deadly. Off screen, Blue is actually up and riding. He hasn't done anything major yet, but he just lined up a big section. Oh, and he's come unglued. So, I mean, he fell, but he did get some work done. So, you know, right now all you can compare is his score to Yellow's score, and he actually went for something big. So, he's got to be in second place.
Yeah, we'll wait for these scores to kind of funnel in here. And
there it is.
Looking like Taylor, surfer in blue, dropped a 2.83, moving up into second place. And Rye just ended up bettering his last score. He dropped a 4.33 on his last ride there. So Rye just kind of starting to run away with this a little bit. But, I mean, there's still tons of time left, 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And there's a lot of swell out there. And
let's just hope the boys are in position and get their chances.
Yeah, and Shaz, I saw you go out and surf this morning and kind of get a feel of the lineup. Is there much rip and much
well, I actually
going on
snuck down to the other end of the beach, and it was pretty small. So I actually don't have a feel for the bank out front, but hopefully not too much, because I'm tired and I don't want to paddle. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping to have a heat like Rycam just had, get a couple of quick ones, and I might just come in and
hop in that
tap
sauna.
into my Yuki Poke Bowl and drink a hot coffee.
Here we go. We got surfer in red up and riding. That's Ryan Cameron, your heat leader.
Get a big section.
Oh, wow. Beautiful smack off the top there from your surfer in red. Ryan Cameron trying to better a 4.33.
It's going to be
to move ahead
close.
There. That's I mean, man, Ryan's putting himself into positions here where he's getting some good scores, and I mean, he couldn't really do much better than that on that last.
He connected real nice with the lip there. So
man, he's
that
looking
tends
loose
to
on
get
that board.
rewarded. Yes.
So Shaz, I gotta ask. I know all the fans are dying to know. Back in the day, in the old Rip Zone days.
Good times, man.
You and Rycam used to share a few laughs together, I bet.
Those were pretty wild times.
You got any good stories about the good old Rip Zone days, or is that for
plenty,
Mike's
man.
off?
Plenty. I don't know if I'm allowed to retell them too much, but I know that Ryan was a bit of a prankster, and he usually targeted a renowned snowboard photographer by the name of Scott Surface, and he'd pick away at Scott, and I still can't believe that Scott didn't beat the absolute crap out of him a couple of times. But yeah, it was good times for sure, man. Yeah, Ryan is one of, if not my oldest friend in Canada. Is one of the first guys I met out in the lineup surfing, and here he is now.
Man,
being a hot shot young easy footer. We just connected. Look at that. Full rail. Fins out on the rebound there. He's just having fun now. He knows he's safe.
Oh yeah, he bettered the score there on not this last round, but the way before. He dropped a 5.17, and yeah, he's just getting loose there. Eh? That board's looking awesome under his feet there, and
Yeah, it looks like it stuck to his feet till it wasn't. But yeah, we just I mean, I was 22, I want to say, when I moved here, so we just kind of hung out, surfed, partied a little bit, you know. Ate delicious baked treats from Ryan's lovely mum, Patty. Yeah, Patty and Ryan's father, Don, took good care of me and all of the surf rats that we hung out with. And he got me on board with his sponsor at the time, Ripzone, and they were just so awesome and supportive of us. You know, their surf team, and they're a snowboard company, so they didn't really have to, but they were just they'd take us on these all expenses paid trips to shoot their summer catalog and
champagne and good times.
Yeah,
the days.
Yeah, it's stuff you can't really advocate these days, but I do remember being asked when I got to the first trip. They're like, "Do you drink?" I was like, "I'm Australian." They're like, "Okay, you're hired." I was like, "Go nuts, have a good time, have fun."
Sounds terrible.
It was awful. Yeah.
And here, speaking of Rycam again, man, he's staying busy out there. Surfer in red, a beautiful wrapping cut back there. And unfortunately, just kind of getting a little loose there on that end section. But Rye is staying super busy out there, and all of his rides have been clutch. He's dropped a 6.67 on his opening ride and backed it up with a 5.17. Rye's just having fun out there with 3 minutes remaining. Kind of just running away with this heat here.
Good to see.
Exciting stuff there. Yeah, a lot of the top seeds here are showing why they are the top seeds in this open men's division. It's going to be exciting to see coming up a little bit later today, going into the quarterfinals of the open men's to see these guys start to throw down.
Oh man, yeah, start getting to the pointy end of this division, man. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and it's such a wild card division. You know, there's so many competitors in this open division, and it's really hard to kind of hammer down, you know, who are the favorites. I mean, there are the select few, the regulars and OGs of competing out here, but man, it's such an exciting division to watch. The open men's and the open women's. You know, it's almost anyone's game.
I know for the men's division for sure, I'd say the top 8 to 10 seeds realistically could compete in the pro division for sure. You know, they could pad that contest out a little more if the event wanted to. There's some talent. That's what I'm getting at. There's some really good surfers in there. But it does make for a pretty interesting battle in the open division. Exciting for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in Heat 8. Ryan Cameron running away with this one. That's your surfer in red, coming all the way up from Ucluelet.
Cruising in second gear.
Yeah, he's loving life right now, booking his ticket onto the later rounds. And Taylor, I mean, I wouldn't be too confident if I was Taylor Stubbins there, holding on to second place with a score of a 2.83. I mean, it's a pretty sketchy place to be right now with a minute remaining.
I feel like I can see him kind of moved in a little bit. He could hopefully snag an insider and just back that up. And, you know, I haven't seen too much of the other guys surf before, but I know Taylor is a really accomplished surfer. And if he can just get away, he'll be safe.
Man, look at these sets just keep rolling in here. This is awesome. It's so nice to see, you know, when you pick a date for a contest and we're blessed with waves.
Write down your ideal conditions.
It's unreal.
This is pretty much it.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything more. You know, this is a great.
Look at this red is going again. This thing's a runner if he can get out to the shoulder. Oh, too bad.
A little bit of a victory up there with 10 seconds remaining left in this heat. Looking like Rycam's running away with this one, booking his ticket onto the later rounds.
There you go.
Pretty confident surfing there from Rycam. That was
second place on a 2.83.
Yeah, wow. Well, We're going to step away for one quick second here.
I think I might have to bolt too.
And Chaz, yeah, you got a heat coming up here in.
Or should I, stay and commentate and talk smack on the guys going against here? Pete DeVries, Jeffrey Spencer, Jer Bowery, Noah Cohen. Those guys can't surf.
This is gonna be a nice little heat here.
A couple deadbeats.
We're gonna step away for a quick minute. We'll be back shortly.
And welcome back to the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals. On your screen, Peter DeVries with his 75th turn on this right-hander as he opens up Pro Men's quarterfinal. Just when we wanted fireworks, we got fireworks from none other than the 27-time national champion, Peter DeVries. Shannon
the
Brown.
replays only show on the tail end of that. He went to town. Woo. Shots fired.
So, Shannon, you were talking a lot about setting the scale. Where do you go with that?
For Pete, that's maybe a 2 or a 3. I expect more from that guy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gosh. That's harsh for the rest of the division, Every wave's going to be compared back to that thing. Makes it tough for us. Yeah, I'll be interested to see where they go with that. He got a lot of work done, and everything was, full rail, full commitment. Every turn was complete and as fast and powerful as it could have been. Phenomenal surfing, as you just get used to with Pete. Guy's a wizard, man. He's the best.
Yeah, he is the best for a reason. And it's funny. I was chatting with him on the beach, and I was saying, are you nervous? How you feeling? He's like, honestly, I'm just going out there and have fun. And it's almost scarier when Peter has fun because he just is so good. As the first score drops, highest wave of the day, under 1 minute in.
Highest score of the round by far.
By far. Not much to compare to, but so we did get an 8.5 with Peter DeVries. That's the highest wave of the day. Man, if we thought that the Pro Men's was going to deliver, we were definitely on point here. So that was some fantastic surfing from local Peter DeVries. So we will introduce you to the surfers of this heat, quarterfinal heat number 1 of the Pro Men's of our 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals. So we do have our surfer in red, our top seed, who just locked in 8.5, Peter DeVries. We have our surfer in. We have a little bit of replay action.
That's an earlier
here.
Replay. That's Garrett Holt right there.
Is that who that is?
I remember seeing that wave live. I was psyched.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Garrett, man.
Garrett.
Guy rips.
My neighbor. Fantastic. So we do have our surfer in white, the young Jeffrey Spencer. Our surfer in yellow, Jeremy Bowery. And then our
surfer in blue,
our
who's
expat.
up.
Would he be considered an expat? Noah Cohen. Oh, man. Unloads.
Oh, dude. Take it easy, Noah.
Take it easy. No, you had to like that first turn, though, Shaz.
Oh, I loved it. There's not much Noah does that I don't love. Yeah, but
except for that.
Thought it was lowers. It's not quite the same amount of power pushing back as lowers, Noah.
No, definitely not. Wow, what fireworks to start this heat, Shannon. That was just some fantastic stuff.
This is classic Pete, man. Just gets a bomb, and then it goes flat.
Yeah.
You just sit there and sweat. And now he's sitting the furthest south, and the lefts are going to come right to him.
Yeah, as they do.
Guy's got the old horseshoe.
Well, I think he's put in his time at this point.
It's earned.
Yeah, well earned. As we see a nice little kind of left-hander rolling through the bank. Oh, sneaking out off the edge. Peter back up and riding.
Here we go. Jeffrey. Okay. That's a good call to get out of that one. That wave kind of ran off and didn't do too much. See, Pete's having another look here. Wow, he didn't get around that?
Should we be shocked right now?
I mean, you're pretty much just shocked anytime you see Pete make anything that you could almost consider a mistake.
Yeah. I think that's his lowest score of all time, a 1.0. But somehow he still managed to improve his scoreline. Oh, wait, that's because he did an 8.5 right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have a couple scores rolling in. Noah Cohen getting a 3.5 for that really nice wrapping turn that he did. Fortunately, just coming unstuck. And now that we're hitting into that pro men's division, Shannon, there's going to be a little bit more discrepancy in the judging, a little bit harsher when it comes to quality of turns and how critical people are getting up into that lip and doing some more radical turns. So again, that 3.5 maybe in that open men's division would have been about a 6 on that one turn. So we've got a little bit of a change in the judging scale.
Yeah, and the judges are going to expect more because these guys are capable of delivering more. So if you stay on that same scale, then every wave's going to be a 10. Like that wave of Pete's.
That's about a 15.
The scale only goes to 10, so. And it's all comparative at the end of it. It's just that the judges will have to use that wave of Pete's to compare everything else too. So I mean, he set the bar high. Which again is tough for the rest of us paddling out and trying to follow that, but I'm excited to see how that goes. Here we go. Noah's found himself a nice corner. Let's see if this thing stays open. That's too bad. But he's surfing with a lot of energy. He's fast and precise. He's fired up. He actually wasn't supposed to be allowed to surf this contest now that he's a team manager, which I had to argue in favour for him was really unfair. Being a Canadian, you should get to surf your Canadian nationals, and of course Rip Curl were kind enough to let him do that.
Yeah.
So big thank you to Nick, and I think Noah said he had to talk to Dylan Slater there and get the final permission. Do the right thing, let the men surf. Probably would have started some kind of hashtag.
Totally, free Noah. Yeah, exactly. And let's be honest, for those of us that have been around here for a year or two, we've seen Noah in this. It's really not the Rip Curl Pro without having Noah in here. So
exactly.
And so
he's turning around again. He's staying busy.
Man.
It's a good look at little left.
A little bit of live action.
Little tag. He's going to get a big hit to finish. Wow.
Ooh. Heard a couple of oohs and ahs from the judging panel on that finishing turn there.
You know you're going to get some points. If you make someone make a noise with your surfing, wow. That's like a ugh.
That was just fantastic.
Feeling it.
Yeah, and he's all over the bank because, I mean, most people are kind of sitting planted on the northern end of the beach there, and he went north, south. So he's definitely, like you said, he's drank, I think he had a couple of coffees before he went out. I know he's a bit of a coffee connoisseur, so.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-oh.
So we see our heat leader, Peter DeVries, flying down the line. Throwing a huge fin drift. And then Noah having a look even further. But that was a really, really nice turn. He's definitely going to improve on that 1.0. So we do have a score dropped for the last blue. Wow.
That was cool.
Man, come on.
And Pete just won't stop swinging, man.
Oh, man.
He just keeps grinding you into the ground.
Yeah.
Big hit after big hit.
Reminds me of a certain competitive streak of someone else that I know.
Yeah.
That's you, Shannon Brown.
Yeah, don't expect those kind of fireworks, but I'll throw something down. Do my best to try and emulate Pete. He's an amazing role model, not just for the upcoming surfers, but for all his peers that have surfed next to him all these years. Obviously I didn't grow up here, but from the moment I've moved here, I've looked up to Pete. And
He's up.
I think he's a little stuck behind there. My goal is always to try and be the best surfer when I paddle out in the lineup, and Pete is always the best surfer, so that's who I'm trying to beat. And I kind of have deep down in my heart that I'm probably not going to surf better than Pete at any time, but in trying so hard to do that, I know that I'm going to raise the level of my surfing. and at least become the best surfer I can be. So I got a lot to be thankful for Pete DeVries.
Shannon Brown, if we do go back in time, if my memory serves me correctly, there was a certain quarterfinal where you did line up against Peter DeVries.
Yeah, that's right.
And you did light off about an 8.5 as we get Noah Cohen. Oh, just going for broke on that end section.
Sick.
Oh, man. I feel bad for Cox Bay right now. Noah's just going. Tell me what you like about this one, Chaz.
I feel good for the crowd, though.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Hard off the bottom. So much commitment just in the bottom turn. You see him eyeing off that poor bit of lip and then just obliterate it. So vert, so high. Pulled it around so quick. Ton of spray. Fins out the back. See you later.
Oh, man.
I mean, if he gets 2 of those on a wave, it's going to be a big score.
As scores are starting to trickle in for the last of Noah Cohen. Comes in at a 3.33. He's had 2 or 3 really amazing turns, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to kind of connect 2 together. So it'll be really interesting to see if he can get one that will connect. As we see way out the back, there's a massive right-hander rolling through the bay.
Man, they're just giving Noah 3s for that? You sure? They got the last score there? Judges are being harsh. Out in the corner here, not on screen yet, but Jeffrey Spencer in white is up and pumping.
Flying.
You see something a little further down the line, but I think the wave's going to soften up. Nice wrap. Okay, he's going to need a...
Oh, wow.
Say he needs a nice big finish, and he got one. Attaboy.
And you've had a chance to work with Jeffrey Spencer recently, Shannon. What a good young kid he is, hey?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. That would be the Shannon Brown recovery position that
That's
I just
right.
saw.
Well, it's not, yeah. Oh, yes. Off screen, Noah Cohen. Oh, man. Gave up on that. Should have used that recovery position we were just talking about there. Let's see it. Kind of a little half check turn. Oh, sets up a little float. Zah. And just as he went off screen there, he didn't actually ride out of that, unfortunately. But yeah, Jeff has been part of the junior team for many years. He's also, the national SUP athlete. Him and his brother Finn. And just, yeah, great kids. He's a great kid. His brother's great too. Great family. Tammy and Henry. Grown up in Maui, so they're just a couple of full-on little watermen. Little Kai Lennies, basically.
Right.
They rip on the SUP. They destroy it on the foil. And they shred. Like, absolutely shred on a shortboard.
Give them an esky lid and they'll still throw buckets.
They'll do something with it.
We see some of the bigger sets of the heat so far kind of rolling through the lineup as we got our surfer in yellow taking a look. Jer Bear. Oh, and unfortunately to get into it, but looks like Pete might have snuck on the inside. No.
Jess sold him a lemon.
Totally. Totally.
Tactics.
Great tactic, Jer. We see
if Jer gets nothing else to take away from the heat, he can say he sold Pete a lemon.
Totally.
Played strategy and tactics on the king.
I love it.
Mind you, I wouldn't have been surprised if Pete went upside down 3 times on that, even though it closed out.
Yeah.
He's that good. He's that fast.
As we have some scores dropping here for the last of white. He ended up locking in a 3.50 on that kind of little one. Really good work done getting a few critical turns there. So nice work from Jeffrey Spencer to get himself into the mix. Now he's looking for a 6 to get himself up and past Noah Cohen. And Jeremy Bowery looking for an 8.5 to get himself into that second transfer spot. Right now we have Peter DeVries, in case you missed it, right off the bat, blew up an 8.5 with a series of searing turns. I don't even know, I lost count after about 4 or 5. And locked in an 8.5 and then has backed that up with a 3.83. So he's got a 12.33 and Noah Cohen in second with a 9.5. There's 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go and there's lots of good waves coming through. So there's gonna be plenty of opportunities for these gentlemen to shake things up. But right now, the not so surprising combo of Peter and Noah sitting in first and second.
Yeah, haven't seen that before. Dynamic duo, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about what a great role model Pete's been just for me, but for Noah, man, you know, Pete definitely helped raise Noah along with Sepp and Raf Brulard as well. You know, phenomenal surfers. You know, another couple of my biggest role models, guys I look up to. But yeah, Pete and Noah just seem like they've been attached
Yeah.
for years. You know, you see them; they're always surfing together, and Noah's learned so much. You know, all you got to do is just try to copy Pete, man.
Yeah. And, the best thing is, like, again, as elite athletes, they're just such phenomenal human beings as well. Peter is such a humble man. Man, I'd be so much more arrogant than he is if I'd won what he's won. And he's been such a good role model for all the young kids. And now he's kind of taken a little bit of Calum and Matea and that younger crew as well, a little bit under their wing. And, Noah's no slouch himself, right? He's kind of got himself in a position work-wise now where he's taking on a lot of professional surfers and helping out with them. And I think one of the things that we all tend to forget about Noah is how incredibly intelligent he is. He's probably one of the most well-spoken, articulate humans I've ever met.
And he didn't even finish school.
What's that?
And he didn't even finish school.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very intelligent. If anybody's ever had a chance to read any of his writing or listen to him speak, he really is a very, very intelligent young man. And obviously he throws daggers in surfing heats as well. So as we hit about the 5-minute mark here, scores are staying the same here. We got Peter and Noah in first and second. Peter with a 12.33, Noah with a 9.5. If Noah gets himself a 6.67, he can kind of bump Peter out of that first position. And then Jeffrey Spencer, on the strength of that 3.5, he just needs a 6-point ride here to get himself up into that second or transfer spot. And then in fourth, we have Jeremy Bowery sitting on a 1.0. He hasn't really had a chance to open up on anything. Jerry's such a talented surfer from around the coast out in Yuki there. And, if he gets a good wall, he can definitely lay in some good power carves. He's just not quite got a canvas to unload on yet.
Yeah, he's hoping to find a nice walled up right. Jer's got a cabin out at one of Canada's more infamous right-hand points. You see him out there on the regular, dropping hammers.
Yeah, the southern end of Long Beach. I've definitely seen him light up on that right-hander many, many times.
South of north, but north of south.
North of south, yeah. So we did have the last of blue of Noah Cohen come in at a 4.83. Oh, sorry, as a 5.67. So that combination of turns, Noah ended up getting a 5.67 there. So he has improved his position, but he still hasn't got himself into first. So we see a few waves. You've kind of seen the actual swell shift a little bit here with the tide. It's gone a lot more into the northern end of the beach here. Before it was all kind of the south end. Now it's kind of turned more into the north end. So it's really, with these 4 regular footers out in the lineup, it's really played to their advantage.
You see that Pete and Jer are positioned way north.
Way north.
Take note of that. If that's where Pete's sitting, that's probably where you should sit.
Yeah, it's my number 1 rule of surfing is try and follow wherever Pete is.
Everyone's up all at once here. Oh, a big old hack. Noah's getting the best of it, but still wasn't great. Oh, look at that. Pete went a closeout, and the wave behind it was just a peeling, beautiful wave. He doesn't need it, though.
Oh, it's up and riding. We got our surfer.
This will be interesting. Let's see if White can get a couple of big turns. Man, he was on his way. See, it's a beautiful bottom turn, nice and high. A little bobble midway through the turn. I guess that probably killed his momentum coming into that final section, unfortunately. Yeah.
We got 2 minutes remaining. Jer Bear,
Gets a hit.
Yeah, he got himself a little hit. Unfortunately, didn't really open up for him like he would have liked. As we got about 1 minute and 47 seconds left here in men's quarterfinal heat number 1, pro men's. Oh, as we just see Cox Bay bomb annihilate a couple of surfers in the lineup there.
Oh man, I have to paddle out soon.
Oh, right. Well, at least you're getting the good in on. This is the best view in the beach.
I think on the last heat, So.
Yeah. Shannon always told me to make sure to watch the ocean for at least 5 to 10 minutes before you paddle out. Make sure you know what you're paddling out into. This is his 40-minute way of doing it. Get himself prepared for his quarterfinal heat. As we're ticking down, we got 1 minute left here. Got a few waves kind of rolling through the lineup. Unfortunately, no one on anything.
Pete sneaking way north.
Way north.
That's a confusing lineup for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, it's such a big field of play. You know, there's so many, and especially with this middle bank here, it's very undefined as to where you want to be. You know, it's like it seems like it changes from heat to heat where you want to sit. So.
Yeah, trying to decide whether you're sitting in or sitting out. It's a real challenge right now.
Yeah, and
big set coming right out front though. It looks like could be a stack of lefts here. See if the boys can get the backside up and running.
As Shannon licks his lips in delight. Oh man.
Little burgery. It's all right.
Just got to be riding the right board, eh, Shaz?
That's right. Well, yeah, funnily enough, I broke all my boards. I'm on borrowed equipment for this one.
Well,
so it's almost like my little disclaimer. If I don't make it, I get to say I didn't have my board.
That's your story and you're sticking to it, but if I know anything about you, Shannon, you're not going to make any excuses anyway, so.
No. Well, I'm not going to have to.
Nah. As we had Peter and Noah go through in that last heat, and we are going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to have quarterfinal heat number 2 coming up in the Rip Curl Nationals 2021, presented by Corona and Red Bull.
And in blue, Finn Spencer. His brother was just in the last heat. Yeah, someone's got to replace Kath for this. Yeah, please. All right, we have results from the last heat. Nothing's changed, really, and it is in 4th place, Jeremy Bowery. In 3rd place, Jeffrey Spencer. Advancing through in blue, Noah Cohen, and winning his heat, Peter DeVries. Congratulations to Peter and Noah. We'll see you in the semifinals, which may be later today. We'll see how this goes. Depends on the fog and so on, but it might be the last 2 heats of the day. All right, looks like we got scores drop in for first of red.
And welcome back. We are into the pro men's quarterfinal heat number 2. We had just an absolute screamer of a last heat with Peter DeVries and Noah Cohen making it on through, but great surfing by Jeffrey Spencer and Jeremy Bowery. We'll be seeing you guys next year, and we are going to give you a little heads up of what's going on for our quarterfinal heat number 2. We have in red Sept Bruweiler, who's already locked in a score. We're just kind of waiting for it to come through. In white, Calum Temple Bruweiler, with live action. We've got Calum up and riding on a little inside right-hander, and he's just tearing off on this thing with a lovely little carve back into the pocket. He's going to try and sneak his way to the inside and give himself a little bit of bonus section, and he is going to unload on that thing. Calum Bruweiler, phenomenal first wave, really good surfing from him. And then in yellow, we have Denis Van Wezenberg. I'm sticking with it. And then in blue, we have Finn Spencer as we watch the end of this wave of Calum's. Oh, nice little tap at the end, and he definitely had a few little carving turns there.
Yeah, man, Calum Bruweiler is probably one of the silkiest, smoothest surfers, I think, that's out here on the coast. He is such an animal, and man, he's fine-tuned his surfing so much over the past couple of years of just like really getting his style and control down. And man, he's one of the most stylish surfers I think we have on the coast here. And he almost like mirrors a world tour surfer as his style goes. It's just so clean and crisp and smooth. And It's just so exciting to watch. He's one of the most solid all-rounded surfers I think we have out here, and and being such a young age of I believe he's 22 now, I believe.
If that?
21 maybe. But man, he's just surfing so much farther past his age, and to see him grow throughout the years, it's incredible, and going up against your uncle here with Sept Breweiler, Sept, one of the forefront
The pioneers
of this Canadian frontier of in surfing. It's incredible to see that whole family of Breweiler, the Breweiler clan, just dominate this whole scene out here for so many years. It's incredible.
Well, and there's got to be at this point about 7 or 8 different Brewweilers in the. It feels that way at least, and all of them dominating their heats. I mean, Shea Breweiler has been incredible in these first 2 days. I think he's won every heat he's been in. I mean, Aqua killed her heat. Caleb and Sepp, obviously both. So it's a very Breweiler heavy field here. And if you're looking at your heat draw and you see a Breweiler in your name, you're like, oh man, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Just every single member of that family, they just they put on a clinic in every division. And they're always the one to beat.
Oh, yeah.
And it's.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Dino. They're just such an incredible family. So really, really good stuff having both of them in this heat. I mean, they probably had a good laugh back at the old Breweiler homestead when they saw that it was uncle versus nephew. So as we go to live action, we've got our surfer in blue, Finn Spencer, got a really nice canvas. Oh, wow, with a huge turn off the top and another good hack. And this thing's going to stay open for him. Well, that is some really quality surfing.
Yeah, speaking of another family action going on there, we saw Finn Spencer and his brother surfing the previous heat there, and yeah, Finn is putting on a clinic here. There's a beautiful looking wave here. I love how he was able to load up on that power and unload on every single one of those turns. He's definitely going to be getting rewarded after that last ride for blue.
That was just some unreal surfing from our surfer in blue, Finn Spencer. It'll be really interesting to see where that scale has been set and where that's going to come in, but it will definitely drastically improve his floor line. Man, the Spencer brothers are making themselves known in this Rip Curl Pro Nationals. Like Shan told us, they've been surfing for the Sept team, but obviously they're very, very good watermen, as they seem to do it well in every board discipline, because I think both of them were in the Longboard as well. So excellent surfing there from Finn Spencer. We will update you with a score. So we're about 6 minutes in, 14 minutes to go. Currently, we've got our surfer in blue, Caleb Temple, with a 7.5, and the last of blue just dropped in with a 6.83. So Finn Spencer has jumped himself up into first place. And we've got our surfer in white, Caleb Temple, sitting on that 7.5. So he's just looking to back that up. And then we have our surfer in yellow, Denny, with a nice little left-hander, nice little hack off the top there.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Denis here surfing in this open division, but he's got a beautiful looking wave here. Being able to link it together. And we got Sepp as a little split screen action there. Answer back with some authority there. Sepp already dropped a 5.17 earlier. And we'll see what the judges score on that last
we will hear
ride there, Sepp. But all you need really is, you can link as many turns as you want, but sometimes all you need is one massive maneuver, and the judges will reward you. So we'll see what happens here as scores start to drop.
And right as we were on Denis, Sepp put together a pretty solid 2-turn combination, so that's going to really shake things up in the standings. I definitely heard a lot of oohs and ahs, and I saw the closeout turn, and it was huge. It was absolutely massive. As scores are starting to drop for the last of Sepp, it was even bigger than we thought. He's locked in an 8.17. Oh my, and I think that was about a 2-turn combo, maybe 3, but that is a huge score for Sepp Breweiler.
Yeah, Sepp kind of coming out of nowhere there, and man, ageless wonder. Sepp Breweiler still able to throw some massive scores, and it's crazy, just when you think he's out, you get him in the water, and man, he's able to just put together some some incredible performances out here. And I mean, you know, no better place to do it here at your home break here at Cox Bay. I mean, he knows this like the back of his hand. He's been in every single Rip Curl Pro event, even competed in the Coldwater Classic when we had that contest out here. And here we go, Surfer on screen, back to live action there. Surfer in white, that's Calum. Another Brew can is beautiful. He's got a little caught there at the top, but he's got tons of speed here this end section. Nice little tap off the top there. Oh, unfortunately going down to the end there. Calum already dropped a 7.50, so this is going to be a nice little backup score. He's definitely going to probably want to replace this. Unfortunately, probably not the best surfing that we've seen Calum do, but, you know, that's a score. And he's already dropped a 7.50. He's just needing a 2.66 to move up into second place. So, yeah, I mean, we touched on this a little bit earlier. You know, a score's a score, and if you can get some points on the board, you know, it doesn't really matter. You can win with a backup as a 2 or a 1, as long as you're putting scores together, and as long as you're bettering those scores as the heat goes on. It's a recipe for a W. So.
Well, generally, when you drop a 7.5 as your first score, you've got a lot of room to play with. So I'd be interested to see, because one of the things I've noticed really about Calum surfing as well is his air game. He's got that air reverse on lock. So I would love to see him get a couple of like really good turns on the outside and get one of those beautiful air reverses that he busts out. He's just got them like he literally does 5 before breakfast time, it feels like.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the, you know, Sept, Calum, and Finn, definitely no strangers to taking flight. And, yeah, you know, Calum has gotten those air reverses on lockdown. And, I mean, Sept's been doing them since the early 90s.
I think he was the first one ever to do one in Canada.
So, I mean, yeah, we'll see how if you know, the boys can throw one of these things down. It's still tons of time left here. We got 9 minutes and 39 seconds remaining.
And it somehow has gotten better and glacier in the last probably 20 minutes to half an hour.
Yeah, it's looking like the wind is kind of switched a little bit to the south. You can see on your screen there out in the horizon. It's gotten a little bit darker out there, and I think that's that weather bomb that we're supposed to be getting potentially tonight and going into tomorrow. It was originally calling for 50 to 70 mils of rain tomorrow. It's been downgraded a little bit, but yeah, you know, living on the edge out here in Tofino, it's a pretty magical place, and it's you never really know what you're gonna get.
No,
especially this time of year.
No, and if the weather decides, it will change in literally a split second. So as we head to about the 9-minute mark here of quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Pro Men's, which has been an absolute cracker. As soon as we got into the Pro Men's, it just went absolutely crazy. Just right from the outset, we had Peter lock in at 8.5, and from there it was just on.
Yeah, that last heat was pretty close. You know, Noah Cohen, man, I'm not a judge. A couple of those scores I think might have been a little low for some of those crazy turns he was linking together out there. It was pretty awesome to see the Pro Men's kind of open up with a bang there. It's just like, you know, kick back, get the feet up, and get some popcorn, because these boards are throwing down right now.
Well, and what made the last heat so challenging is that Peter just, like 1 second into the heat, threw like an 8-turn combo down. So all of a sudden, the judging scale that we'd been sitting at with the open men's just got absolutely crushed up and thrown out the window. Like you're judging a new sport at this point. So he made it much more challenging for his competitors to lock in a really good score when you drop basically a 7-turn combo right off the bat, Peter style, right? Like, what do you do, right? So
yeah, you kind of just sit back and yeah, try to take some notes and try to see if you can replicate that for your heat. I mean, he's you know, he's a seven-time champ, you know, for a reason. Every time he jumps in the water, it's just an instant favor to win this event, you know. And yeah, a lot of these guys are they're chomping at his heels, though, you know. And it's only a matter of time when that flame, you know, if it ever does, get passed to someone else.
And if we've seen anything today, I mean, Sep's got another about 5 years on Peter, and he's showing the ageless wonder. So I don't even know is just Kelly Slater is just he's the new age that people stop surfing or stop ripping at, and he's still ripping. So, remember a couple years back when Tom Curran came up for the Rip Curl Pro, and he was in his mid-50s, and he was getting the best waves.
Yeah.
So it's like, is there even an age to surfing anymore? I don't know.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what they put in the water out here in Tofino. It's just around the world. I mean, I feel like surfers in general are doing something right. Eating the right things, drinking the right stuff. I mean, I know those ice cold tasty Coronas. I know I've been known to prolong life as well. So
Fountain of youth.
I mean, I know. I feel like every time I look in the mirror after a nice big night after a couple cold Coronas, I feel like I look a little younger, which is strange.
There's got to be some science to that.
But here we go. We got 6 minutes remaining in this heat. That's quarterfinal heat number 2 of the pro men's. Man, it's been just nonstop action. Fireworks have been going off here at Cox Bay. We got Sept Breweiler still in first place with a combined total score of 13.34, and not far behind we got Calum. He's got a 12.17. He dropped to 7.50. And he's got a backup of 4.67. And Finn Spencer, I mean, he's got a pretty nice score as well. He's got a 6.83, looking to replace that 3.33. He just needs a 5.35 to move up into that second place spot to book a ticket into that semifinal. And Denis, he's going to need a big score. He needs a 9.17. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, there's tons of waves out there that are offering up very high scoring potential. So we'll see. See what happens here in the last 5 minutes of the heat.
As we count down, we are officially at the 5-minute mark here of the Breweiler race. Well, it's nice to see Finn Spencer come in here and kind of shake things up a little bit. On paper, I would have looked and been like, well, that's a 2-horse race, but Finn had an incredible little right-hander that he locked in that 6 range, so it was really good surfing from that young man. And very quality top to bottom, really, really good surfing from him, as we have one of the bigger sets of the heat here, kind of rolling through and closing out the whole lineup here. It's actually kind of gotten a lot more manageable as the day has gone on. Rather than 6 lines of whitewash, we're down to about 3 to 4 now, which is really, really nice for our competitors, because it gives them lots of chances, lots of scoring potential as we're heading kind of towards the high tide here, which for viewing pleasure can get really, really great, because all of a sudden the waves can be breaking a lot closer to shore, and it makes it really, really easy for the spectators to see all the quality waves and all the really, really good surfing. Sometimes in Cox Bay it can be a little bit of a challenge to get a good vantage point to be able to see what's going on.
Yeah, it's the conditions out here have been pretty incredible. I mean, you can't ask for better conditions. Cox Bay is probably at its all-time high right now with just epic conditions, and not much rain going on today. It's been great that the forecast has been getting pushed, so it just makes everything a little bit more enjoyable here at the beach when you can kind of see the crowds kind of fill in, and everyone being respectful with the beach, picking up all their garbage, and just being supportive and showing a ton of support and respect for all the contestants and organizers for this event. It's great when the stars align. I don't want to jinx it right now, but the stars are aligning right now with the conditions we have on offer for these pro men's. It's been unbelievable, and yeah, we've seen conditions change throughout the day. As on the lower tide, those banks were a little bit more aggressive. They had a little bit more venom getting tossed down on the beach now, and things have looking like they've kind of tamed up a bit. And man, that wind has just switched as well. It's like it's just getting better and better as the day goes out. It's incredible. And I mean, Robbie, for conditions tomorrow for finals day, I'm fired up. The wind is going straight southeast, which is exactly what you want for here at Cox Bay. If you guys know, that's blowing offshore, which is grooming up those faces and cleaning everything up and holding the faces open a little bit more open for people to kind of throw down. And what better way to close things off for finals day with perfect conditions?
Oh man, it's been fantastic, and it's very rare. I mean, I feel like we sound like a broken record here, but it's very rare you get 3 days of solid running swell, good wind, like even in the fall here, just because the weather can be so volatile here on the West Coast. But like, we have just lucked out into some incredible weather, some incredible swell. Like I was a little worried last night that it was going to get too big for here today, and that it was just going to not be contestable. And And honestly, as soon as we got down to the beach this morning, it looked better, about the same size. Oh, and we got up and riding, Surfer in white, Caleb Temple with a huge snap off the top. And another, oh my gosh.
We had a little Breweiler split peak action. We got Sept still going on this left here on his backhand. Caleb already detonated on those couple of turns there, and Sept still working on that inside. Man, what an incredible split peak action there. Here we go. Let's look at Sept's left here. Nice wrap off the top there, chucking a bunch of water there, and right back to that power source. I love how these surfers are able to get back to that power section there, and which just sets yourself up to link that wave together. I mean, we saw Caleb's wave earlier, that surfer in white. Man, incredible.
I dare say that two-turn combo of Caleb was the best two-turn combo of the competition so far. That was just so critical. Like that finishing turn, man, the judges are going to reward that big time. And that first snap was just so crisp, so clean. So incredible surfing there from Caleb Temple, Breweiler, and I dare say that might shake things up just a little bit.
Yeah, we got 40 seconds remaining left, and Sept still out in front with a 13.34. We got Caleb Temple Breweiler here with a 12.17. 30 seconds remaining. We got Finn Spencer looking for a buzzer beater here. Taking off a little bit late here, but he's got a nice open section to deal with. A nice tap off the top there. Still with a nice end section. Going for broke, unfortunately going down there on that end section. I like the way he started off this wave here, Robbie. And 5 seconds left. Unfortunately, not going to be enough for Finn Spencer.
So that is the end of Pro Men's quarterfinal heat number 2, which we still do have a couple of scores to come in for that. And we had even Caleb was doing a little bit of a victory lap there at the end, so it'll be interesting to see where that score comes in. But we still have a couple of scores to drop, but it looks like it will be Sept and Caleb moving through, as we will update you once we hear the final scores there.
Yeah, we got scores dropping here. It might be a little bit of a position change here between first and second. Yeah, Caleb Breweiler dropping, it's looking like a 7.50, moving himself up into first place and taking down that heat, taking down his uncle Sept. Oh, man. This is shades of things to come there, Robbie. This is it's going to be an exciting semifinal between all these surfers out there. It's incredible conditions and incredible surfing going down right now.
Yeah, there might be some awkward conversation at the Breweiler dinner table tonight, that's for sure, as we head into Pro Men's quarterfinal heat number 3. Our surfer in red, and we've got live action happening already, as we got Shannon Campbell Brown, the coach, who you just heard on the webcast, and he's up and he is blowing up right off the bat. Oh, wow. Wow.
There we go. Shannon Brown opening things up like a boss. Here we go. Unfortunately, just getting the end of that wave there from Shannon on the screen here. Looking super loose there, Shannon Brown. I love it, opening up there with the first minute of that heat. We'll update you as scores come in.
In red, Sept Breweiler winning that heat on his final wave there. Caleb Temple Breweiler in white. So it's Caleb Temple Breweiler.
So I got 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Still waiting to score to drop for surfer in white. That's Shannon Brown going out swinging. And I mean, we had him on earlier on the webcast here talking about what you need to get it done out there, and he mentioned multiple times that getting scores and staying busy right off the bat is starting to build that confidence, and then just start to build that house there. Here we go. We got surfer in red, Michael Darling, another threat, and trying to book his ticket onto the semifinals there. He had a beautiful wrapping cutback there, and was able to do a little check turn there. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of shut down in front of him, but staying busy there, trying to build on that on his score line here. And here we go. We got Surfer in white up and riding here. Oh, sorry, in blue. We got split screen action there. Shannon Brown on his backhand and Mitchell Coughlin on his backhand as well. Shaz still going here, linking a bunch of turns there. Looking super loose on that that board of his, and able to finish off strong there. Shannon Brown throwing it down with authority there. We'll walk through this replay here. Beautiful wrapping cutback. I love how Shannon just is able to compress there and unload all that energy there on that on those maneuvers there on that back, and the looking pretty loose there. So there we go. Surfer in white, Shannon Brown. So we're still waiting for some scores to drop here. I'll give you an update once they land here. But yeah, it's looking like Shannon Brown is staying busy. Yeah, conditions are relentless out there. Just nonstop action out here at Cox Bay. It's been a beautiful day 2 here. Here we go. We got Michael Darling up and riding on his forehand here. Beautiful wrapping cutback into that power section there. Beautiful end section there from Michael Darling. Fishing off strong there, looking sharp and trying to get his golden ticket there to move on to the semifinal. There you go, Michael Darling just unloading on that end section, giving it all he's got there and trying to let the judges know that he's here and he's here to stay. So we got some scores dropping here. So Surfer in red, Michael Darling, on his opening ride there, he dropped a 5.33, and still waiting for scores to drop there. It's really important here that the judges get the scale right. Right off the bat here, and it's looking like he's dropped a 5.90 on that second ride there. So Michael Darling with an early lead to start things off here in this quarterfinal heat number 3. And here we go. A couple of scores there from Shannon Brown, dropping a 4.50 on his opening ride, and backing that up with a 7.00. Shannon Brown moving straight up into first place with a heat total score of 11.50. And last of blue there, Mitchell Coughlin with a 1.00. Still waiting for a second score to drop. So currently with 15 minutes remaining, Shannon with an early lead with 11.50. Yeah, it's been nonstop today here. Beautiful conditions here at Cox Bay. The wind is starting to switch, blowing straight southeast now. Starting to groom these faces up for the competitors there. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in. It's been a pretty awesome day 2 here. We started off a little bit of drama this morning, a little fog delay, and had to put the contest on hold for a couple hours, but now we're back. And it looks like we're rolling strong. Maybe that fog bank is still out the back there, and hopefully it holds for the rest of the day. I just want to thank all the support from our premier sponsors, Rip Curl Canada. You can give them a follow there at Rip Curl on Instagram. The official apparel wetsuit partner of Canada's national team and title sponsor of the Surf Nationals. And here we go. We got Surfer up and riding. Surfer in red. That's Michael Darling. A couple of nice wrapping cutbacks there. Looking for this end section to stand out there. Doesn't like what he sees. Here we go. We got Michael Darling. A couple of nice opening rides there. Unfortunately, this wave not the biggest wave of the set. And yeah, I just want to keep going down that sponsor list. I want to thank Red Bull Canada, the official energy drink of Surf Canada, and the presenting sponsor of the Nationals. I want to thank Corona Canada as well. official beer of Surf Canada, co-presenting sponsor for the Surf Nationals. Island Savings, again, the official financial service provider of Surf Canada Nationals. Mill Bay Marine Group. And I want to thank Yeti for supplying all the athletes and support staff here with Yeti gear and being a major support over the years. So thanks again to all those major sponsors there. Want to give a big shout out to the District of Tofino and Tourism Tofino as well. The District of Ucluelet and Tourism Ucluelet as well. The support over the years. I know we threw a bit of a wrench in the system here, just due to the global pandemic, and we weren't able to get the job done in the national park. But Tofino opened the doors, and we were able to throw the contest here at Tofino. The show goes on, and it's great to see everyone back here on the beach together again, with smiles on their faces. It's the beauty of sport, bringing everyone together and upping the vibe a little bit here the past couple of years. So, and again, just want to thank the government of Canada for the continued support with Surf Canada, and with our end goal is trying to get one of our athletes in the Olympics for next time around. So, again, this is it's all building blocks in trying to get Canadian surfing where it should be on the map worldwide. So we got 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Ocean hasn't calmed down at all. It's been nonstop action out there. Surfer in red, that's Michael Darling, still out up front there with 11.40. Had a couple of nice waves at the start there, and got himself in a nice position currently. Still quite a bit of time left. But man, look at this, just sets rolling into Cox Bay.
Then it looks like we'll definitely have time to go into pro women's, as long as the Fox stays offshore. It looks like it is. With small potential to put in the U18 boys. Probably not. But they're on standby. Pro women semifinals and U18 boys semifinals on standby for the day, every day. Those are some of the best laps I have seen in years. So, quarterfinal number 3.
So we got about 10 minutes remaining left. And quarterfinal heat number 3 of the pro men's.
10 minutes on the clock. Surfers in
Michael Darling opening up with a couple of bombs there.
Go ahead and paddle out. Surfers in quarterfinal heat number 2.
Dropping a 6.07 and a 5.33. And then Shannon Brown not far behind. Shannon just chasing a 4.57 to move up into first place. Shannon dropped a 6.83 and a 4.50. You can see there with a combined heat total score of 11.33 with 9 minutes remaining. So still tons of time on the clock, and there's a ton of waves just funneling in here to Cox Bay. Just hasn't turned off. It's just great to see, when the contest dates are set and seeing everything come to action here.
9 minutes remaining. Mitchell Coughlin in blue looking for a 5.84 to take that second spot away from Shannon Brown, who currently owns it. Shannon Brown needs a 4.57 to take over first from Michael Darling, who's got his low score is a 5.33 and his high score is a 6.07. 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. TJ Atwood's going to need a couple of scores for an 11.34, so a couple of sixes and he's in the game.
So we got 8 minutes remaining. Still waiting for TJ Atwood to get on the board here. He's looking for a scorer here. Staying pretty quiet, being pretty selective there with Shannon wants a time.
Time check. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. 7:50.
We've got 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. On your screen there, you can still see the sets rolling in. I got sets approaching out the back there. Let's see if any of these guys could be in position for them. Michael Darling, Tofino still out in front there with an 11.40. Shannon Brown not far behind with 11.33. Mitchell Coughlin with a 6.83 and still waiting for a score to drop for TJ Atwood. That surfer in yellow. And man, look at these sets roll at the back there. I think everyone's going to be wearing this one on the head. Just non-stop action here down here at Cox Bay.
And there's a third wave in this set. I think they're all taking it on the head.
There's still tons of time left. 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Still waiting for.
He started off with a flurry of activity. Kind of gone a little quiet. Surfers repositioning.
Yeah, I got 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here, and joining me up in the booth here, you got Pete DeVries. Pete, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, great. It's been an awesome day too. Waves. I mean, I can't complain with the waves, and the weather has been great, and it's great to see the beach full again with everyone smiling and having a good time.
Yeah, it's super fun to be back at the beach and doing an event like this. Yeah, the waves have come to play, that's for sure. It's definitely tricky out there. I just got out of the water, and really hard to position yourself and put yourself in the right spot, especially for those bigger set waves. But yeah, really nice conditions. When you get an open face one, it's super smooth and really fun. So yeah, can't complain.
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to watch here from the beach, and yeah, we've seen those bigger sets come out and come to play. Has that play a factor in anything going on out there with condition-wise? It was tough to, do you sit outside and wait for those bomb sets? You sit inside and pick off the smaller ones? It's 20 minutes has definitely got to play a little bit of a factor in decision making.
I mean, it just depends on your strategy and what you kind of go into the heat thinking. For me, I kind of wanted to start with a bigger one, which I lucked into a great wave right off the bat. And then I was kind of a little bit in between minds because there was some lulls. So I was like, oh, I should get a backup. You should, get the ball rolling, and caught a couple of closeouts and ended up not finding another really good wave. So it is very tricky. I think judging by that last heat, Sept and Caleb both caught insiders as their good scoring waves. So the judges really are rewarding just good surfing. It doesn't matter if you're on the biggest set wave or if you're on an insider that gets steep. The judges really like just good surfing. So.
Yeah, it's been nothing but pretty much fireworks the last couple of heats of the pro men's. And I mean, Pete, it's been a couple of years putting a jersey back on. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt kind of weird, honestly. Yeah, it's just here goes Shannon. Look at this thing. Beautiful wave.
Oh,
yeah, just absolutely ripping this thing. Oh, Coach didn't get low. Man. That is surprising right there. I'd say that's a very uncharacteristic mistake for Shannon.
Yeah, you opened this wave up pretty nice with a beautiful opening turn there, but
he's usually just money on those. That backside snap is his kind of bread and butter on the backhand, and you rarely see him fall on that. Oh,
here we go. We got a couple of waves coming here. We got Surfer in blue, Mitchell Coughlin.
Yeah,
a couple of nice turns on his backhand there. Oh, a nice little jab there.
Wow, that's going to be a really good score there. He's continuing it. Looks like it's going all the way to the inside on this thing. And let's see him finish it. Oh, a little rough on the finish, but I think the work was pretty well done on that one.
Yeah, the damage looked like it was done right at the start there here, walking back through the replay here. A couple of nice little turns there. It was a little bit of a smaller wave there, Pete, but
Yeah, I feel like he started out strong. There was nothing extremely explosive, but he got some really nice, consistent quality work, just kind of stock standard solid surfing. So I would think that's going to be a pretty decent score somewhere. I don't know what they're judging in this heat, but maybe around a 7 Ranger.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes in there. It was a bit of a sleeper heat there for a bit, and I mean, we had a couple of scores in from Shaz with taking the heat lead here with a 6.83 and a 6.00, and Darling not too far behind.
Yeah, that could push Mitchell up into second. That was a pretty good wave, so we'll see.
Yeah, this could be interesting here. You know, obviously when you look at the on paper, you know, Shannon Brown, Mark Darnley definitely stand out. You know, making the finals in years past here during the Rip Curl Pro, but it's nothing better than a little bit of an upset in the making. You know, and you can see a lot of these guys up and coming and trying to take down the more veteran kind of name surfers out here. It's pretty cool to watch, and we were touching on this earlier, but just over the years of just the amount of competitors that are signing up here.
Come on, nail it. Here we go.
Oh,
it's
Michael
coming around.
Darling.
This is a nice looking wave. It's going to run all the way through. He's just got to get a finish here, and then he's well on his way. Oh, nice float. Would have liked him to see him go a little stronger on that finishing turn, but
yeah,
the first turn was beautiful.
You could see he almost was setting up for something big with that wave. A little bit of chop, I guess, with all that whitewash and foam on the face there. But
yeah, it was kind of frothy there. So tricky to read those lips on the inside too, especially after a big set like this. There's not a lot of projection off the lip when you get into that whitewater zone. So if you try and hit it too hard, your board just absorbs into it and you fall out the back. So I think he knew he's onto a good score, so he just kind of went a little safe. I still think looking at that wave compared to Mitchell's wave, it was so much bigger. He took off on the outside on the peak, and it was just way more substantial.
Yeah, a lot more critical, getting himself into those critical sections, and that's where those big scores come into play, you know, when you're really committing yourself, you know. And you know, 20 minutes can sometimes feel like nothing, and sometimes can feel like a lot, depending on how your heat's going for you. But yeah, you know, you got to think you got 20 minutes. Go for broke, especially in the quarterfinals, trying to book your ticket on. So
yeah, it's you know, if you start out good, 20 minutes can feel long, but if you're coming from behind, it goes by really, really quickly. Especially, you know, 20 minutes at Cox Bay, anything can happen. Anybody can get a good one. Oh, look at Shannon here. This is a beautiful wave. If he can get 2 in, he's on to a huge score. Oh, beauty flow.
Shannon Brown, right at the dying seconds here of this quarterfinal heat. Coming out swinging there, probably a little frustrated on that last wave when he fell and going for broke on this last section here.
Yeah, what a great wave. That was a beautiful section. Nice flow. I still would have liked to see him tag that at the end, but I'm sure that, you know, kept him in first place.
There we go. That was a countdown to heat number 3. Shannon Brown throwing down some last-second heroics there, and thanks, Pete, for joining there for a real quick in-and-out cameo, and then nice little pleasant surprise here to back things up. Here we got Cohen's Corner. Check him out on Instagram, Hunt Golden at Cohen's Corner. Noah, how you doing, buddy?
Really good. You know, good to see you. Good to see you. That's the first time I've even said hello to you. I had to come to the booth to do it.
Let's bring it in, buddy.
Yeah, big hug. There we go.
Yeah. How's it been? How's it feel to be back?
It's great. It's like the perfect time to do it too, because everyone's kind of all in one spot, and I get to do all my high fives and my hellos in one go, and I don't have to stress out about trying to schedule in all the visits, you know. And yeah, it's just kind of like you come to the beach, we get to say hi. If you don't, we don't. And yeah, it's great.
So you just came in off your quarterfinal heat there. in heat number 1 there, going up against Pete and the boys there. How did it play out for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tricky. There's good waves out there, but they're really hard to come by. And it was actually funny. Pete and I paddled out and kind of were side by side the whole way out. And as we got out the back, there was a couple sets coming through, and there's these rights at the north end of the zone, and I was like, shit, I really shouldn't let him have the inside. I was like looking at him, and I was just like, I should really make him work for the inside right now and hustle a little bit. And I just was, I was lazy and I was tired, really tired. I was like, I can't do it. I'll just let him have it. And like the minute they blew the horn, he got an 8-5 on this perfect right. And I was like, I should have at least made him, challenged him. Because it was just a classic Pete scenario. And I feel like that's been the story of my life, competing against Peter. Just cruise. And then he drops like a 20-point.
You can almost write a book about those classic Pete scenarios.
He's just got, you can't even call it luck anymore because he does it every time. You're like, he's clearly doing something bigger than luck. But good work on that one. And to be honest, I think he struggled after that 8-5. He didn't really find much. And that just goes to show, if he's putting up 3s and keeping them or 3-5s or whatever, it's a hard time out there. So, I snuck through in second, so it was nice to at least get through one.
Yeah, I mean, after watching that heat there, I was kind of sitting back and trying to critique every single wave and see what the judges were throwing down. And I feel there's a little bit of an underscoring there going on there for you there, Noah. There was a couple of scores where I was like,
Do you know what's funny? Like 8 people have told me that. Like I'm going to be all pissed or like rah, rah, rah. And I was like, whatever. I mean, it's all good. But it's hard. It's hard to compare because you have these longer, flatter, slopier waves. And I think Jeff had a longer right where it's like put maybe more turns up, but they're softer. And then you have like a one big hitter, and it's not always the easiest thing to compare. And I've judged enough heats to know it can be challenging. So
totally.
I mean, as long as the end result feels right, I have no qualms.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty great when you can, when we set the contest dates and then everything lines up, and if things have been lining up today, swell-wise and weather-wise, it's been crazy. And, like, just when you think Cox Bay kind of goes a little quiet there, you see these bomb sets roll through, and you're like, uh-oh, hold on.
And to be honest, if anything, it's too big. Like, I would, in an ideal scenario, if I were to choose conditions, I'd say, if the mid-size sets were the biggest waves of the day and the big ones would just disappear, then we'd be in for classic, like, good Cox. Here we go. Here's my guy, my team boy. He's not
Rito.
doing what he's supposed to do. Right
Rito
now.
Toledo.
Yeah, it's been cool. I get to run the ship for Reed Matea in a work sense now, which is he went from being one of my really close friends that I surfed with every day to now I'm like essentially his boss.
Boss man.
So, yeah, it's a cool new relationship, and he's taken his surfing to a crazy level in the last 12 months. So
I wanted to kind of touch on that. How has that shift been? We'll go to live action here. Wave kind of going out in front. How's that shift been, the mentality-wise of like, spending your whole pretty much life since you were a child of just kind of solely focused on surfing and chasing waves, to now running the show for all these the young kids coming up there. We got Surfer and Yellow there, Wheeler just throwing it down there. But how's the shift been?
It's been really cool. It's been fun. Yeah, you're obviously like your personal interests definitely take a backseat to kind of what's best for the kids, and it felt like for me it was time too. Where I was at it, not to say that I wasn't enjoying what I was doing, which was going surfing every day, but I don't know. There's a certain fulfillment that you get when you're sharing knowledge and helping others, and like for me, I get to not only like give surf knowledge to kids, but like really trying to help them become essentially better humans and better people as they grow. And there's just I don't know. There's a feeling that's really cool about being able to do that, and especially when you have this really eager to learn. Hungry for knowledge and just really happy to like be in that situation type kids. Like it's like being a teacher out of school, but every kid really wants to learn, and they're all super inquisitive and just kind of chomping at the bit to take what you can give them.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
We're almost in a day and age where like talent can only take you so far, and if the way you portray yourself in and out of the water, that's kind of something to build on, is
for
what
sure.
people want to see.
And I look at it a lot now too, because I'm in a position where I'm selecting team athletes and, you know, not necessarily. Yeah, I hope I don't have to cut riders too often, but yeah, you're essentially making those decisions, and there's so many talented kids that there's a lot of other variables that you take into account when you're selecting team riders, and the surfing obviously is kind of paramount focus, but their personality. I mean, with the Groms, it's like, how are their parents? There's so many other things that you want, and when you find those modest and hardworking and just amazing people that go along with that surf talent, that's when you get really excited as a team manager. And I think already the guy has succeeded down in California, Matt Myers. He's done such a great job of building this family of athletes and parents that really, they're all just awesome. Like they're such a pleasure to get to know, and I feel like it's like been this really seamless, easy fit with so many of them, and that's a testament to how he ran the program for the last 10 years, and definitely hats off. And I'm just trying to like kind of take what he's taught me.
I couldn't think of a better person to kind of fill those shoes. You know, it's
you've
based your life off being a good person and a good surfer and just a great mentor for so many people out on the West Coast here, and not just up in Canada, but kind of, you know, North America, worldwide, with people you've, you know, met and come across and cross paths. You know, it's just, you know, it's a perfect fit. And I'm sure the boys down south. I mean, it was tough to hear the news that we were losing our boy down south, and
yeah, it was hard.
He's going to rep in the red, white, and blue, you know.
Yeah, it was hard this summer looking at all the stuff on Instagram and missing home for sure and missing my friends. But at the same time, it's been such an exciting new chapter, and the personal challenges and just everything that comes along with it. You know, it was an amazing year to work for Rip Curl with the WSL finals in our hometown in San Clemente, with Gabe winning the world title right in our backyard. Like,
man, 3 out of the 5 finalists.
And 3 out of the 5 male finalists, yeah. So just to get to build relationships with guys like Connor and Morgan and Gabe and Mick and the women as well. You know, spending time with Bethany and Brisa and Alyssa, and there's just such an epic roster of humans. You know, not only good surfer but a really good human. So I've just been like blown away. I actually have these moments where I sit and I'm just like, how did this happen? You know, it was not in the plan at all. So it is really, really special, and I'm super, super thankful for Rip Curl and just all the opportunities that they've given me throughout the years as a surfer, and now as a team and events manager. I'm forever grateful to them for sure. And you know, this event single-handedly. Oh, here we go. We got my guy here floating around. Can he get around this section? He's a little stuck and gets to late Rio, but I kind of could have maybe squeezed some more out of that thing.
Yeah,
have a talk.
Little post-heat talk here for Reed, but yeah, this is one of the kids that I swear every time I flip open my Instagram,
he grows a foot.
He grows a foot, and man, he's just more. Every single year, he's more exciting to watch. You know, just the way he can move and what he does out in the water there. It's incredible to see what he's doing at, like, how old's the kid now?
I think he's
18?
only 17.
17?
Yeah, his size is misleading, but
it's insane.
In yellow, we got Wheeler. This is a bit of his rival down in California.
Oh yeah, Wheeler Hasbro.
A couple of good rips right there. The finish. Ooh, a spicy little back leg stinger right there. Wheeler's sneaky. I see him at Prime events and NSSAs in California, and he has these, like, watch the spice he brings this last turn. Kicks that back leg out, gets the fins up. Like, he really does a good job of kind of punctuating those finish turns, especially backhand too. His backhand is lethal. So that's going to be a number for Wheeler. He's going to strengthen the lead right there.
They got to be around the same age as well there. Wheeler,
I believe so. I think
Reed.
Wheeler might be a year younger, but I'm not 100% sure. But he's a Canadian residing in the States, so I kind of made a mental note of him when I moved down, and I see him at all the events. It's really cool to watch him.
Just they're pulling all the good boys south, you know.
Slowly but surely.
And girls and everything.
It's you know, the warm weather, the in and out.
The in and out. That's got to be a. Yeah,
I haven't been dabbling too much.
Seller.
I'm more of a sucker for Mexican food, honestly. They got such good stuff in San Clemente. I'm just like, there's like 2 restaurants. So I'm just like, well, I guess we're going here again. Can't get past them. Got a couple sets coming through. Looks like Reed's maybe having a look at this thing.
Yeah, here we go. We got 12 minutes left in this heat. Here we got Wheeler out in front.
Reed's looking a little off, a little late on that first hit, and then got caught behind. But
Yeah, it's pretty unfamiliar territory for Reed, sitting in only with a 5.93. I know during that hometown showdown we had what was it, last fall, I believe.
Oh, I didn't forget.
He came out swinging. He was looking like, who is this guy? You know. And, so yeah, Reed. You know, there's still tons of time left, but it's. You know, we were talking to Shannon a little bit earlier on the webcast, and just talking about, you know, getting a bunch of scores early and building that confidence and that kind of, you know, building off that foundation to kind of roll the heat along, you know. And man, it's got to be a little frustrating there when things aren't going your way, and, you know, watching, just looking at the time, kind of.
Yeah, you feel like it's just ticking by so fast, and I can speak from experience. Like, I know that feeling of just wanting to get that first number on the board, and it really can settle you down. I think the true testament to those good competitors is, you know, can you sit through a first 10 minutes of a heat like this without a number on the board and still turn it around and kind of buckle up and get it done? And that's what, you know, that's what separates the good competitors from the great competitors. And Reed's usually got a great headspace going into heats. I don't think he's probably feeling too much pressure in this one. And he really just needs to find a wave that opens up, and I'm sure he'll turn the ship around. But he's been free serving so well that you just kind of anticipate some big scores right off the bat, and he hasn't really found one yet.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 minutes remaining, we still who else is on the way? We got Fraser Mayer that's in white there, and we got Robbie Elliott.
Dude, he took a break from the microphone.
Stepping up and heading out into the pro men's division. I love it.
Robbie's the guy in charge of keeping all our national team fit and healthy, too. So he's probably going, shit, I should have been feeding him in and out. Should have been on the burger and fry diet.
Oh, man.
Could have won this one.
Yeah,
sharing his tips, his health tips.
Just an animal, Robbie Elliott.
Yeah, he is a beast. His mentality is so cool. Like, he's
one of the most positive human beings I think I've ever kind of been around throughout my years here, just being on the West Coast. He's just, you know, when he was back in the day, when he's, you know, see him on the line at Shelter there, he'd walk in and just sit, you know, high-fiving, yelling at the boys as he come in, and yeah, he's just always positive. And then, you know, now taking the reins there at the gym, and
little known fact about Robbie Elliott, his first big Tofino break came, I think he was a line cook maybe at Long Beach Lodge. This was probably like early 2000s, and he wrote a letter into Trans World Surf about Pete DeVries, and it got published, and that was how I came to know Robbie Elliott. Yeah, it was a bit of like a kind of, you know, a fanning letter to Pete. That was back in the day when people actually wrote letters to magazines, so dating all of us a little bit. But
letters.
I remember being like, who's Robbie Elliott? And I got to know him, and I was like, man, this guy is so genuinely stoked. A, for life, B, for surfing, C, for everyone else.
Yeah.
Really just a great dude. And yeah, he's taken the reins on the national team training program and nutrition and done a really, really good job. As we got Yellow looking at the left.
Here we go, Wheeler.
Oh, Wheeler. Show us that backhand I was claiming. The guy's kicking out. I think I've got to be nicer on this microphone here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on here. He had a beautiful little opening section there, and
maybe just a little late and decided to get out of there. I mean, he's got 2 numbers. He's probably thinking, hey, I'm not going to better my scores. Get out of there and get back and make sure the other boys don't get anything on the board.
Yeah, he's got a pretty comfortable lead there. Reed, you know, looks like the ocean's kind of gotten a little flat out there, but I mean, look at these. You still see these sets rolling through. There's still tons of face and potential scoring rides here. We got Surfer in white down the beach there. That's Fraser looking for something here.
Late climb goes down. Yeah, it's just really, you sit up here, especially from the vantage in the tower, and you see all these peaks and corners, and it looks so fun, but there's this crazy depth of the playing field where the big sets break way out the back and kind of a lot of them are closeouts, and then the little ones wait so long to the inside. So it's really hard to find where you want to sit. Not left to right, but in and out. There's probably about 100 yards. Sorry, meters. I'm back in the northern hemisphere, north of the border here, so I better adjust.
Yeah, no, we have a kind of a different vantage point up here. You know, the bird's eye view. It's like everything looks so sick from up here, and then, you know, even just going down the tower, going to beach level, you're like, oh, yeah, it does look a lot harder than it looks from up here.
You got Reed having a look at a left. Whoa, that was running away. So, yeah, he's still going to be looking for a bit of a score. He's sitting pretty comfortably in second. There hasn't really been a lot ridden other than Wheeler's 2 scores, but There's our boy, Robbie. Oh, he just jumps from the top rope. That was amazing.
Robbie.
And Fraser with a big crack down the way.
Oh, there we go.
That was a solid move for Fraser. That'll be his best number of the heat for sure. I was just loving Robbie's dismount. Your heat leader.
I just love how Robbie's just, been up here in the mic crushed it all day by himself yesterday and killing it today. And then he just decided to go surf a heat just because they needed someone to fill a spot.
That was probably the most fun one that ever has happened. Just a straight head dive from the top ropes for a 1.0. We're going to have a good conversation about that after, at least. The entertainment, if nothing else.
So what's Reed looking at? Reed's sitting in second. He's looking for a 5.58. We have 5 minutes left.
He just, like I said, I mean, he's not having that rough of a heat, but just for his standards, I'm sure he would have been hoping to put a bigger number on the board. And like I said, he's been surfing so damn well that you just come to expect 8s all day from the boy. So hopefully we can just find some face and open up on one and do what he's capable of.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I guess having a contest at a beach break, it can go really, really well for you, or it can go really, really, not so well for you, because it's all about positioning, and we've seen all day as the tide's kind of gone out and come in. All the banks are kind of working their own little way on you, so it's hard. It's tricky to understand kind of where to sit, and sometimes you can have a heat where it's just constant bomb sets. You can have a heat where it's like gone a little flat, but
no, it's a straight hander too. Yeah, it like you said, it really has changed throughout the day a fair bit, and it's a lot trickier than it looks. Like I said, I've gone out a couple times too, and yeah, you can just get lost. 20 minutes goes by real quick, and you can just get lost and not find corners, and it can be definitely detrimental to the top seeds. There's room for upsets if you're on the right waves, and there's a little bit of skill and a little bit of luck, and just making sure you don't blow those moments when you get the opportunities. Like if you're finding a corner and there's opportunity to do 2 or 3 turns, you got to make sure you don't miss and you put the number down, because you might not get another chance in a short heat like 20 minutes. So
totally. Here we got Wheeler down the beach, looking at this left.
There's the backhand
off the top
There's
there.
the backhand.
Wheeler Hasberg.
Wow.
Man, he's already dropped to 6.00. He's got a backup of a 4. Man.
I haven't been glued to it, but that was maybe my favorite one move that I've seen. Seriously.
It's got to be one of the higher one maneuver waves we've seen today.
That was a big section too. Attack mode.
Just to see that end section kind of like open up and kind of flex its teeth there as it closed out there. That was pretty gnarly there from Wheeler.
Dude, wow. I'm speechless.
It's pretty impressive, man. It's really exciting to watch. Like, yeah, it's from up here it doesn't look that big, but I mean, as that thing came down, it was definitely overhead plus on that closeout there. So damn, Wheeler definitely gonna get a good score there. I mean, he already got a 6.0 as his main score. It's looking like
that's gonna go higher probably. Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 7.17.
Numbers dropping 7.17 for that one single move. So the judges appreciated that. You're not really gonna see a whole lot higher for a one-hit wave. So unless you see a crazy aerial, that's a giant score for one turn. So the judges appreciating the critical nature of that and the commitment and obviously the controlled landing too. That was just bolts.
Yeah, it was pretty smart surfing there from Wheeler. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome to see Wheeler back up here. It's been a while. I mean, it's been a few years since we ran the Rip Curl Pro, but I think it's been a couple of years as well since Wheeler's been up here.
Yeah, it would have been because we had the hometown showdown last year mid-COVID. As we have a split of the peak, Wheeler going left with a nice crack, and Fraser hooking on it right, and then we got split of the peak again on the back. Got Reed, Wheeler with a little tap. Reed coming out this end section, a big finish. Compresses through the landing. So
Wheeler's still on the inside.
Boom. Well, all sorts of action at once. But I think we're going to see Reed put probably his stronger number
Yeah, Reed
On
had a
the
nice
board.
wave here. Man, the thing just kept opening up for him, this end section.
Dealt with that froth really well, too. That was a tricky section. He got high and timed it really well with some solid spray. So that's going to be a good score for Reed. And then Wheeler as well, just on one out there. I think Reed was claiming Wheeler was his dark horse pick for this event. So he was not wrong. He's probably seen more Wheeler than any of us have, and definitely was taking note.
Yeah, I've been following Wheeler on the old gram there, and just seeing the progression that that's happened over the years. Man, it's crazy to see that some of these young kids that were in the U16, U18 division now in the pro, and they're like
taking it to
them, and they're like no strangers. They're like, man, I feel like they've been here in this pro division for a couple of years now. It's awesome.
And I think with a kid like Wheeler too, he's competing so often down in the States, and putting on a jersey is a very almost weekly occurrence. Whereas the kids up here and the men up here, even the Peters and the Septs and the Calums, they're not really competing outside of this event. So there's a bit of nervousness, and there's a bit of newness when you don't compete all the time. So you're going to see a difference with someone like Wheeler who's always competing.
Yeah, that's definitely a major factor. Hey, with just the lack of competition. I mean, the Rip Curl has been it's pretty much like Sunday Mass here, up in Tofino. Just the staple contest for so many years running. It's awesome to see so much support from a title sponsor throughout the years. Even during the thick of things. Just of what's happened the past couple of years, and being able to make it happen this year, it's awesome. It's awesome bringing 100%. Everyone together again.
It's so important I know the Rip Curl Canada crew takes a lot of pride in this event, and they still managed to throw one last year during the thick of COVID. So I think it speaks volumes to their dedication about just making sure surfing in Canada has a home and a foundation to build upon, and they've been, just absolutely instrumental in doing that. So it's really it's cool to be on the other end of it. Obviously as a rider, I felt a lot of pride for what Rip Curl does, but now even more so as an employee.
Yeah.
I see how much everyone just loves surfing and cares about, whether it's down there or up here, cares about community and cares about the growth of local surfers and surf talent. So yeah, it's special. And with that, we have the end of the heat. Wheeler. Yeah.
Yeah, looking like he took that one down there. Let's see if we get some final scores there. Yeah, Wheeler taking that one down in the heat for the quarterfinal men's pro, 14.67. Reed in second place.
Reed dropping an 8 at the end there, so he clawed his way back, but still left needing a 6.67 to take over for Wheeler.
Yeah, we'll see Reed and Wheeler on to the next into the semifinal. Unfortunately, Fraser and Robbie gonna have to wait till next year to bring it again. But it was pretty good surfing from all those guys. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see those top two surfers moving on to the semifinal. But no, unfortunately, you got a lot of things to do here, buddy. But thanks for joining me on the webcast. We'll probably get you back up here soon. But it's great to see you, buddy.
Yeah,
it's great to have you back.
Brendan, thank you. And yeah, super stoked to make it in, and yeah, just happy to be back for the Rip Curl Pro Nationals. It feels like the perfect homecoming for my first trip back. So thank you guys, and yeah, just stoked to see a good event and some good surfing.
Yeah, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks for everyone tuning in there. Watching the pro men's here. We've moved on to the longboard men's semifinal. Heat number 1, we got out in the water David Tofino wearing red in white. Jeffrey Spencer doing double duty today. He'd surfed in the pro men's event or heat, sorry, a few heats ago. Surfer in yellow, we got Kevin Eckert, and surfer in blue, Jacob Busey. Or Busey, sorry. Yeah, you guys tuning in there. We just had North America team manager and event manager Noah Cohen there on the webcast, and just before that we had local legend and pride and joy of Tofino, Peter DeVries, joining up on the webcast here, sharing some of their local knowledge and helping the boys out here in the webcast. It was great to see. Great to see them up on the mic here and getting them involved. We got longboard semifinal heat number 1. We got 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and we got beautiful conditions here for these longboarders. It's definitely it's pretty sizable conditions out there. We got current position David in red there, sitting out in front there with 3.77, and Kevin with 3.33. And here we go. We got surfer in yellow having a look at this one. That's Kevin Eckert. Not really seeing anything on that one, and both riders kicking out there. We got 16 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in longboard men's semifinal. Top 2 surfers advance. Unfortunately, bottom 2 surfers are going to have to wait till next year to throw down. And the one and only Shannon Brown joining me on the webcast here. Shaz, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, mate.
How'd that heat go?
It went well in the end, I guess, yeah. Did a little practice what I preach, got a couple quick ones, and then finished with a bit of a bang.
Yeah, we had Pete on the webcast here.
Talking smack?
Talking smack in your heat there. And
yeah, I copped an earful when I got down there, falling on that second turn on what should have been the heat winning wave. But that's okay. I talked smack back because he caught some big waves too.
W's a W. Man,
right.
those later heats are
going
to be pretty spicy, man, with everyone moving on here. We got surfer up and riding here. We got Jeffrey Spencer doing double duty.
Oh, J-Spen.
Whoa, man, just a waterman, eh? It's crazy. These guys do it all. Foil, sup, longboard, shortboard.
They
animals.
I mean, they do sup racing as well and downwind racing too. Jeff actually represented us in the race at the Pan Am trials a couple of years ago and kind of dominated. Guys does everything, like you said. He's the man.
He's the man.
He's still just a boy, but he's the man.
Yeah.
Those kids are so fit, it's ridiculous. Which I keep looking at this paddle out, just thinking I have to do this again. I've got to run out of steam.
Yeah, you know,
about 8 more coffees.
Having this bird's eye view, you know, it's like it looks great. You just up above, high above, waves look
up above
awesome,
the world so high,
and then you get down to beach level, and you're like, oh
all
yeah,
you see
wow,
is whitewash.
it is massive.
When you're paddling out, all you see is whitewash. You just keep coming up, and there it is.
Here we go. We got surfer in red up and riding, David Schiaffino.
Chivy. Sky Rips, the longboard,
Yes,
man.
cruising.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? That was sick. Going for it.
Man. Tucking into a little cover up there. Clamping down on him. Unfortunately,
I mean, David's
but man.
kind of a do-it-all guy too. I mean, at least double duties with the shortboard and longboard, because he shreds on a shortboard just as hard as he does on longboard. But he can also, you know, twinkle toes, get to the nose.
So, is there any standout here in the longboard division there, Shaz? You think
Well,
is the kind of the man to
be
beat?
honest, I think David is the man to beat. I think he might be the current national champion too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Someone's going to have to fact check me on that one.
No, I thought last Rip Curl Pro a couple of years ago, David took it down because I remember this actually, because over at Shelter Club there was a trivia about who won the longboard division. No one got it, and
You didn't get it either?
I got it, and I won a bottle of rum. So I remember it exactly. So it was.
We'll never forget that.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. It was great. Nice 25-year-old aged rum, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it was enjoyed, but didn't last long.
Yeah. Don't remember what happened.
Don't remember what
the
happened.
Bottle's empty.
Yeah.
Here goes David again. This thing's a bit stretched out. I don't know if he's going to be able to get around it. Oh. Wow. I mean, you can't see it on the screen. The wave behind it is a great train.
This is a
Oh
screamer.
my. I tell you what, I couldn't see that wave when I was out there. I don't know where that was.
Oh,
or where I was.
Surfer in yellow there, Kevin Eckert having a look at it. Oh,
Hey, that's a replay.
That's a replay there.
Yeah, we're talking live. Webcast is seeing replays. How sick is this webcast, though?
It's awesome what Sport Canada's been able to do over the years, and bringing this to you guys' living room on the webcast. It's it's awesome. It's gotten better every single year, and it's just great to, if you can't make it out to Tofino with work obligations or life obligations, and just being able to tune it in either at work or at home. It's a nice little addition to the Rip Curl Pro and all the other contests that have been going on out here. So, yeah, thanks to Sport Canada for putting in the long hours and dealing with all of our stuff down here at the beach.
Category stuff. It covers a lot of things.
Covers a lot of things. Yeah.
Whoa.
We could go into detail about that if you really wanted to, but I mean,
but we don't.
We don't really want to. Oh yeah, here we go. Semifinal. It's a pretty, man, it's got to be pretty tough conditions there when you get one of these waves there. It's on a longboard and just paddling through these walls. There are lines of whitewash.
Flying, going so fast.
Man.
Faster than you're supposed to.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. A lot of work, not just paddling out there, but also longboarding, man. It's
Well, I just feel for the guys trying to get back out through a big set. Just turtle rolling.
Yeah.
Eskimo roll for the Aussies, I think. It's been so long since I lived in Oz.
I know, it's
forget
great.
all these.
We've
leggy.
We were just talking when Noah was on the webcast. A lot of the boys are getting drafted down south, but we drafted a legend from down south to come up north.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And it's been great. It's been great knowing you. Had some good times.
Man.
Still having good times.
Remember some of it. Keep winning trivia and just getting bottles of ramen.
Yeah, the rest is history.
They had to have been good times, though.
Oh, yeah.
The bottle was empty.
Yeah. Yeah, so, man, it's a... Yeah, it's a
split screen. We'll get paddle battle.
Yeah, it's been a pretty little dramatic day here. We started off with a pretty massive fog delay. We're going to be kind of pushing these heats into the later part of the day just to kind of make up for lost time. We had a fog delay for, 2-3 hours?
Yeah, it was a long time.
I mean, nothing that we can do. Unfortunately, if you can't see the surfers, you can't give them a score, and would be unfair to run a contest when you can't see them. So we had to go on hold.
Guesstimate. I think that was purple.
Yeah. But, yeah, thanks to everyone for tuning in and bearing with us and, showing everyone some support. It's pretty awesome to see the beach full again. It's been a while.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's been a tough
crazy couple of years.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Don't have to go into detail about it. I'm sure everyone goes into detail about it already. It's just nice to see everyone together again, smiling and supporting all the surfers and just supporting the sport of surfing here in Canada and all the work that goes into
these
it.
Events, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's hard to believe it's been 2 years.
Yeah, that's
since
crazy.
the last Rip Curl Pro Tofino.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just turned into straight nationals and moved down to Yuki, down to Wick in the parks.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thanks for on short notice there, the District of Tofino and Tourism Tofino for letting us cause havoc here at Cox Bay.
Well, you know, these days the beach is pretty similar to this day in, day out. It's so popular now. Can't blame it, man. The beach is amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the premier locations to, at least in Canada, Western Canada for sure, for everything. Ocean stuff, surfing, boogie boarding, body surfing, whatever, you know, and to throw a contest in the mix, you know, just the proximity to town with the resorts on the beach and the access for everyone to get here. It's always predictable as well. You know, you're always going to get swell here, big and small.
Always rideable. There's rarely a day you can't surf something.
Yeah.
As long as you got the right craft.
Well, here we go.
Hence the popularity in this division. Most people that live and surf here own a longboard.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that you can surf pretty much 365 days of the year.
Yeah.
If you really want to.
Yeah. Totally.
You know?
I mean, it's pretty brutal on the body. You do that day in, day out here. It's a cold days in the
animal.
winter. Different breed of human.
Yeah.
They build them tough. The Northwest.
Yeah. So, touching on that, building them tough. What's it like being out there and throwing on a wetsuit, braving the cold? You know, sometimes the 80K winds and the 70 to 100 mil rain. What's it like, Shaz?
Well, you know, different people can have different answers to that. You know, I just love it. I'm just so frothing to surf. I'm going out no matter what. So if you're kind of a fair weather surfer, then it's horrible.
Yeah.
There's definitely days where I'm tired and beat up from surfing too many days in a row, and then the idea of putting on a cold wet wetsuit to go surf 1 foot, howling side shore, chop.
Yeah.
You know, ain't so glamorous, but I'll probably do it anyway. And then go to trivia later that day. Win some warm-up juice.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can see that things are starting to change here. It's crazy. It's pretty wild living out here on the edge. You know, just touching on that, on the weather and everything. You know, we're expecting a bit of weather tomorrow with potentially
right.
50 to 60 mils of rain, potentially more. And it's crazy how, you know, one day it goes from 20 degrees and sunny, and the next it's.
Ooh,
Here we go. We got Surfer Blue
hold
back
the
in live action.
phones.
Jacob Busey.
Jacob
Ooh,
Busey.
crushing it.
That was deadly. And behind him, not on screen yet, but yellows. He looks like he's on the nose.
Hey,
A
Kevin.
little shuffle back there and goes down. So couldn't quite see. Here we go. I mean, he's
Aye,
up. He's maybe not quite there. You know, and that transition back to the tail, a little shuffly. You know, the traditionalists, they won't love that, but it was a nose ride nonetheless. Hopefully get a replay of Jacobs.
And for the viewers at home that don't quite understand how they want to judge longboarding, it's completely different from the way you judge shortboarding. You know, you got to be utilizing that board, cross-stepping up and down, trying to get to the nose, and yeah, it's a completely different.
Well, there's a traditional side to it, and you know, I guess a new school side of it, which is just all the turns, the similar turns you see on a shortboard. And you know, the degree of difficulty and commitment it takes to do a turn like that is pretty high, so you have to reward it. But again, you know, without mixing in that traditional side of being able to cross step, get to the nose, and use the whole board, it's you know, it's hard to get a big score. So you got to be able to do both. and it's hard, man. You know, I don't get out there on longboard that much, but you know, when I try to go to the nose, it doesn't work out the way I watch everyone else do it. I can swing that thing around.
Just go with what you know and bury that rail and
yeah,
just toss buckets.
I was on the webcast with the longboarders yesterday, quoting Oliaki when he won the Nationals Longboard Division 1 spin. His quote was, "If you're not turning, you're not earning." A little more sass than that. He said, "You ain't turning, you ain't earning." Love Oliaki. Guy's a legend. Here we go. Jakob's back up. Oh, whoa.
Oh, going down.
There? What, did he take off backwards or something? I think he just slid
Man.
out.
Not enough wax on that board.
Man, going for it. I mean, he's got a good score on the board there.
He'd
What did
obviously
he get
did-
for that first wave? Look at that. What a beautiful wave.
There we go,
I mean,
yeah.
this is where it's so
Jakob,
tough on a longboard, trying to fit a maneuver in these big, tight spaces. There's a lot of energy there. And you just go so fast that turning the board is just super difficult. So, I mean, the guys that can do it, it's so impressive.
mhm. Yeah, it is pretty impressive when you can see someone on a longboard be able to link those kind of turns, you know, and especially when they're, you know, committed turns that we've seen, you know, a lot of these guys being able to do that. It's pretty impressive to watch, and being able to throw that board around like it's a short board. I enjoy that kind of, that new style of longboard surfing. It's just so exciting to watch, and then when you can throw it into the mix with a little bit of nose riding too, it's
and if you're
it's impressive.
more of a shortboarder, it makes more sense to you. It's pretty easy to appreciate that, but oh, that's a nice turn. There we go. There's a nice step, and then kind of to shuffle the last little bit. You know, we'll see the judges call him for a full nose ride there. You can kind of see just a tiny bit of foam in front of his toes. Oh, soul arch.
Man, Jeffrey Spencer, it's one of
wow.
the best looking waves
And
we've
he's-
seen all day on a longboard, right out clean.
Solid. Solid. Well done.
I think that one's going to jump him right up into first place there. He's sitting in third there with a 3.77. That thing is definitely the best wave we've seen ridden this whole heat with a
that
minute
finish
left.
was pretty sweet.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of an upset here there, Shaz, with David Tofino currently in third place. As we know, top two surfers advanced.
Oh yeah, you're
gonna-
kidding. This heat's almost over.
We're gonna wait
Wasn't
for
even looking at that. I was
Yeah.
just having so much fun watching this. Dude, put another 10 minutes on the clock.
Oh man, I'm sure David
Yeah.
would like that. We got
Give him
Jeffrey
a
Spencer
chance. Come on.
just walking in after that last ride. He knows that was a good one.
That should put him up in the lead. But well, there's a set out there. I mean,
Here we
looks
go,
like it's the
David.
guys from the next heat are in position.
David's having a look at this last set there, Shaz.
Well, Jacob was, he's up and down
10
there.
seconds remaining. He's going to
Come
have
on,
to go
bud.
for
Oh,
broke
I
on
think
this
he's gone
one.
over the back. I think he let it go.
He's
Oh,
got to
there
go
he
for
is.
it. Buzzer
He's-
beater.
he's on
He's
his
up.
feet.
Oh, man, Shaz, this is a beautiful looking ride here.
See if he can finish this off. Big lip line. He's pulled that off. Claim it, son. Atta boy.
Now we got Surfer
the
in yellow.
yellow's kind of ripping on the shoulder there.
Oh, going down. But he's still up and riding.
I mean,
Oh.
wait, he's going to get back.
Oh,
Oh, man.
what a way
I
to
can
finish
see why
there.
he's wearing the helmet now.
Just when I thought that heat kind of was kind of finished there at the end
Check
there.
this move out. What? That was so radical.
Man,
I
almost
wish
throw
you
it out
could
of
get
that.
points to that. I'll give him a 12, man. That was so sick.
Man,
Well, this is going to be very interesting. Again, David, the current champion, amazing longboarder, and he got an opportunity, 5 seconds left. It was just a one maneuver wave, but it was a big maneuver.
Yeah,
And what does he need?
he needed a 4.47
Oh, man,
to get
I
up into
mean,
second place, but
I don't know if it's just the moment, but, you know, I'm giving it to him. And sorry to say that for Jacob. He's a good friend. But, you know, credit where credit's due. That was a big hit. That was dramatic. He almost went down there, so, you know, you could argue that it wasn't as controlled as it could be, but
it was a pretty
we'll see
critical
how that
section
looked. Exactly.
that Dave kind of hit there, so we'll see.
They're thinking about it. they'll take their time and make sure they get it right. But it's kind of
Man.
like a Julius Caesar moment now. But it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down for those guys. The numbers are going to be irrelevant. It's just like, is it enough? Like, do they think he deserves it or not?
It's got to be. That end section there was pretty critical, and he was able to get up there.
I think the score's in. I don't know if Jacob had another one. Then Jacob actually got a pretty nice wave, went to the nose, and then slipped up. And the wave kept peeling. If he had stayed on it, then he might have been able to put this out of reach. But
man, this is close here. We definitely have the heat leader or heat winner there, Jeffrey Spencer, when he dropped that 7.67, coming all the way from fourth to first. And
I mean, we got it right now as David in second.
All right, counting in, semifinal
And
heat number 2.
I mean, if they're starting the next heat, that should mean that's the final result here. So I think we might be congratulating Jeff and David there, and commiserations to Jacob and Kevin. And they put up a good fight.
man, that's close between Jacob and David there, 8.23 and 8.27.
Yeah, these are the ones you lose a little sleep over at night.
Yeah.
But, you know, onwards and upwards. The next heat started, and there's TJ, another really stylish guy. Yeah, another one who can get to the nose and can throw that thing around. Good combination of skills if you're a longboarder.
In fourth place.
Yeah, TJ.
Oh, man, I thought he was going to bring that back down. On the outside, we're not on screen. There we go.
Here we go. We got a couple of
Little
surfers
nose
up and right in there.
Oh, kind of went down there. But on the shoulder,
We got Jeremy
Jebe.
Bowery, surfer in blue, screaming down the line on this one.
He wants the nose. Come on, get up there, bud.
Able to ride out of it?
Nice
Oh, go
finish.
down.
So, I mean, his wave was a lot longer, but see if we get a replay. Asia, it looked like he made it all the way to the nose. And you know,
Jared.
it's hard to consider it a maneuver until you actually get your toes in front of the nose.
Yeah, Jared just, that was a pretty nice ride there. Unfortunately, got a little, probably a bit, Sue was screaming down that line there. Got a little bit
Hit a couple
beat up on that
chops.
end section there, but I love it. First minute and a half, we got a couple scores about to drop there. Man, longboarding is pretty exciting to watch. There's just so much action.
Well, again,
All the time,
there's
you know?
so much board. They go, I mean, because it's big, they go so fast. It's, you know, the whole time everybody's kind of hanging on by their toes, hopefully on the nose.
That's the quarterfinal number 1 of the open men's. Going back in the water, David Tofino. Check in, Garrett Holt, Andrew Sadler.
I think I'm hearing that David Schiaffino is going to take one jersey off and put another one on and get straight back out there.
Please check in with the beach marshal if you can.
Marathon man.
Marathon man, yeah.
Big props to that.
Iron
He must
Man
be
award.
fit. He must be fit. I should take a leaf out of that guy's book.
Yeah, you do okay.
Sometimes I make it out the back. Oh, no. Frothing for the afternoon, Dino. I can't wait for these semifinals.
Yeah, they're going to be coming
So-
up in just a bit here. We got one more heat of the longboard men's, and then we got the quarterfinal heat of the open men's, which is going to be pretty exciting to watch there. I think the standout there was Ryan Cameron. You know, the 10-year hiatus out of a jersey. And
Well, if you ask Dino and Chazza,
oh, yeah, standout performer there.
we're going to send huge props to our boy Ray Camp.
And then, yeah, we've got 4 heats of the open men's. And then, yeah, Shazzy, we're going to get you're going back in the water there for the pro men's semifinal, heat 1 and 2.
Yep.
Seen
that first one, that is a final any year. That is an incredible heat with Peter DeVries, Kalen Bruweiler, Noah Cohen, and Sept Bruweiler. You're
Man,
kidding me.
That looks like it almost has been a final.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's going to be an awesome heat coming up here in just a little bit. And then if we have enough daylight in today, we are going to try to finish off with some pro women's semifinals as well. That'll be hopefully going on at about 6:30 or so, depending on
light and,
light.
and evening fog.
So, but yeah, if not, then we'll start things off tomorrow with the pro women's semifinal for finals day here at day 3. So don't go anywhere. We got tons of action still happening here at Cox Bay. Man, it's just getting better and better.
Doesn't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Man, look at these sets rolling in there, Shaz. It's
I mean, these ones look great.
I mean, I
It's
know
the
that
wash-through ones. Those ones get me a little on edge.
I've kind of had my
inside, like 2-footer, peeling nice and slow. That's my pace.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Give me a couple of those.
Super contestable out there. I love it. It's great when there's good waves for these surfers to kind of showcase their skill, because yeah, when you have contestable swell, it's kind of like you don't really have an excuse if you're not putting up numbers, and time to go back to the drawing board and figure out what happened. But we got split peak action here.
Wow, big hit from Yellow. Saddles. And TJ's ripping on the left. I think he might have got a sweet little nose right in there somewhere. It's tough to look both ways. Let's see. I don't know if he was on the nose before that, so he didn't make it there. Look at that, way back on the tail. You can see like he's got that board moving.
Yeah, he's staying pretty busy on that one. We got Asia out in front there, opening up with he's got a 4.50 as a high score, and he's got a backup of a 1.67, which he can easily replace there. And yeah, J-Bone, Jeremy Bowery with 3.50. And we got surfer in yellow. That's Andrew Sadler.
Had enough of that.
He's doing double duty as well in the open men's and longboard as well. There's a few guys out there doing double duty. It's yeah, the old marathon shift today, or all weekend long.
I've done that since I was 18. I remember being in the U16s. I mean, I think I remember. That's a long time ago now. But we'd do 16s, 18s, and opens, and just surf so many heats, and just be so stoked all day. It's cool to see these kids,
Where'd they feed
going
you
into bigger divisions now, doing it all.
Yeah, it's crazy, especially in this cold water.
Yeah,
man,
hard work.
To still, have that much energy to put that cold wet suit back on and go out there and perform there.
You're just immune to it at that age. Deal with problems of that later in life.
Here we go. We got surfer in white
Asia,
up and right there. Asia.
Nice carve.
Man, this guy
all
can
the way
move
back
that
into
board
the
around.
pocket. Oh, lovely little cross. Not quite on the nose yet. It's close. But you just see like really nice, clean cross steps.
Yeah, he's such
Beautiful
a smooth
transition
and
from the tail to the nose. And
such a
judges
stylish
love that.
surfer. I love it.
Yeah. And you see like all the chop and bump in that wave. That's got to be so tough to try and pull that off. I hope they give him some cred for that. Give the man a score.
Yeah, he already dropped a 4.50 on his first ride. Looking to replace a 1.67, which after that last ride, he for sure will replace that score. Yeah, it's got to feel nice to get a couple of good rides under your belt. With 12 minutes remaining. Still a lot of time left in the heat there, but it's got to feel nice once you start getting those scores on your score line there, and allowing yourself to have a little bit of breathing room to separate yourself from the pack, to kind of pick off those more risk, more reward kind of waves.
That's definitely the best strategy. Get a good start. Give yourself lots of time to finish. We got another couple guys up all at once here. Yellow, Mr. Andrew Sadler. That was cool. Took off going right into the left and then turned back around.
Oh, a nice little finish there.
That was dope. Andrew's a great surfer. He's kind of underrated. He didn't grow up chasing sponos and all that like a lot of the other hyped up kids. But the kid can surf.
Yeah, just seeing him surf throughout the years and
Obviously comes from good stock.
yeah.
Shout out to Harold. Harold's probably on the beach somewhere, but if he's not, if he's at home watching Andrew shred it up there. Harold has been ripping here for longer than anyone.
Yeah, that Sadler family is
ripping.
pretty much rooted themselves out here for decades. And it's pretty awesome to see Andrew.
Come on, get back to the shoulder. Wow, a little mistake there. Should have maybe just gone a little further and got around that.
Yeah, here we go. Got Asia. Had a beautiful open face here to deal with, and
got to be tough choosing your turns there.
yeah.
I mean, that thing stayed nice and steep. You might have been able to kind of stall and set up a little nose right across that stretched out seggy. What do I know though?
Hey man, sounds like a great
good
game plan there. I couldn't agree more, Shannon. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, go out and do it, Shaz. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So we got 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. It's been a pretty awesome day 2 here. Just here we got Surfer in Blue, Jeremy Bowery.
It's taking off left, fading back right, big section.
He's hunting a score. He's hunting a 3.51 to get into second place there. He dropped a 4.500 on his last ride.
Step back onto the tail, lean on the rail, little cross. Maybe should have just stayed on the tail and set himself up for a finish there. He'll analyze that later.
Yeah.
But he's going to need to get some work done here because Asia and Andrew are creeping away a little bit. Asia's got a pair of 4.5s. Andrew and TJ both got some low 4s. What about Jer? Has he hit the 4 range yet? He's got a 3.5. But
Yeah.
not out of it by any means. But you know, 8.5 minutes will go quick.
Yeah, you know, all Jared's chasing here is a 3.51, and TJ chasing a 3.01 to get up into second place. So it's, yeah, tons of time, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. There's still tons of waves out there. It's just hasn't turned off all day. It's just been relentless sets and offering up some awesome conditions here. We got
Split the screen, TJ pumping
TJ.
the driving. Ooh, he's lined that up. He threw the kitchen sink at that section. That was sick.
that was a nice finish
that could
there.
be trouble for Andy in the hot
There we
seat
go.
right now.
Just building
You
speed.
see, line that up and bang. Yeah, call that a new school maneuver, kind of close out re-entry. Takes a lot of commitment and a lot of skill to make that happen.
Yeah, TJ making it look pretty easy there.
Right?
He's what's TJ chasing here? 3.01. He's got a 4, so he's got a pretty good score already on the board.
Yeah, I got to think that's going to be up there and probably going to see him push into the top 2. We'll see Andrew's going to get one here, and it's got a clean wall. Stretched out. See if he can get a big hit. Oh, wow.
Sadler.
Yay.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
even though
personal opinion, I got to think that was a little stronger. That was a kind of bigger, throatier section. He almost had a little stumble bottom turning into it, but he kind of needed that extra weight on the inside rail. It helped him.
riding out clean there.
And he came out real clean. You know, I think TJ had to fight through the foam just a little bit.
Yeah, and Andrew's already got a 4.17 dropped on the board as well. So yeah, you know, even being in that second transfer spot there, it's still pretty nerve-wracking. You know, Jeremy and TJ don't need much, as we just saw a little bit of a lead change here.
Score there, 3-5.
TJ
okay.
dropped a 3.5 on that one
If
hit.
the size of wave came into that at all. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty clean hit,
Interesting.
but I mean, it was a small wave.
Ooh, we got a little bit of controversial scoring going on here, Shazzy. Making
The
it look
judges
interesting
have
here.
their opinion, you know, and they'll see it one way, and they're the guys paying attention to every wave, so they're making the right comparisons.
There we go. We got
He's flipped it back.
there's a bit of flip-flopping going on here. Sadler dropping
Let's see, 4.
oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, for the one-hitters, I would have gone out and said that Andrews was a half point higher without dropping a number, you know, as a guess. But they were just one-turn waves. You know, the judges are hoping to see some combos, and they're hoping to see some nose riding.
So we got about 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, Asia still out in front here. He's got a 4.53 and a 4.50. Those are some pretty good scores he's got on the board there, and not far off. We got Sadler with 2 4.17s, putting him in second place there. And yeah, TJ now hunting a 4.34 to get up into second place. So
it's a real derby of a heat.
Jeremy, yeah, it's a pretty close heat
Asia
here.
and Andrew, Tofino boys, TJ, Jeremy, Yuki boys.
A little bit of a little bit of battle of the coast here.
Yeah. Yeah, Shazza, Tofino boy, commentator. Dino, Yuki boy, commentator.
Oof.
I'm going to start jabbing some elbows in here,
Put some toonie bets on here.
White and yellow looking real good, bud. Here we go, Jer. Let's go.
He's looking for a score here.
This thing looks like it's got a pretty good pace.
There
Fast
we
at first. It's got
go.
to work and get around
Got end
this.
section Shaz, Davey. There we
Big
go.
float. It's going to be interesting to see how they compare that. You know, the last few rides that we've seen have all been one-turn waves.
Yeah, I almost want to.
How does this compare to TJ's? He's in there pretty clean. He was out pretty clean. He didn't turn the board a whole lot.
Yeah, I was going to say with TJ's and
it kind of looked like he was
Andrews.
trying to project around that section too. So kind of that lasting image felt like he didn't finish the wave that he didn't get around.
Yeah, you know, and
Might
it looked
get dinged for that.
It looked like TJ and Andrew were able to get a little bit more vertical with their turns there in that end section, which we'll see if that factors into the score. But I don't know, Jared definitely making it interesting here with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. It's a pretty tight heat. It's one of the tightest heats we've seen all day. You know,
Tweet.
yeah, a couple of points separating fourth and first.
It's anyone's
Top
game.
two going to the final.
Nobody's running away with this one yet. It's up for grabs. This has been a quieter heat. There hasn't been a whole lot of giant sets. As I say that, I can see a hint of lines out the back. So
Yeah.
Jay wants to get back in the mix here again. This looks like a wave that's going to let him do a couple turns. But he's opted to race across, go for the one big hit.
There we go, Surfer in
And
red
TJ?
out the back there.
Boom.
TJ right up on the nose there.
Nose. You know, shuffle out, but the damage was done there. And if he
Oh.
pulls that off, he's going to.
Oh, unfortunately going
man.
down at the end there.
You
Man.
know what, though? I mean, that nose ride was critical. That was so solid. I mean, they didn't show that in the replay there. He pulls that down,
man.
and I'm going big.
So much chop on the face of that wave there, and as he was
Yikes.
finishing that
Watch those fins.
section. And
Not sure if
I
they'll
think
replay that nose ride, but he was right up there for a long time, and you could just see how steep and critical the section was that he was doing that on. So I think big points for that.
here we go, Asia.
It's not quite. I mean, if you put those waves back to back, you can just sort of see that there's a gap between the nose on that one, and TJ was right up there.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice wave. It would have been nice to see him up a little bit farther there on that board there, but
Yeah, again,
Finished.
it says the short borders.
I mean, yeah, you know, and able to finish out right down with that clean. That's got to be a pretty good score for Asia there. He's
It's definitely going to count as a nose ride, but you compare the nose rides, and TJ's was definitely stronger, but TJ fell on the finish, so we'll see how they go with that one.
yeah, it's unfortunate. That would have been a pretty. You
I
got to think that would have been a good score there for TJ. It's looking like he's
I was
actually
just about
getting
to
a
say
good
that
score
you got
for
to
it.
think he's still going to get a big score for that, and he did. He got a 6.5. I'm not sure if all the scores are filtered in there. It looks like it's locked in. Well deserved. Yeah, and that's what the punters want to see, man. We're here to watch longboard. We want to see nose rides.
Yeah, and Asia
well
dropping
done,
a
TJ.
5:17. Some interesting moments here in the last minute of the longboard men's semifinal. TJ dropping a 6.50, eh? That's definitely getting rewarded for that critical nose ride he did. Man, I'd love to wonder if he was able to finish that wave, what that score would have been.
Well, just judging on how vertical and high he got, like I think he would have gone excellent easily.
We got 30 seconds remaining currently. TJ Atwood in red and Surfer in white. Asia
Scary moments
potentially
for Asia.
booking their tickets on to the final. Sadler just looking for a 5.53. And Jer
Gonna take something
6.2.
special for Sads here. There's a set.
Here we go.
Don't
We got
know if he's in position. If he just happened to be way down the, I mean, the Jer's down the end there, but even he's a little too deep.
Jeremy going for broke.
Oh man, I hope
Can he
there
get
isn't a good one
around
behind
it?
all
It's
said
a little
and done.
bit too far behind that section.
It's all said and done.
That's it. That's all. Looking like TJ and Asia booking themselves to the final. Man, that was an interesting little heat there.
That's cool.
It's a little emotional roller coaster, I think. It was a bit of action, went a little quiet, a lot of action at the end there. But, yeah, TJ and Asia getting themselves to the final. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you guys in just a moment here.
Okay, counting this one in. 3, 2.
And we are back at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. And we are going to do a little shift. We are going to head into our open men's quarterfinal heat number 1 with some really good action with the longboard. But this is some pretty contestable shortboarding waves as we have our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, one of the standouts in the early rounds. Our surfer in white, Garrett Holt, also another standout. Surfer yellow, Andrew Sadler, doing double duty, literally just finished his longboard heat. And our surfer in blue, Hubert Pinot. So we've got quarterfinal heat number 1.
Did
Cox.
someone paddle Andrew's board out to him or something?
Yeah.
Or did he actually come back to the beach?
No, someone paddled his board out.
Wow.
As we have some live action right off the bat, our surfer in red, David Schiaffino.
Bang.
Oh,
And on the corner of this, actually, wow, on the shoulder. Is Andrew going to get there? That was a nice hit from David. That was strong. Way to start. 20 seconds gone, and you got a nice hit on the board. Oof. You paddle out, maybe throw a little heat at the other guys. Hey, I got one already. I smashed it. What have you done?
well, and I think it, again, as you know so well in judging, things you've talked about is again, commitment and finishing out with confidence. And he did both those things right off the bat on a pretty sizey wave.
Mm-hmm.
So, again,
It
get
should
that.
set the tone for the heat, It's good.
Reminds me of a couple of heats ago, a guy named Shannon Campbell-Brown who got a couple of waves pretty quickly under the hooter. Got the confidence up high.
Well, it's can't come on the commentary and talk all that smack and then not go out and do it.
Like I've always said about you, Shannon, you're the one exception to the rule of those who can't do coach. But, wow, man. It's funny, we've talked a lot about the conditions, and they seem to just be getting better and better and better.
Every time we look up, we just see a beautiful peeling wave. A couple nice ones coming here. Andrew Sadler's just a little too inside for a nice right, and that's off the screen. We can't see that. For the webcast peeps, there it goes. You almost caught that wave, just so you know. Some action, the backside. Mr. Garrett. Whew. I mean, commitment for sure. Critical section for sure. Oh, Shivy.
Oh, he's
Look
up
at that.
again.
I mean, he's up. He's just put himself straight in a rhythm. Nice wrap. Let's see, there's a big kind of side chop on this wave. If you can find the end section. Nice and low. Combo. This thing might open back up even. Strong surfing, man.
Well, I would dare to say it built off the confidence of that first turn.
Yeah. Come on in.
Yeah, exactly.
You just surfed a longboard semi, got through that. In a really good spot to get through this one.
Well, and that first wave, that first really committed hit came in at a 5.0 on one turn.
Look at this. This is a replay of Garrett from this morning.
Wow. They just love Garrett
Webcast
Holt.
guys are on it.
Love it. So the first wave of David Schiaffino came at a 5.00, and the second wave came at a 7.00. So we're barely 2.5 minutes into this heat, and David Schiaffino already has a 12-point scoreline, Shaz.
Well played.
Well played, mate. He is the entire field comboed in under 3 minutes.
Yeah. That's that's the way you draw up your strategy for a heat right there. Yeah. That's the dream start.
Yeah, excellent work there from our surfer in red.
He can just relax. And, sometimes when you relax, everything just comes right to you.
We can see 3 of the surfers on that north end of the bank, and then our surfer in white is headed down to that south end. There's definitely some really good left-handers coming through on that south end.
Ooh, there's a really good left-hander coming through to yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Saddles. Oh, a bit early. Just needed to kind of stay crouched, hold his bottom turn a little bit longer.
Saddles, you're going to be getting that in the next coaching session, bud.
Be cracking the whip.
Cracking the whip.
Come on, mate.
Right? And it looks like we've even got a little bit of a southeast gust come in here. It's almost turned straight offshore.
I guess they were forecasting that, right? Could be a cold, rainy day tomorrow. This evening even, maybe.
This evening. let's at least pack it up before the rain comes in.
Oh, man. And we're going to be here till pitch black, apparently.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. Put the popcorn on.
I know. This was close to our scheduled finishing time, and we're going to be here for another few hours. So you guys can basically, ditch out the Saturday night family movie and just keep this running the whole time.
That's right.
Especially because the waves are getting so good. Man. And the waves have already been good, so you're welcome in advance. So we do have our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, with about 5 minutes gone from this heat with a 12.0 scoreline. He's got a 5 and a 7 with a huge hit for his 5.0, and then he had a combination of 3 really, really good turns. for his 7.00. We have Andrew Sadler with just a couple of small scores and Garrett with a couple of small scores. So both of them are going to be looking, we can basically say they haven't opened their account yet because those are some quality surfers. They just need to get a canvas to open up on. Oh, man. Here we go. We got a little bit of live action.
Action.
There's surfer in yellow saddles.
Nice wrap. That was like a little cut down trying to set up his next bottom turn. It's kind of nice. Oh, he gets the finish.
Much better.
Attaboy.
Was that a little claim? I think that might have been a little
It's a
claim.
little
there.
like kick your board away claim.
Yeah.
Everything's a claim if you say it is.
Right. But that was
I love the no claim.
right. That was significantly better there from young Andrew Sadler.
Yep. He felt good and he showed it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It's always good, especially when you feel like you've let one go right off the bat and you could have got at least a decent score on the board. It's always good to get the feet back in the wax and then, lock in a decent score, which he has. So the last of yellow is coming in at a 5.5, though that's given him a pretty breathing room in that second transfer spot. He's still looking to replace a 1.33. And our surfer in white, surfer in blue are really just both looking to open up their accounts here. So you were just in that heat, a few heats before there, Shannon. What did you see when you were out there?
Whitewash. So much dark diving.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a couple of different parts of the bank. I paddle out and I sat. For us, it feels like I'm looking straight out front, but it felt like I was so far south that I had to come up further north. But there was a really nice. Maybe see the corner of this wave breaking here, but yeah, to the north, there's these beautiful right wedges, and luckily I tapped into a couple of those to seal the deal in my heat. But it's really confusing out there. It's so hard to know where to sit, and if you're sitting at one end and your competitors are at the other, that's a real kind of mind twist.
Melter.
Yeah.
So we do have a couple of little left-handers at the south end here.
It's also really inside-outside.
Mm.
With the higher tide, there's a lot of these inside ones that really stand up and hit the bank and stay steep. That's what you want out there. Of course you want the bigger wave or biggest wave you can get, but if it stays fat, then it's not going to allow you to do many strong critical maneuvers.
Mm. Oh, as we got a little bit of live action, our heat leader, David Tofino with
Shivvy's just, wow, shivving it. Little check turn. He had a really good first turn. Hopefully we'll get that on the replay. Another wrap. He's a pretty long way out the shoulder, but now it's standing up. Oh, nice re-entry. Oh, snap in the pocket. Come in, dude.
Paddle in, mate. Paddle in.
What a heat.
Holy smokes.
It's hard to go in after that. You want to roll. You want to just stay in that moment as long as possible. If these waves are going to keep coming to you, well, I'll keep catching them.
Well, and he's already got the longboard finals to get in. I mean, save some energy, mate.
Or just keep entertaining us.
Yeah, that's also a good choice as well.
You got to feel for Garrett and Hubbard. They could have been on that wave. I don't know exactly where they are in the bank, but I think they're a little further south. Again, it's so confusing. They're not really south enough to tap into the left so that we can see that way. And then they're not north enough to get that corner that David just got. Such a mental battle. And I think I could see Garrett and White starting to move a little further up. He might have a little one here just to get something on the board.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, here we go. That might open up.
And that kid can paddle. It's going to stretch. Wow,
tried to get all 6.16 of those points that he needed in one go.
It wasn't really the wave he was after, but it's such a good idea just to get something going. It must be so frustrating to have half the heat gone and you don't have a score yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you might have been able to drop straight down a little deeper and come up a little steeper. Might have been able to get a hold of that section. That's okay. Can't go your way every time.
No, and one thing we've seen with Garrett is his ability to link a number of different waves together. Like you said, he's such an excellent paddler. He's got such incredible fitness that he can get 3-4 waves in a span of about 3 or 4 minutes if he really needs to. And it's become
he
a
won't
lot.
stop swinging.
No, he won't. And it's become a lot more contestable as well. Just if you don't get caught by the whitewash, like you can really get back out quite quickly and get yourself into position. So Garrett's already back in position as we hit the halfway point of this heat, and we just had another wave drop for David Schiaffino, and he dropped a 7.67, so the best wave of the heat. So he's got a 14.67. Andrew Sadler currently sitting in second place with a 6.93. He's looking to replace a 1.33. Garrett sitting on a couple of small scores, and Hubert still looking to open up his account. We have
Andrew's got to get something, back it up, and then go and sit right next to Garrett.
Yeah.
Say, hey, going, mate.
Hey.
Having a tough heat.
The Shannon Brown School of Surfing. Having a tough heat, brother. Yeah. If there's someone I know who's good with head games, it's you, Shaz. So.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Nah, you're all right.
That's part of my head game.
I know, right?
Get in your head.
Yeah, you've lived in there every time we've done anything against one another. I still live off the one time I beat you in ping pong.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, it did. You can claim it all you want. Just because it was in a different country, it doesn't count.
That's right, yeah. Something like that. No way, it didn't happen. Sticking to that.
Oh. As we are about 9 minutes remaining here, as we do have a little bit of a weather system moving in. At least it's not fog. That's a good thing.
Hopefully it's not fog.
No,
I
it's not
see
fog.
the hint of that bank out there, but I think if the southeast comes up, the fog will stay away.
Yeah, we'll be good. We see a couple of little lines rolling through here.
Who's gonna capitalize? Sets out the back.
Sets out the back. You can even see, if you can see off camera, these sets are even shifting a little bit further north on the bank. We do have a nice little peak.
You can't see. We can see.
We can see everything. Oh, that one just snuck underneath everybody. Ooh.
Oh, way up to the north. Oh, Pete might have been able to get up and do something.
Yeah, he would have done something. Who's that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a little bit of live action. Ooh, super and blue. Oh, get into this thing. Oh, Garrett.
Gaza.
Oh, Garrett.
Sometimes you just have one of those heats, and he's still got time. It's not over.
He knows where to sit now, because that one, his backhand is outstanding. So hopefully he'll get another crack at that one. That was just got a little bit too frothy because he's having a bit of a rough go. I don't think he's used to it.
No. I mean, he's lucky that everyone's leaving him alone.
Yes.
Yeah,
Saddles.
I mean, it's the open division. These guys don't surf as many contests as the guys in the pro. But you know, when someone's having a heat like that, and you're having an okay heat, and you're in a decent spot, I'd be on.
You'd be in his breakfast.
You're getting no more chances.
That's why you're in the pro division, Shaz, because you are ruthless. As we got a live action here, we have Garrett Holt up and paddling. Got a nice little right-hander here.
Bang.
Oh.
If you can get it back up, that's all right, though. One turn.
That was a little revenge turn.
Finished a turn. Hopefully that'll turn the confidence back up a little bit, although he's about to duck dive a giant set.
Yeah, I hope his paddle arms really come into play here, because
I don't want to say this, but they say when it rains, it pours. Just the fact that we're expecting weather.
Right.
It's probably going to pour, but yeah, sometimes the heat's going bad, and it just, no matter what you do, it gets worse. And sometimes everything goes your way. Case right here.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful looking wave, and everything's just coming right to David. Wow, nice turn. Oh, wow, cheeky chandelier there.
If he pulled out getting shacked as well, that would be the greatest open men's heat in history.
Oh, hold the phones, Garrett.
Oh, he was in the barrel. Oh, that was a full cover-up.
Yeah. Was it someone once said that if you come out of the barrel, you weren't deep enough, so Gaza getting deep enough.
Oh, I'm stealing that one for sure.
I stole it, so
Yeah.
fair game.
Yeah, fair game. As we do have a score coming in for that one backhand hit for Garrett Holt. He did get a 3.17, so he just needs a 3.67 to shift himself up into that transfer spot. Nervous times for Saddles. I don't see him moving a lot. You know, I think he might have to shift himself into a good position because there is a big set kind of out on the horizon here. And you know Gaza's going to keep working.
Yeah, he'll keep swinging. You're not safe. Yellow.
No.
Light's coming for you.
5 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal heat number 1.
Oh, look at
But
that.
Yellow knows what he's looking for.
Mm.
You know, like it's one thing to kind of play the game. It's a total another thing to just focus on you and sit where you want to sit, get the wave you want to get. Speaking of, he's up here. He's a little deep, but if he can get up and into that.
Oh,
Was
full
that yellow?
commitment. I think so, yeah.
Wow, that was. I mean, he could have sealed it right there.
Yeah. If he was able to kind of hit that and just tap it back down, because he just has, in his scoreline, he just has a 1.33 counting right now. Oh, he did
Went
go
for
for
it.
broke.
And he's up again.
Oh.
There's no sets coming, so he'll get back out. But one thing I found when I was out there is you start sitting way out trying to find a set, but the best ones are a little further in. So now that he's caught one, even though it wasn't good, he gets to paddle back out with a fresh look at the lineup. And you know, he can swing on something paddling back out like he just did. You know, that could have worked out well. It didn't, but you know, again, he's paddling back out. He gets another look at the lineup. There's some small ones that are going to stand up that could be worth a swing. See what happens.
Yeah, we still got another solid 4 minutes left here in the Open Men's quarterfinal heat number 1. Again, we have our heat leader, David Schiaffino, who's basically comboed the entire field. Our surfer in yellow, Andrew Sadler, with a 6.83. Surfer in white, Garrett Holt, with a 4.34. He's just looking for a 3.67, which is well within his range. So we'll see if Garrett can get himself a wave. We know with 3 minutes to go, I've surfed with Garrett enough times. I mean, he is just a frother and will charge for everything. So
He catches a lot of waves.
a lot of waves.
I catch a lot of waves, and then I get frustrated how many more waves Garrett's catching sometimes.
Yeah, he's a forever grom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paddles like a forever grom. He's got that grom energy.
Gromagy.
Right. I lost the gromergy. I got out the back and the heat hadn't started and I was already exhausted.
Yeah. You kind of got late notice, to get suited up. I was the same. I thought that my heat was going to be the 4th heat.
Oh.
So that's on me, obviously, but I was up here chatting away.
And Shannon Brown
Chatting
report to the tent.
Me? Next? Oh.
Yeah. Ooh. But
Let's
luckily, you've got plenty of heats under your belt, Shannon Brown, and still walk in there and took a first place.
Yeah, that's right. Watch out. Coming.
Yeah, shots fired.
Yep. Don't know how much I got left in the tank. We'll see.
We got one more today, don't you?
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I believe in you, Shaz. That's another one of your mind games. I don't know how much I got left in the tank. As we hit the 2
I'm
minute.
just trying to channel some Pete DeVries
Right?
energy, man. He's always, I'm injured, I'm retired, I don't care about surfing contests anymore.
I'm just here to have fun.
You don't pay as much attention. You get this little false sense of security. Pete's not going to try, and then he just wipes the floor with you. There's a nice wave breaking up to the north.
As we hit the 90-second mark here. Tense moments. If you're Garrett Holt right now, what are you saying? What are you saying, Shaz?
Probably a lot of swear words.
No. What are you saying as a coach? Oh, we might have a paddler here. Oh, here he goes. He's got a little bit of a right hander. Can he get around the section? Oh, no, Garrett. Oh, that thing opened right up for him.
You know what we used to do when we were kids at all our local board riders contests was we'd bring soap to the beach and we'd soap up our friends' boards sometimes.
Oh, man. I think someone soaped his board.
I don't know if he's got any Aussie friends down there that have just
wow, they're enemies now.
come and played a trick on him.
Oh, that was devastating.
It was the worst.
I've surfed with him way too many times to know that that is a wave that's just so within his wheelhouse. So we have about 40 seconds to go here. Tense moments in Open Men quarterfinal heat number 1.
Longest 40 seconds of Andrew Sadler's day.
Right? And we do have sets on the horizon here. Oh,
And
man.
the medium ones, they might sneak through.
This
Again,
looks
Garrett's
like
back out in position.
Oh, man.
I don't know if this thing's going to stay open. It might be a kind of fast one. Saddles wants, he doesn't want to wait around.
No,
He wants
Saddles.
to shut the, oh no, he's kind of slipping out too.
Oh,
But there you go.
that's going to add to his total.
Makes it a little bit tougher for Gaza, and he's going to run out of time anyway.
Oh, Gaza.
Heartbreak.
We're devastated
Yeah.
for you, mate.
We all feel for you. Give you a hug later.
Yeah. Don't worry, we know you're going to all catch our waves at Cox Bay next week. So,
Yeah.
so that is the end of quarterfinal heat number 1. Our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, putting on an absolute clinic. He had this thing done and dusted about 5 minutes in. Our
5
surfer,
seconds.
5 seconds in. Our surfer in yellow, Andrew Sadler, you are going to be moving on. You're going to be adding to your total. There's no question about that with a nice little cheeky turn off the top there. Unfortunately, our surfer in white, Garrett Holt, just had a bit of a shocker of a heat because we all know how talented he is. And then Hubert Pinot, unfortunately, was not able to get himself into much of anything. It is a large battlefield out there, so good on these surfers. That was a really quality heat. And we are going to shift into quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Open Men's here at the Rip Curl Pro Nationals.
Quarterfinal number 2. 3.
These Rip Curl Pro Nationals are sponsored by Corona and Red Bull. So here we are into quarterfinal heat number 2. So in red we have Sebastian Duque. In white we have Jesse Carson. In yellow, Jasper Smith-Davies. And in blue, Andy Harridge. As we're getting towards these quarterfinals, it was, there's been a few standouts here in the early rounds already. So this is nobody's safe. There's no walk-through heats anymore once we're into that quarterfinal.
Unless you're David Schiaffino.
Unless you're David Schiaffino. Oh, my
Quarterfinal.
God. That was just incredible. Oh, there he is on screen.
There's the
David!
man. Wow. Hands. Hands for that guy. Hands. Give that guy a hand. How do I say that?
Yeah. Wow. How does he not have a fan club? That was super impressed. I don't even know the guy, and I'm super impressed. I want to know him.
Yuki guy.
I want to know you.
They're all down at Wick. No one came down to watch.
Right. David,
They hate
ripping.
Tofino. Ah, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Who needs a fan club?
Oh, he's got the pup.
Got a-
He's
what?
got the
That's a-
lady.
Great looking doggo. There we go. We're out of screen. High fives.
Oh,
to
high
Garrett.
five. Oh, Garrett, you can see it in his body language. Garrett Holt, you're a gosh darn stud of a human. We love you. We think you're fantastic. We know you're so much better than the heat you put forth there, but sometimes you just have shockers. I'm pretty sure I was a favorite to win my heat, but I just had a shocker,
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
I didn't make it to the bookie in time. I was going to put some money on you.
Man, imagine the odds. Be dumb not just to put $1. Get $1,000 back. Would be great. As we do get a little lull in the action, I do want to throw out a few thank yous out on the webcast here for some of our sponsors. So a big thank you and a grateful acknowledgement to the traditional territories of the Taloquiat First Nation. We are proudly sponsored by Rip Curl Canada, Corona Canada, and Red Bull are the presenting co-sponsors of the Nationals here. The Island Savings, they're the official financial services. And if you guys do hear this and you head on down to the beach, head on down to the Surfrider tent. They are taking donations, and Island Savings is matching 2 to 1 for every dollar that is donated. So it's the best dollar you've ever spent to work with Surf Canada and get a little bit more money into the program. So thank you guys so much for doing that. We want to put a huge thanks to Mill Bay Marine Group, the founding partner of Surf Canada and the Nationals. Yeti, our official insulated drinkware and coolers of Surf Canada and the Nationals. I officially got my own first Yeti, and it is just fantastic. So much liquid, so warm. We did get participation from the Government of Canada, Province of British Columbia, and a huge thank you to the Municipalities and Tourism Board of Ucluelet and Tofino. I'm very sure that the municipality of Ucluelet is going to throw a big party for David Schiaffino when he gets back to the north, or sorry, the south side of the coast. Big ups to you, David. Really impressive. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he keeps that going.
And he's into the longboard final
just
as
seems
well.
to keep going. Do it again and again and again.
Wow.
Non-stop.
Cleaning up. cleaning up.
That was
Cool.
a good spiel, man.
Thank you.
Nailed that.
Thank you. Yeah, you know me well enough now to know that talking is something I'm relatively decent at.
Yeah.
Right, and
I don't know
perfect.
if you took a breath.
I didn't. Perfect timing for a bomb set to roll through. That was just dead flat, and now set's coming. Wow. Cox Bay absolutely firing. Look at those little rooster tails. That little southeast wind has started to kick in.
Little quicksilver.
Oh, we have someone who might be paddling for this left. Oh, our surfer in blue, Andy Harridge, lining up this left-hander. Oh,
buddy, a little too steep.
little too steep. Unfortunately, just not connecting as we got little live action. Sebastian Duquet
he's got
on a nice left-hander.
time, went a little too deep.
Mate.
Phew.
That was definitely throwing it up into the coping.
Let's check the
What,
replay here.
what happened here, Shaz?
Well, he went just a little bit too far out in front of that. You know, it just takes a little bit longer to get back up. You're going to be going a little slow when you get there, and instead of hitting the lip hits you.
And that there was definitely a lip on that wave.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of lip.
Yeah.
In the words of one Sanoa Olin, call that a reverse hit the lip. She's been dropping that one for years, man.
Oh, man. I feel like the best part about doing the webcast is all the different terms that I'm learning. These are fantastic.
School's in.
A reverse hit the lip.
Yep, the way the lip hits you.
Nice. That's great.
I liked that one.
Yeah, very creative.
Those guys will be coming up soon. That's, you know, I mean, hopefully we get to that, the pro women's division. But it's worth hanging out because the Olin girls are shredding. Absolutely shredding. And there's a couple others there. Jasmine Sloman and Kath Brewer to push them. And, you know, it's going to be sick.
Yeah, we just wanted to put a big shout out to the judging panel as well. We got the wonderful and talented Kath Breweiler, local legend. Was her 32nd birthday the other day? Something like that. We got Shandy Kariatsumari and Caleb Breweiler doing double duty. Don't worry, he doesn't judge his own heats. He can't do it.
Kath might judge the first open women's heat, you know.
Totally.
Give Mateo or Snow a couple of low ball scores.
Couple of low scores. But no, those judges have been putting in their work. It's not all just fast cars and fancy watches.
That's right. It's not a glamorous job.
No. Yeah.
Luckily, it's a pretty friendly community and a bit of ELE. Everybody love everybody. There isn't too many people storming the tower looking for blood.
Yeah. That is definitely the truth.
Got a couple of good bodyguards standing around anyway.
Right?
Kick them off the ladder.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I heard that a couple of the commentators are pretty strong dudes, so. Oh, a little bit of live action there. We had our surfer in blue, kind of a little in and out there.
Andy.
Andy.
Hey, he's swinging. Take some chances. You never know.
Andy's.
Didn't like the look of it, but he's back out before you know it.
This morning, Andy scored a 6.33 on one turn.
There you go.
Yeah, it was legit.
It can be done.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily looking for one that's going to peel. A lot of the ones that peel are soft. You know, one big section, give you some power to push into and do something huge.
Huge. Yeah, not small, huge. Oh, we got a solid peak coming through here.
Who's there?
We got a little bit of action. We got some people paddling. Oh, we got a little bit of live action here. We got our surfer in white split peak here. We're going to stick with the surfer in red, Sebastian Duquet with a little tap off the top. This thing's going to open up for him with a nice carve.
Nice roundo.
Roundo world.
Oh, dude.
That was a bit of a claim. That was a bit of a stomp.
You reckon?
He was.
I was feeling it.
I was, yeah.
If I was feeling it, then he must have been feeling
He
it.
must have been feeling it because you could feel his feelings.
That's right.
And that was him feeling it.
I feel that. Seabass. That was great, man. That was a really good first hit as well. And interesting option, you know, a bit of variety throughout a maneuver that we haven't seen too many of today. Like the full rounder and got the nice high rebound there.
Kind of like the one that we saw you do yesterday off camera.
Yeah, exactly.
That was fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, until I fell on my fin and busted the box out.
Oh, apparently the board you got's working for you.
It's true.
So we do have a score coming in for that wave of Sebastian with a 5.00.
There you go.
Judges like that. They like that little bit of variety.
That feels right. It's a good score. A couple of nice solid moves. Nothing crazy, just good solid surfing.
Oh, look at these waves out the back, Shaz. Look at that left.
Is that where I'm going to sit? If I sit out there, will it come to me?
What are you going to ride?
I'll ride the same board.
Yeah.
Board I borrowed off one Chrissy Montgomery, and I obviously got to send a huge shout out to Chrissy for
Chrissy!
lending me a board after I broke my my board, and then I broke my back up, and then Chrissy and Dommy put their hands up and lent me boards, knowing that I've broken all my boards, and there's really good odds that I'll break another one because that's what I do.
That's what I do. I break
I
boards.
promised Chrissy I wouldn't though, so yeah, hopefully I don't break that one.
Chrissy Montgomery, the
You
head.
can't have it unless you promise me you won't break it. So I said, I promise.
Yeah. Chrissy Montgomery, I'm pretty sure in the dictionary, it's her face under the term legend because she's about the most legendary human that I think I've ever met on this coastline. Mad respect for you, Chrissy. We love you.
One of the main faces of women surfing in Canada. She's done so much for it. And it's starting to be pretty well known around the world that Tofino is one of the hubs for women surfing, and Surf Sister is a huge part of that. And Chrissy's contest, Queen of the Peak, that she's run for, gosh, maybe has to be nearly 10 years now. Given a chance for the girls to have the platform, or have the stage, sorry. Yeah, no guys, no boys allowed. It's girls' weekend. Showcase what they can do, and they can do so much.
Well, just look at what they've done since they've been here.
Yeah.
You know, how much of the quality contest surfing has been groomed by that Queen of the Peak. So really, really good stuff. Big shout out to you, Chrissy. As we hit the halfway point here of Open Men's quarterfinal heat number 2. Currently a little bit of a slower heat, as we do have our surfer in red, Sebastian Duque, with a 6.5. Our surfer in blue, Andy Harridge, with just a 1.83. He needs a 5.5 to get himself into that first place. And then Jesse Carson with a 1.33. He literally just needs a 0.5 to get himself into that second transfer position. Jasper Smith-Davies has yet to open up his account. So there's still 9 minutes remaining, plenty of time. There's a lot of good sets rolling through. There is no shortage of contestable surf, that is for sure. Cox Bay has really shown up for us this weekend. As we start to see a little bit of a...
We got a paddler.
Oh, up and riding.
Oh, just got a little hung up when he took off there.
Oh, he looked like
cost him getting around that section.
He looked like he almost wanted to go for the tube.
It's kind of, people are starting to look for tubes, man.
I know, right? As we
are
up and riding our surfer in blue, Andy Harridge.
Oh, no, just slid out right at the end. I was feeling that turn for a second.
Yeah.
Pushed through real nice. Great extension through the back foot and then just slipped. I don't know what wax he's using, but...
It's not the Shannon Brown Aussie
right
soap bar.
Maybe it is. I've been secretly running around and just soaping up everybody's boards.
Right.
A little surf contest Grinch.
You know I've got the Shannon Brown Bob model down there, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to be using it for the rest of the comp.
Yeah, that's something to seriously consider.
And it's taken way less damage than any of your Shannon Brown Bob models.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great model. The Bob is so perfect for surf around here.
Oh, we've got a paddler. Jesse Carson surfing away. Oh, just doesn't get in.
Caught that wave if he had a Bob.
Which, while we're at it and we're doing shout-outs, there's no one better to shout out than one Stefan Aftanis as well. I love Stefan. Oh, man. He's such a stud of a human being. He's so great. Such a great shaper. Such a good human. Also, one of the fittest dudes you've ever seen in your life. Straight up.
Yeah, don't mess with him.
Nah. Nah. He'll pick you up on your back and just start squatting you. No problem. Up and down 100 times. Yeah. And always good for a great conversation, Stefan.
I've never had a bad conversation with that guy.
No.
And he's got lots of material. So many sweet stories.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you grow up in Nanaimo, you probably got It's pretty wicked stories.
But he also makes the best boards for around here. You know, he just makes such phenomenal models. He knows the waves so well. He's so good to work with your own surfing. I don't think I've ever actually gone and told him what I want. I'm just like, what should I ride? Or Shannon told me to ride this, so shape it for me. As we have a little bit of live action, our surfer in red flying down the line, looking at this section. Oh, just comes
He had
unstuck.
that if he wanted it. I threw that away.
He kind of looked like
Sebi,
he gave up on it a little bit.
Put it down.
Yeah. So really still anybody's heat, even with the 6.5. You know, he's really not gotten himself, he hasn't gotten himself David Schiaffino clear from the rest of the field. So as we hit about the 6-minute mark here, we are in quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. And we're at pumping 4 to 6 foot Cox. Can I call it 4 to 6 foot? Come on,
You can if you want.
Yeah, I don't know. What's it in Australian? 2 foot? 2 foot overhead?
Am I trying to sound tough or?
Give it to us real.
I can't give you. I don't do foot anymore.
You do metas.
No, I do like
Head
shoulder
high.
high, head high.
Yeah. How big is it out there?
Yeah, got a little overhead on the sets.
Yeah. Yeah. When we get into the Grammies, it's double overhead, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's big enough.
Big enough.
Some might argue it's too big for that big old paddle out.
Oh, man.
All right, we're definitely 5-minute warning now, 5 minutes.
When I'm duck diving a set, it's too big.
Yes.
And then when I'm waiting for a wave, it's not big enough.
Well, we got a little bit of live action. Our surfer in white, Jesse Carson, flying down the line, looking at this section. Oh, throws it up. Oh, my God. There was no shortage of commitment on that term, Shaz.
No. No. It just kind of leant forwards, got stuck on the toe side there for a second.
But the interesting thing here, Shaz, is that Jesse only needs a 1.18. And a 1.18 is kind of flying down the line and throwing a solid attempt. So it'll be interesting to see if he does get the score to shift himself into second.
He got it.
Oh, mate.
There you go.
There you go. So the last wave of white came in at a 1.43, that charging into guillotine drop. So with 4 minutes remaining, making things real interesting. So now our surfer in blue, Andy Harridge, he needs a 1.26. So again, he needs probably something similar to what Jesse got, just ride down the line. You know, throw an attempt at something.
Throw it up.
Throw it up.
Jump off.
Yeah. Claim it
No,
hard.
jump off.
Yeah.
Right out of it and nail it home.
16 minutes off the clock, and we haven't seen a whole lot of.
So we are into men's quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Open Men's. What do we got coming up after this? This is so exciting.
What do you think? Or who?
Pros. So we got 2 more quarterfinals, and then we got Shannon Brown.
Yeah, am I, semi number 2? I need to know this. This is
You are semi number 2, Shannon Campbell Brown.
Oh, right.
There we go. So we got about 5 more heats left in the day. Exciting stuff. It's going to be a strong finish. The waves are so good. If you can get a good one, man, there's going to be fireworks. Shannon he's already told us, he just comes up here just to scope it out, get the best spot in the house.
Yeah.
But he also does
Well, I'm here. I may as well.
Chat it up. Oh, we got some live action here. Our surfer in yellow, Jasper Smith-Davies. Oh, a nice drawn-out carve there.
Atta boy.
Oh, he's not going to get it up into the lip.
Well, this is interesting because it was a kind of slow turn, but it was a turn and he stuck it.
Yeah.
It could be enough to put him into the top 2 here.
Yeah. There hasn't been a completed ride aside from Sebastian so far, so so it'll be interesting to see what the judges do here. We'll update you when we get a score through. With about 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Oh, we had surfer in red, Sebastian Duque, heat leader, having a look at that one, but that one just kind of got underneath him. As we look towards the south end of the bank, there's a couple of fun little lefts rolling through.
It's always fun little lefts rolling through.
Yeah.
Everywhere I look. fun rolling left.
And we have a complete situation change here, Shaz. Jasper
He did it.
Smith-Davies with the completed ride gets the 3.00, and he has no second wave, so if he can get himself up into another one, he can build a little bit on that. But he gets that 3.00, so now Jesse Carson is in need of a 1.58 and Andy Harrigan in need of a 1.51. Both of these are very makeable scores, and we've got a flurry of waves coming here, Shaz, so this should make for an exciting finish.
Yeah, see if someone can change it up here. Feels like Jesse and Andy were so worried about each other. They forgot to focus on Jasper. So that was a little backside Rio. Good. He's not riding home about that one.
No.
But
if it gets him through this heat, he is. So he just needs a 1.58.
Yeah, trouble brewing, red and blue. And blue's wave's closed out, so he's not improving. Red, he might get around, but he's safe at the moment.
Oh, well done, Sebastian.
Safe
That will
now.
definitely increase his lead because he just needed to replace a 1.60. So we're waiting for a score for Jesse Carson. Jesse just needs a 1.58 to shift himself in, and look at that replay. There it is. The commitment.
Nice one.
Great surfing there from Sebastian, putting the stamp on this heat.
We got to think Jesse's going to do it. There's still time for Yellow to get a wave, though.
And all he needs to do is...
Jesse's close, but he's not paying total attention to Yellow.
Oh, and we got a Set rolling through the lineup here, Shaz. Look at this right-hander.
Wow.
Oh,
come
my.
On. Who's going to get this? Somebody get
Oh,
it.
White's making a charge for it, but it might break out a little bit deep.
Let's see. I think he might get to the corner. It sort of slows
wow.
down right there. I mean, it's his only shot at a wave. May as well go. Oh.
Whoa.
You should have done the old boogie board takeoff and just stayed on your belly.
And the situation did change, Shaz. Jesse Carson ended up getting himself what he needed in that last score. He got a 2.23 for that little kind of direction change, so he is going to make it through the quarterfinal. So,
There
man,
you go. It just
tight.
goes to show that anything can happen.
Anything.
Andy and Jesse are two very strong surfers, and then just pushed a little too hard on all of their turns and ended up going down. If they had stuck any of those turns, then Andy especially, that could have been him going through.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, you've got to keep yourself calm, composed, make sure you land something.
As we head into open men's quarterfinal heat number 3, and this is a bit of a stacked heat for a quarterfinal here, Shaz. As we got Pedro Belfort, one of the standouts from the early rounds. Shea Breweiler, who's been a standout in both categories. Sam Riley in yellow, and Seth Steer, who was also a standout in his heat. Him and Shea might have had the best heat in the open men's round 1. So this is just an absolutely stacked heat. So we should see some fireworks here in heat 3, which we are ready for. The last heat was a little bit of a slow moving one, so we are ready for some serious fireworks here.
If I was red, yellow, and blue, I'd be shaking my boots a little bit. Young Shea Breweiler is turning into quite a weapon.
Oh man, I think I gave him the best turn of the day yesterday on his forehand.
Kid's ripping.
Oh man, it's crazy.
Obviously comes from pretty solid
decent
stock.
lineage.
Yeah.
I feel like
he's
that.
surfing all day, every day, and it feels like if he's not surfing, he's skating and pushing himself there and bringing that to the water and bringing some of his surf style to the park. Kid's sick.
As we open up with quarterfinal heat number 3. And this is almost a borderline pro heat here, as we got our surfer in yellow, Sam Riley, up and riding, just flying down the line, and unfortunately just gets caught by the whitewash there.
I'm sure Sam is a good Aussie bloke.
Is he?
I think. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. He shreds.
Samo.
And I think he is quietly more of a longboarder and might have competed and had quite a lot of success in Oz growing up on the longboard.
Oh,
he's got a bit of that style that he brings to his shortboard as well. Just like, oozes smooth.
Oh, so we got a surfer in blue, Sestier having a look.
But I think I'm going to love you and leave you, Robbie.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Shaz.
Yeah,
Shannon Campbell-Brown, everybody. We're going to wish him good luck in. Stay tuned for semifinal pro men's heat number 2 because Shannon will be in there.
Always a pleasure sitting and chatting it up.
It's never a chore, mate.
All right. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Just stay glued to your screens. There's going to be plenty of action. Adios.
As our surfer in yellow was up and riding, just came a little bit unstuck on that last wave. Unfortunately, he will add in another score, and he's kind of the only one that has gotten anything thus far. But this is a stacked heat. A lot of really talented open men's surfers here, so it's early days. And the last of yellow has come in as a 1.83, but both of the waves in his scoreline are probably going to be throwaways as we welcome back the handsome, talented, my mentor, my brother, Dino Muhlenberg.
Oh, I don't know.
Dino.
I feel like
Oh,
you're my mentor this weekend there, Robbie.
come
You've been
on
on
now.
fuego.
You
all
handed
weekend
over the
long.
torch. Oh,
I'm loving it here. This is how great has day 2 been?
oh man.
Like, look at the conditions we have today.
It seems as though every time we look up, it just looks like it's getting better and better and better.
It's like a beautiful canvas, and Bob Ross is about to make some happy accidents out there.
Gonna sneak in a happy little left-hander right here.
It's unreal, you know, and it's just been great since this morning. You know, it had pumping conditions, a little bit of chop kind of got on it, and then that wind just slowly switched on us, and now it's just grooming the faces. Now it's perfectly offshore.
And
Like, are you kidding me?
this is ridiculous. And right now, in this particular moment in time, is probably one of the biggest sets of the day rolling through the lineup.
It's that Dino magic, baby.
Yeah,
Let's
well,
go.
It's the second that Shaz leaves the booth, the left-handers start firing.
Look at this thing. Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
I heard they called that peak Shaz's left.
Yeah, you know, after watching that pro men's quarterfinal there, it was pretty. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen
Oh
in the
my
semifinal.
God.
It was insane. Did you see the semifinal heat number 1
Of the
men's pro that we have coming up here?
oh my God, it's so stacked.
It's
so stacked.
unbelievable. It's almost like a finals. We have Peter DeVries, Kalen Breweiler, Noah Cohen, and Sept Breweiler
That
in
is
heat 1.
That's a final.
And in heat 2, Wheeler Hasberg, Shannon Campbell Brown, Reed Platinius, and Michael Darling.
Which is also a final.
All of Shaz's pupils
I know, right?
going
Totally.
against the big man. That's
Oh,
a lot
man.
of pressure
That's
for
so
Shaz.
good. That's so good. You know what the thing though? Shaz, he knows how to get in your head.
Oh,
There's
my
no one,
goodness.
absolutely no one better at getting in your head than Shannon Brown.
Yeah, we were talking last night about, well, you know, about his strategy and what, you know, if he's got any kind of game plan. And he's like, my biggest game plan that I go into every single, not just surf contest or any single kind of event or betting thing or game, is just to mentally break his opponent down, mentally, physically, and emotionally. And you know what? He tends to do that quite a bit in whatever you do.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, I've competed with Shannon in a number of different sports, and it's the exact same tale of the tape every time. It's like I'll feel like I'm winning, and then all of a sudden he'll just get in there and just you hear the twig snap, eh? And you're like, oh no, he's in there.
Yeah, and if when you're losing, he makes sure you know that you're losing.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that movie Village of the Damned with Christopher Reeve? It's super old with the creepy little kids, and he's
Children
trying
of the Dam?
Yeah, Village of the
Oh,
Damned.
Village of the
and
Damned?
he's
No,
and
can't say I have.
the little kids that can get into his brain, and then he's trying to hide stuff. So he has this brick. There's a scene with a brick wall, and the kids are chipping away at the brick wall. Shannon is one of those creepy little blue-eyed kids that's just chipping away at your brick wall every
Just
time.
works his way in there.
Well, and that's even if you have a brick wall. Mine feels like a little bit like wet paper towel, and he
Oh,
just
yeah.
throws a pebble through and gets in there and makes a mess of
It's
things.
a house built out of toothpicks.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, it's those final or semifinal heats for the pro men's it's going to be insane, and I think that's what we're going to end off with here today, just because of we ran out of daylight. Unfortunately, we got a little fog delay this morning, but hey, it's going to be a great way to start off tomorrow morning in finals day. The women's pro women's semifinals, I believe we're starting things off. So it's going to be great starting finals off with the women's, and man, those girls have been just again, it's just the caliber of surfing. I'm not sure if it's just 2 years of pent-up aggression and wanting to throw down for the home crowd, but man, the level of surfing this year it's been insane.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. People have literally, or just a lot, especially again that younger generation, and even the mid-range generation, have just been putting so much work in. I mean, I know when COVID first started here, I got to surf for like 4 months straight, almost every single day, which I think was the first time that had happened to me since I was 18. So, yeah. So again, and a lot of really empty waves too.
Yeah,
a lot of really empty waves.
Yeah, it's been it's kind of been man, it's been a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster.
It has.
I don't know how else to explain it. It's been wild, for everyone, and fortunately in on the island here, we've been pretty fairly safe and for the most part, and it's been, we kind of weathered the storm a little bit, but it's been a wild 2 years, but it's great to be back.
Oh,
it's great to be back.
It feels so good. I'm pretty sure I sent you like a sad text message once every few months, being like, Dino, I just miss you. I just miss you. It's like the only chance we get to see each other.
Yeah, I still remember that. I still remember that text. You said, I think it was 2 weeks ago. How fired up you were for the Rip Curl Pro, and I think I was.
Are all my dreams coming true?
I was in class, and I kind of felt a little bad. I didn't message you back right away. But
that's okay. I didn't stare. I didn't sit there and stare at my phone for 2 days.
What, you didn't?
Tears in my eyes. No, you can't make up a story like that.
Man, it's been no, it's great. It's great to be back, and it's great to be up here with you, Robbie, and just see all the familiar faces, and new faces on the beach, and
packed crowd on the beach.
Oh yeah, it's unreal. You see crowd. It's end of September, and it almost looks like a nice summer day.
Yeah,
how busy it is right now. So
it's crazy.
It's great, and thanks for everyone for tuning in for day 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Canadian Surfing Championships. It's been an unreal day, and here we go. We got surfer up and riding, surfer in yellow, Sam Riley.
Oh, that thing looks like it's going to open up for him.
Man.
Oh, wow. Getting some speed here. Oh, is he going to boost?
I don't know. He's looking for something big here.
Oh. Wow.
He's linking this thing right to the inside there. Man, I was kind of sitting on the edge of my seat there waiting for something big to happen there, but he did a little bit of damage there. He had a couple of nice kind of wrapping cutbacks there, and it was a pretty nice wave there from Sam Riley with 9 minutes remaining. Still waiting for João Pedro Belfort and Seth Steer to throw some scores on the board. It's I don't know. We were just sitting there chatting, getting all fired up, and then you come look at the heat here. And it's actually a little bit of a battle here between for everyone there. It's Shea. I wouldn't say he's too comfortable. I mean, he's got that 5.17, but man, that's a pretty vulnerable position to be in if you don't have a backup score to improve on. But Sam Riley with a 3.33. And I think he's probably going to better that 3.33 with that last wave. But here we go. We got João Pedro Belfort.
João Pedro Belfort just going right up into the lift there. This
was pretty nice here. We had a full commitment there on that end section. Riding out clean. Man, that was a pretty nice maneuver. The wave was a little smaller than what we've seen out there today, but I mean, you got to get something on the board here with 8 minutes remaining. Jazz still looking for his first score, so that's probably not going to be a bad score for for Joao Pedro Belfort. So he's, I mean, you got to be doing something here. 8 minutes left. Top two servers heading on to the semifinals. So yeah, this open category there, Robbie, is it's a battle. There's a lot of competitors in this open division in both men's and women's, and yeah, you know, it's tough to kind of pinpoint who the favorite is because a lot of these guys are been ripping today.
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right, and it's super interesting with the open men's because kind of in the earlier rounds you'll kind of pick your favorites and you'll know who's going to make it through. But then once you get into these quarterfinals, I mean, this is a stacked quarterfinal. I mean, Joao, I think, has won this category before. Shea Bruauer has been one of the standout surfers of the entire event, junior and in the open. And Seth Steer has also been a standout. So, and the funny thing is, after all that, Sam Riley is the one that's in first. So that's been really, again, this is such a powerful heat. It's a really, really good quarterfinal. Could realistically be a final for the open men's.
I mean, Sam Riley on that last wave dropped to 5.67, so getting the best wave score on that last ride. I mean, he definitely stayed pretty busy. Here we go. We got surfer in yellow. That's your heat leader, Sam Riley. Another beautiful looking right here. Nice wrapping cutback. Let's see if this thing will stand up for him. Nice inside section here. Oh, nice little tap off the top there, Robbie. That's a, man, Sam starting to come alive here in the last 6 minutes of this heat.
Well, and he is going to improve on his score total because he just has a 1.83 in his score line. So he is definitely going to improve on his total. So Sam kind of putting a little bit of the clamps to this heat. But Shea Bruweiler and both him and Joao really only have one score of consequence, so they're looking to build upon those. Man, if they each get a score here in the last 6 minutes, this is going to make for a very interesting finish. As we can see, our surfer in red, Joao, having a look at that one, but not quite committing because that one kind of ran off down the beach.
Yeah.
So tense moments here with about 5:40 remaining.
That was probably a good decision there by Joao there. That didn't really offer up much scoring potential at all. But yeah, you know, you definitely got to be thinking, you know, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Here we go, got surfer in white on the screen there, Shea Bruweiler. Man, just not being able to find an open section there. But yeah, you got to be feeling the pinch right now. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. It's pretty much anyone's heat still, you know. And Sam's got a couple of decent scores to push him up into first. But I mean, Shea's sitting on a 5.17, and Joao Pedro Belfort sitting on a 4.67. So, you know, all they need is you know, Joao needs a 1.84 to move up into second place. Shea needs a 7 to move up into first, which is totally doable for Shea. But yeah, there's man, again, exciting times here in the dying minutes of this heat.
Well, it's tense moments because Shea and Joao both are sitting on a mid-range score and both sitting on a very, very small second score. So either or gets in one good committed turn, and they can blow this thing wide open.
Yeah, it's yeah, man, you got to have nerves of steel right now. Just watching that. And I'm not sure if the surfers are wearing watches or whatever, keeping track of the time, but yeah, you just see that time ticking down. It's almost like you see in your life starting to kind of slip away from you, you know, especially if you're you know, down in the bottom part of this this heat here. But yeah, Seth Steer, you know, it's interesting that Seth's been a little quiet, you know. He's only got pretty much an up and down on the board, and here we go. Speaking of Seth Steer, oh, another up and down. Oh man, it's sometimes it's the way it goes, you know. It's it's a battle,
Cox
not
Bay
just with yourself, but with the ocean, and man, sometimes it'll bring it for you, and sometimes it won't. There we go. We got surfer in white up and riding.
Oh wow!
Sorry, just off your screen there.
Remember what I was just talking about? Just one committed turn is our surfer in white, the prodigy Shea Bruweiler. Man, just laid into that turn. And then up in, we also have our surfer in red with a nice little upturn up into the top, but I'm going to have to give the better of the exchange to Shea there. Because he had
here we go. We got Joao Pedro Belfort. Unfortunately, just with a one kind of tap there, maneuver on that one. But yeah, Shea, unfortunately, we missed that one on the screen there. But he was just kind of to the south end of the beach there, came screaming down the line there, and had a huge connection with the lip there. And we'll see what he gets there, because he's got a 5.17 and a 1.33. It's looking like he just dropped a 5.83, so he's definitely better to score. He still needs a 6.35 to catch up to Sam Riley. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and Robbie, this is, like you said, it's a battle out there.
Well, and Joao just needs a 6.33, and I mean, we've seen him before, and if he gets himself an open wave that allows him to tee off, he's so talented, so technically skilled that he could really manufacture that score. Because really everything he's had so far has been manufactured. As on live screen, oh, we do have Joao getting one, trying to get around this. Oh, just can't quite get around. Oh, that's devastating.
This is going to be interesting to see here. Joao with 2 minutes left, taking off and away with nothing really offering anything to him. We still have sets at the back there, so if he's got a bit of time there, Robbie, to get out the back, and I mean, if he can pick off one of these waves here, we'll see if he's got enough strength to work his way out the back there and get into one of these things. But man, there's still tense times here.
Looks like he might be a little bit too inside. Looks like he might cop this one right on the head. So we got some live action. Our surfer in yellow, heat leader Sam Riley. Look at this thing opening up for him. Little cut down. Oh, a nice turn. And another tap off the lip. Oh, held it. He got bogged a little bit, but held it out. I'm not sure if that's going to affect his scoreline, because he does have a couple of pretty solid scores already on the board, but it's kind of a little bit of a victory lap, a little bit of a flex there from Sam Riley.
Yeah, he's already coming in here with a minute left. I think he kind of
knows this thing's done and dusted.
That he's done enough work.
Look at that right-hander just right in front of Joao. Poor guy. I mean, he's probably just like, man, I could be doing so much damage to that wave right now. Oh, man, that is the challenge with competition surfing, because that right-hander just probably reeled off about 7 or 8 sections right in front of him as he's paddling out, basically showing him the wave that he needs.
Yeah, it's got to hurt, you know, Joao Pedro Belfort. It's got to be a little bit of an upset, I would think. You know, he's definitely a pretty strong surfer, and he's used to making it to these later rounds, but just unfortunately today didn't cooperate with him. And yeah, with 17 seconds remaining, it's tough. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that score that he needs. And Seth, unfortunately, yeah, honestly, I think it's a little bit of a shocker there for Seth. Just couldn't find anything out there today.
No, I'm very surprised. Again, that's literally just how it can go here, Dino. We've seen it before, where again it can just be such a challenging. 20 minutes is such a short amount of time, and if you're not in the right spot and you're always just kind of scratching and trying to find, and then you have a couple of up and downs and can't really get it together, it can be really, really devastating for the psyche. So fortunately, we do have 2 pretty solid winners here in our surfer in yellow, Sam Riley, and our surfer in white, Shea Brual, are going to be moving on to the semifinals of the Open Men's. Unfortunately, former champion Joao Pedro Belfort and Seth Steer will not be making it through, but it was a great heat, a lot of action, and we will return with quarterfinal heat number 4 of the Open Men's of the Rip Curl Pro Nationals, presented by Corona and Red Bull. We will be right back.
All right, welcome back, guys. We're just had a little break there. Back to live action here in the Open Men's Heat 4, the quarterfinals. With a bit of action here in the first minute of the heat here. That's surfer in yellow, Taylor Stubbins. Unfortunately getting a little loose on that end section there and going down. We got surfer in red, Ryan Cameron, surfer in white, Keith Brouillet, surfer in yellow, Taylor Stubbins, and surfer in blue, Clay Shavidi. We'll see that Swallows definitely dropped a little bit in size here in the later part of the day here. We got a little bit of a drop. We got a dropping tide going on right now. Let's see if this kind of wake up a couple of banks out there. Here we go. We got surfer in blue up and riding. That's Clay. Little grommy, little 13-year-old. Nice little tap off the top there. And nice. That was a nice looking wave there from Clay. He was able to connect with a nice little turn here. Generating a ton of speed there right off the bottom there. Nice little tap off the top, riding out straight and riding out clean there. So nice opening wave there for Clay.
See you later, boy. Not yet. Clay Shavidi just waiting for scores to drop. Last of red, Ryan Cameron. Looks like it's locked in at a 5.50. Surfer in red from Yuki represent.
And here we go. We got surfer in white up and riding, Keith.
Trying to get in front of this one. There we go.
And a little caught, and unfortunately falling off the back there on that. All right, yeah. Unfortunately, just had a beautiful wall in front of him here. Just getting a little stuck in that foam ball there and losing a bit of speed, and fortunately couldn't connect with it and get a proper score there. But yeah, you see Ryan Cameron there dropping the bomb there with a 5.50 to open up his scoreline, and man, he was doing that earlier in his round 2 heat, just dropping a ton of mid-range scores. Here we go. Speaking of Ryan Cameron there, on a beautiful wrapping cutback there on his forehand here. Nice little check turn there. See if Ryan's got a little end section to do with here. He's going to hit at the top there. Oh, a huge snap off the top there. Riding out clean. Ryan Cameron looking like the old days of Ryan Cam. Huge snap off the top there, riding out clean. Man, looking dangerous out there. Here we go. We got Clay on his backhand. He already dropped a 3.83. Oh, unfortunately going down that last ride. Yeah, it's a nice looking wave here from Clay. Nice snap off the top there, a little direction change, and got a little end section here. Well, kind of a little bunny hop there to finish things off there. But yeah, Ryan Cameron starting to flex those local muscles of his, dropping a 5.50 on his opening wave. And we're still waiting for scores to drop for surfer in red for his last ride, but it's definitely going to be a pretty good score. Man, looking dangerous out there, surfer in red, Ryan Cameron. It's been a solid 10+ years since Ryan has thrown a jersey on, and I mean, man, he's looking pretty loose out there and looking pretty comfortable. So yeah, exciting stuff here with 15 minutes left in this heat.
So surfers in semifinal number 1, pro men's. If you haven't checked in, please do so.
We got a beautiful day here for day 2 of the Rip Curl Pro Tofino, presented by Corona and Red Bull. And it's been a pretty amazing day 2. Tons of swell out there, beautiful conditions. It's a great way to to finish off today here. We've had beautiful conditions. The wind's totally switched around and totally groomed the faces off. And here we go. Last of Ryan Cameron. Last of red. Ryan Cameron dropping an 8.17.
8.17.
Ryan Cameron flexing those muscles, dropping an 8.17. Here we go, up and riding. Are you kidding me? Rye guy, get out of here. Crushing it right now, putting on a clinic. Man, here we go. A little replay of last wave of red there. Nice snap off the top there. Man, he is looking dangerous out there right now. Doesn't look like he can fall. The return to glory for the Rycam. Dropping some beautiful scores there, opening up with a 5.50. And, man, Ryan Cameron dropping an 8.17 on that last ride.
I like to make heavy claims. Best wave of the men's open so far.
Oh, man.
That was unreal. That was, like you said, Ryan Cameron of old.
That's the shades of Rye guy of old.
When's his biography coming out? There should be some sort of like a Ryan Cameron biography.
It could be a full Netflix doco series. I'll tell you that much. That guy is just an animal. You know, look at him out the back there. He's hunting right now. You know, leaving the pack way out to the right.
What is going on?
This guy is just on fire. He's man, I don't know. This is awesome.
It's Netflix docuseries, Rycam. You heard it here first. Oh, we got Waimea Bay out here. We got 3 people paddling for the same wave.
Here we go.
Unfortunately, only the surfer in white really making it around the section.
Keith getting a ton of speed there. He's on his backhand.
Oh,
going down, but here we go. Robbie, we got Sets approaching at the back.
Oh, my gosh.
We saw Rycam paddling into position here. See if he's going to pick one of these off. Oh, he had a look at that one. Probably a good idea because that one out the back there is starting to funnel in. Man. Unbelievable. Robbie, are you kidding me?
And now the sun's like kind of poking through the clouds. This is like literally the best day ever.
Yeah.
I feel like Mother Nature made us work for it with the fog delay, but then was like, you know what? You guys did great. You were patient. Here's like as good as it gets at Cox Bay.
Yeah, here we go. We got Surfer up and riding.
The young gun, Clay Chiaviti, with a nice turn off the top. Nice work, Clay. I remember seeing Clay and his dad out at North Chesterman's probably like middle of last winter. And, you know, when you're sitting there and you're just sweating, like actually sweating. And I was like, man, it is pumping out here. And I look over and I see this kid, this Clay, and he's a tiny kid, and he's just like charging these waves. I was like, how old is this kid? Like, you know, when you almost kind of don't want to admit that you're kind of sweating a little bit because you're like, wow, it's a little bit too big almost here. I'm kind of scared. And he was just charging, absolutely not out of place at all. So it's awesome to see him in this open men's division. He doesn't look out of place. He's sitting in second right now with a 7.94. So with just over 10 minutes remaining, quarterfinal heat number 4 of the open men's, we have got the prodigal son, Ryan Cameron, dropping an 8.17, just absolutely killing it.
Oh man, I don't like to take favorites, but unfortunately, Rye guy is my guy. He's my boy.
Are you claiming podium?
Oh man, I got all my money on red. I got whatever I got. I think I got a couple bucks kicking around, but
sweetheart, the savings. We mortgaged the house.
Here we go. Speaking of Surfer Red.
Oh,
unfortunately going down. Man, this is awesome to see. It's been so long that he's put on a jersey, man, and he's oh man, the story that guy's got. It's been a you could literally read a docuseries about it. He's been up and down, and it's just insane to see him throw it down out here. And not really giving two things about anything that's going on right now. And, I was down there talking to him earlier and just like, Ryan, where's all this fire coming from, man? You've you've put everything aside. You're out there, and he's just like, look, man, look where we are right now.
Yeah.
I'm on the beach, hanging out with all my buddies, surfing against the homies.
Double dutying with his with dad dutying.
Yeah. He's got his little baby on the beach. He's like, this is it, man. He's like, how can you not be stoked right now? And it's just like that pure happiness and joy that he's surfing with right now. You can tell it's translating out into the water there. It's just incredible to watch when you just go out there and don't put any pressure or at least too much pressure on yourself. And it almost feels like a free surf when you can get in that right mindset.
Yeah, you know, when guys of his talent, they're almost the scariest when they're just having a good time.
Yeah, it's insane, you know, and especially when you look at, you know, some of the more fierce competitors, you know, like Peter DeVries, Shannon Brown, you know, Noah Cohen, Sept, and when you see them smiling away, laughing, having a good time, you're like, oh, man.
It's on.
It's on, you know, and that's kind of when you feel at your best is when you're just having a good time and, not putting any pressure on yourself. It's the best. That's for anything that you do, you know. When you don't put any pressure on yourself, that's the best you can be. So it's just awesome to see. And I mean, yeah,
we're huge.
He's my boy.
We're huge fans of Rycam up in the booth. We can't hold it back anymore. We can't hold it back anymore.
I gotta represent for you know the old town down south.
Yeah.
It holds a nice place in my heart.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there.
Rycam, if you could see the broadcast right now, you would see a little tear rolling down Dino's chin.
I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone that's tuning in there, but I mean, all you got to see is the scoreboard, and you know that's the story. That's the tail of the tape right now.
Yeah. He's people's champion. Ryan Cameron, people's champion. So we will give you a little bit of an update. So we have about 7.5 minutes remaining. Here we have our surfer in red, Ryan Cameron, people's champion, with a 13.67. We have our surfer in blue, Clay Chiaviti, the young gun, with a 7.94. He needs a 9.5 to knock Rycam out of that first position. And we've got Keith Brulé sitting with a 6.50. He needs a 3.11 to sneak into that all-important transfer spot. And Taylor Duffy Stubbins in yellow with a 4.16. He needs a 4.61. So everyone's still in the mix for that second spot. I would dare say that top spot has been cemented probably in about the first 3 minutes of this heat.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the scoreboard there, you know, Rycam's first wave, 5.50, and his second wave, an 8.17. Are you kidding me?
And his throwaway would have fit into any other surfer's scoreline.
Yeah, it's unreal stuff, and just great surfing all around. And I mean, Clay, you know, he's holding on to that second spot. He's looking pretty comfortable. You know, he's got a 4.17 and a 3.77. There's 6 minutes remaining. Here we go. We got surfer in yellow. That's Taylor Stubbins. He's looking for a 4.61 to move up into second place, but it's looking like that wave is just going to run away from him. Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see Clay, 13 years old right now, holding down that second place, beating out the old boys. That's you know, got to hammer your ego a little bit, being the older guys out there and having these young kids kind of take you down. But all you got to do is kind of respect it at the same time. You know? It's they put in work, these kids. It's insane. These grommies, they bring so much energy.
Like this grommet. Oh,
there we go.
man.
Rycam, vertical. Are you kidding me? Getting almost to 1 o'clock there. That was insane.
Oh, man.
There we go on his backhand, just loading up all that power in that critical section. Okay, we'll probably say 10 o'clock, but, you know.
Still, poor Cox Bay.
Unreal.
Rycam has some unfinished business.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a vendetta out there at all the haters. This is great.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny you say about the ego thing. It's you almost can't have it at this point because that up-and-coming Grom squad are just so good, and they get better so fast.
So fast. It's scary.
You know,
it's scary.
Just be okay with it. So we have a little live action. Our surfer in white. Unfortunately, he is not going to make it around that section.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of energy that these young Groms bring to the table. You know, it's like, you know, they can go out in there and triple dip in a day, and then they're still fired up. And you're like, man, if the last time I triple dipped, I think I was out for a day.
A week?
Recovering, you know, with ice packs around my shoulders. But booking in for a massage.
I would have been third surf. I wouldn't have been able to get my wetsuit on. I would have just told everybody that I took a third day.
I'm not even that old, and
Yeah.
I'm saying that right
Yeah.
now. God, what happened to us?
I don't know. It's you know what the funny thing is, Dino? It's not what happened to us. It's what's the deal with them. Man, like, do they have some
like
sort of
that.
like gummy like
Our
specialized
glasses always half
performance enhancing? Yeah,
You know?
they got the PED gummy bears that they're just down in the Red Bull Athletes Lounge.
Oh man, unreal.
Because I feel great. I feel great for my age. Feel
I do too.
strong, fit, good. But then you see just the froth monsters out there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh man,
It's crazy.
it's crazy.
But yeah, here we go. We got what do we got? A situation update. Yeah, so Rycam just throwing some more fuel to that fire. In his last wave, dropping a 6.83, backing it up with an 8.17 total score of a 15.00. That's got to be one of the highest total scores we've seen all day.
Leave some points for the rest of us, Rycam.
Jeez, 3 minutes left. Clay Shioviti, he's sitting in second place, holding that second transfer spot with a 7.94. He's got a 4.17, back up with a 3.77. Oh man,
It's got to be nervous moments here for Clay.
Either
that or he's just so stoked. Like if he's just jacked up, he doesn't even care. He's just like, this is great. I'm in the Open Men's quarterfinal, and then he's just going to make it through purely on stoke. But
we got 3 minutes left, and Keith's got a pretty good score. He's got a 4.83 as a high score, and he's got a backup of a 1.67. That's an easy throwaway, and he all these chases a 3.11 to move into second. But here we go. Let's see if Clay. Oh
a little
man,
tail release there.
Clay's just whipping that board around, looking.
And I'm pretty sure he just
there.
hassled Keith Brulette to get that one as well. Look at this. Oh,
Come
man,
on, a little drift down that foam. Wow.
I don't know. I'm slowly becoming a Clay fan as well.
I think. Yeah. I think I'm getting pretty fired up there on Clay. He's he's surfing definitely above his age here. He's dropping a 4.17, a 3.77. Oh man, with 2 minutes left.
He's
Trying
swinging
to book
above his
that
weight
ticket
class.
to the semifinals, man. That's where all that matters. Here we go.
Taylor
Taylor
Stubbins.
on his backhand. Oh, a huge wrap off the top. Going down. Man, look at this, Robbie. Beautiful open face here. He was just loading up for going for something big. Oh. Almost getting too radical on that one, but man, that was a big section there.
Yeah, he's gonna shake his head on that one. He just needed to get nice and low, Shannon Brown style, get into that recovery position. But that was definitely a radical turn from Taylor Stubbins. He wanted to get all the points he needed in one shot. As we got 1 minute remaining, as we got our surfer in white, Keith Brulé, with a nice little left-hander. Ooh, unfortunately just goes over the handlebars. Wow. Unfortunately for Keith, little mistake there. He just kind of couldn't find his footing. Oh no. So 45 seconds to go here. Tense moments. It's really a race for second place.
It's anyone's spot right now. 38 seconds remaining. Clay is just holding on to that second spot. Oh man, I'm nervous here. It's all Keith needs a 3.11, and all Taylor needs a 4.61. Those are pretty attainable scores, but we'll see if Mother Nature provides. There's a set approaching, but I'm not too sure if it's going to get here in time there, Robbie. 10 seconds remaining. You know what? I might have to bite my tongue there. It might be rolling in here.
Oh. As it looked at the end there that Clay Chiaviti kind of did a little priority flex move. That was wisdom beyond his years there.
I think that might have been a pretty good decision there from Clay, dropping in, trying to sneak out that priority. We'll see.
So it will be Rycam making it through. He basically won this heat twice because he had enough of a score to win it a second time with his throwaways alone. And
Man,
Clay
that's
Chiaviti.
scary.
I know.
That's scary.
Everybody in the open men's semifinals are going, oh, man.
Oh, yeah. That's scary to see, someone of his caliber surfing as well as he is right now. I would be, I'd be taking notes there. And, he was just all over the map there, all over the beach, picking off each peak there and capitalizing. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting. An interesting finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's absolutely for sure. And I would love to sit there and talk about this all day. But Dino, we got the last 2 heats coming, and we've already looked at it once. But I think I need to say it one more time. In the semifinal, not final.
Man.
Heat number 1.
It hurts my eyes to see this because it should be a final.
It should be a final. Let's just run 2 finals. But in our semifinal, heat number 1, we have Peter DeVries. Who's that guy? 7-time national champ.
Never heard
Caleb
of him.
Temple Breweiler. Basically the guy who's
goodness.
stepping in and taking over, kind of like the Canadian pedestal. Noah Cohen, who's won this event before, and Sept Breweiler.
Get your popcorn ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn ready.
I'm pretty sure Sept Breweiler at one time was the most photographed surfer on planet Earth. Like, there's more clout in this one heat in Canadian surfing than there could ever possibly be. So, man, this is just going to be absolutely insane.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I don't even know I don't think you can be ready.
I think I need to get myself fired up there with having another Red Bull here. This is insane. If you guys are just tuning in, this is semifinal heat number 1 in the water. Might as well call it a final.
Oh,
this
man.
is absolutely crazy. A stacked heat. If you are tuning in, let everyone else know that that this is going down. Peter DeVries, Caleb Temple Breweiler, Noah Cohen, and Sept Breweiler.
This is the best primetime programming, hands down, in the world right now.
You know, I feel like this has already been a final.
Yeah.
I feel like this in years past has been a final, and it's absolutely insane.
As we see our heat winner from the Open Men's quarterfinal, Ryan Cameron. Oh, wow. He's got his own fan club and everything.
Oh, man. The people's champ right now.
People's champion.
It's a true Hollywood story.
Yeah, due out in summer of 2022, the Rycam Netflix docu-series. Yeah, look at that smile, $1 million smile.
Oh, man, here we go. So there we go. We got pro men's semifinal heat number 1. Peter DeVries in red. Caleb Temple Breweiler in white. Noah Cohen in yellow. And Sept Breweiler in blue.
Man, it is on.
It is
so on. It is so on. As we get a little bit of a flat spell. And you know what? Before this next set comes through, I'm just going to throw out a few little thank yous because we may as well do it at the primest time. So we want to gratefully acknowledge the traditional territories of the Toloquiet First Nations. The 2021 Rip Curl Nationals is proudly supported by Rip Curl Canada, Red Bull Canada, Corona Canada as the official sponsors of this event. Thank you guys all so much. Is there a guy foiling out there? Oh my gosh. This day has everything.
I've seen it all.
Big thanks to Island
spent.
Savings. Big thanks to Island Savings. Mill Bay Marine Group, one of the founding partners of Surf Canada and the Nationals. Yeti, the official insulated drinkware, which Dino was showing me that you can actually interchange the different lids.
I know.
I love you, Yeti.
It's
You guys
unreal.
are great. Straight to live action. And we got
Here
our
we
surfer
go.
in blue, Sept Breweiler.
Opening up. Oh, huge jam off the top there. Sept Breweiler. Nice little foam climb. Getting around this section there, Robbie. Oh, a little fin jab there. Oh, an end section over the water photographer. Sept Breweiler opening up his score line with a bang.
Wow. That was, wow, you see the fin drift on that? That was outrageous.
Man. Look at that. Around the water photographer. Sept, are you kidding me?
Man.
Are you kidding me?
It's like we've turned back the clock 10 years for everybody.
Who is this guy?
Man, that was insane.
Wow. What a way to open up the first 3 minutes of this heat. Got a little quiet, and then Sept just was like, no.
Nah,
You
I'll give
guys
you
want
guys
to see something?
I'll give you guys something
There
to
you
cheer
go.
about. He's probably looking over at Caleb and being like, hey, young buck.
Yeah, you ever seen this before?
Ever seen this
Here
before?
You go.
Remember when you used to watch this on surf videos when you were like 6?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a little live action. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
here
So
we go.
we are waiting for scores to drop. Separate, man, I have no idea where they're going to set that scale, but that was just unbelievable surfing.
Yeah, Robbie, it's glad that you said that. That's a super important task here by the judges here, is setting that scale properly. It's
There is
it's
a
insane,
massive
you know,
right
and,
coming down the beach.
You definitely don't want to go crazy high, but you don't want to go too low. But like, Sept did enough on that wave to potentially almost get in that excellent range.
Oh. And the first
Here we go. Surfer in white up and riding. Caleb. Oh, a huge jam at the top there, and one of the most critical sections. Almost got inverted on that
Hold the
entry
presses.
there. Oh, and here we go. The one and only Peter DeVries, surfer in red. Mr. Calm and Cool. Here we go. Nice jam at the top there. Huge fin float there, getting around this section. Oh, here we go, Robbie. He's got a beautiful wall ahead of him. Nice wrapping cutback. I just love how he's able to just generate speed out of nothing there. Huge jam off the top there. And it's still got a bonus section here.
And Peter DeVries rides
Peter
it right
DeVries.
into the Red Bull Athletes Lounge.
Unreal. Peter
Man.
DeVries linking one right to the inside. I mean, a little bit of a smaller wave, but man, I feel like he knows what he's doing.
Oh, it's not his
So,
first rodeo.
You know, he knows what he's doing. He's dropping he'll get a decent score there. And look at that there on our screen. Sept Breweller, surfer in blue, dropping a 7.83 on that opening ride, Robbie.
And they probably would have gone higher because that was 4 pretty critical turns, but you got to leave some room.
Oh, man, I don't want to be a judge right now.
No,
I
me
do
neither.
not want to be a judge.
Me neither.
When people of this caliber are in the water, it is so difficult to accurately judge this kind of surfing. And, oh, man. I don't know. I don't want to be the brunt of a year's worth of getting chirped out of the water for not getting that score. But and here we go. We got last of red dropping a 7.00 from Peter DeVries. Okay.
So I think the judges awarded that little bit bigger wave from Sept. Definitely some really big critical turns on a bigger wave because it seems like Pete more manufactured, especially the tail end of that score. He had a couple of really good turns on the outside, but had to manufacture a little bit on the inside, but really well done. And then we also have a score dropping for white, Caleb Temple Breweiler dropping a 5.00. So we are.
Yeah, Caleb was able, there wasn't much to offer on that wave. He did stab in there one maneuver, and that was a pretty critical maneuver.
A 5.00 maneuver.
Yeah, he got right under that lip, almost was upside down, jamming his board through the lip there and riding out clean. So, you know what? I think these are all pretty accurately scored there, and yeah, Sept definitely coming on top. Sept was just looking on fire on that last ride.
Ridiculous.
We're just waiting for Noah here. Come on, Noah.
Yeah. Well, and in his quarterfinal, I mean, he was all over the place. There's just fantastic stuff. 13 minutes remaining here. We've got one wave ridden by each competitor except for Noah. And, man, all of them been really, really solid surfing. It'd almost be awesome just to cheekily add an extra 10 minutes without anybody noticing.
I feel like they should.
Just watch. Let's just watch. Just
Just
put it as a final.
Put it a 1 hour HBO special.
Totally.
Let's go.
Yeah. First, we'll do the 30-minute Rycam docu-series, and then we'll go into the 30
to get everyone fired up on the comeback story.
Right.
And, I just saw a whale spy hop out the back there. Are you kidding me?
You did not. Oh, my. No, that's a surfer.
Could be. Just a soul surfer out the back there. Looking so majestic, almost looked like a gray whale.
That did look immensely like a whale tail, though. I got to give you some
man,
credit.
what are they putting in this Red Bull? I'm fired up right now.
Yeah, fired up. Oh, we've got a little bit of live action happening here. We've got our surfer in red, Peter DeVries, getting a little insider here, and he is going to do some damage on this thing. Huge wrap back into the pocket. Oh, patented Peter DeVries carve.
He's looking loose here out the back. We got a couple of surfers
and we
back.
had some
Noah Cohen
split
opening up his
screen.
ride, and Pete kicking out of this one. And Noah's got a huge wall ahead of him here, Robbie. Huge jam
my
off the
gosh.
top.
And then in behind him, surfer in white, Calum, the huge wrap, and he's going to blow something big on this end section.
Here
Oh,
we go.
it
Get
just
around
got
it.
away from him.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh, man. Noah opened up his account pretty strong, too. That was a really good three-turn combo.
So much action.
Wow.
So much action right now. It's great. It's Noah started off that way with a couple of big wraps and was able to finish that off with a huge jam.
Oh, man.
Throwing those fins at the lip with aggression and authority. It's
That was full commitment.
oh man.
Well,
This
it's
is
interesting.
tough.
It's interesting because that's a turn that Noah couldn't quite put together in that quarterfinal. But obviously he went back to the drawing board and figured out how to because that was one of the most committed turns I've seen all day. That was just absolutely incredible stuff. I could honestly, it's funny because I was see like the Tofino prodigal child. All four of these guys could be like the Tofino prodigal son.
Oh, I think at one point they were.
Yeah.
and throughout the years, Pete's kind of just taken that torch with so many commanding victories out here at Cox Bay, not just here at the Rip Curl Pro Tofino, but in some other major six-star WSL events that have come to the beaches here, and it's crazy. All of these, and Calum is right there in line to potentially snatch that torch from Pete. And we've got the old guard, the current guard in Cohen's corner, and the new guard in Calum. This is crazy right now.
It's wild. It looks like we might have a little bit of paddle, some live action here.
Here we got surfer in white, it looks like. Calum scratching his way into that one. There we go. Oh, unfortunately just not, didn't really like what he saw there.
Sept went full rotator. He was on this same wave just further down. He went full 360. Oh, Calum was, you could tell Calum was loading
up
oh,
for
man.
something there.
And I said that in his
unlucky.
last heat. I've seen him in Cox Bay so many times in the last year and a bit. Just absolutely throw these sweet, sweet aerials.
Yeah, you can just tell. You can just tell he's waiting for something.
Oh
right now.
yeah.
These guys want to put on a show, not just for themselves, but for the fans.
Yeah.
Everyone that's coming down to the beach, and for you guys tuning in. That's what it's all about. I mean, yeah, you want to be conservative a little bit and try to get those scores to guarantee that spot into the final, but you gotta throw down once in a while.
There's also a flex factor here. Oh, as we see another little right-hander is coming right to Pete. Is our surfer in red with a very patented Peter carve. Kind of a slow two-stager carve, and now he's going to go, oh. You ever seen that air before? The double hands overhead, Peter DeVries? Come on.
Yeah, it's a little uncharacteristic fall here from Pete. That was, a little bit of a wobble there on that wrap, and then couldn't quite get fully rotated there and land out clean. But, I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens here. He's still in great position to get out the back there, and we still got tons of sets. And, yeah, anything can happen when you have this kind of caliber of surfing. Here we go. We got Noah Cohen up and riding, looking at a huge section here. With a huge road. Oh, unfortunately going down. Oh, man, how badly
Oh, look at the stall at
did
the
you
top.
want that one? That was Steezy Cohen's corner coming out. Oh, man.
It's like they're pulling out all their trademark errors, hey?
It's looking like an SBC magazine out there right now.
We got Sept with the 360 rotator. we got Peter with the patented Peter DeVries air reverse. And then we got the grab rail air reverse that Noah does. All right, Calum.
On full display here. Yeah, let's
Full
see
display.
Calum. Calum is not shy to go to the air, and he is so confident. when he does get above the lip there.
Oh, man.
It's rare that he does fall, you know, and he's so smooth and calm and collected. I'll be excited to see some fireworks. Here we go. We got Sept Brewell up and riding. Speaking of fireworks, huge foam climb. We'll see how this factors into his scoreline. He's already got a pretty good score on his belt. He dropped a 7.83 on his opening ride. Backing that up with a 1.50 is definitely going to improve that with that last ride. Peter DeVries dropped a 7.00 there, Robbie, on his open ride, and he's backed that up with a 5.17. Caleb not far behind. He's got a 5.00 and a 4.83. Still waiting for some scores to drop for Noah. I think the judges are taking their time on that opening ride of Surfer in Yellow, Noah Cohen. It's interesting to. Yeah, he's going to have to sit and wait here with 6 minutes remaining. He's definitely wants to get a situation update and see where he's sitting because, man, that opening ride was good.
Oh, man.
And
we got a little bit of live action here. We got Surfer
we
in
go.
Yellow, Noah. Oh,
here we go. No, he's got, unfortunately, going down. We got 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
as we see a little replay of the last of Noah Cohen. Unfortunately,
and it's
we got
huge
live
wrap there.
action. Little Peter right in front of Noah as he's paddling back out. This is one of those Peter DeVries where you're like, how long is this wave actually going to go? Oh, very uncharacteristic mistake there from Peter. Just need to kind of stomp that one out and finish it.
Man, I bet you Noah is probably fired up.
First wave of yellow, a 7.0. Second wave of yellow, 1.0.
As we are going to have a bit of a situation update. The judges did really have to deliberate. There was a lot of comparison that needed to be done to figure out where everyone kind of sit. Now, this is dicey moments here, Dino, because we do have a couple of scores still left to drop, but that second place is sitting with Caleb Temple Breweiler with a 9.83, but Sept just needs a 2, and Noah just needs a 2.83. Dino, that's a one-turn wonder for both of these surfers.
Wow.
So this is really
This is
tense
crazy.
moments.
With 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, Pete is out in front, but, I mean, I wouldn't be too comfortable there. We just see Sept, Surfer in Blue, dropped to 4.10, moving up into second place. Here we go. We got Surfer in Yellow going huge. Oh, unfortunately going down. Noah Cohen going for broke there on that air reverse. So Pete just backed up at 7.00 with a 6.00, even though he went down on that last maneuver. We'll see how that plays out in a little bit later here. And Sept Breweiler, here we go, up and riding. He's looking to replace that 4.10. He's looking for 5.17 to move into first place. So slam, riding out clean. Okay. We got ourselves a heat here, Robbie.
I can't keep up. I can't keep up.
Oh, man.
I think I literally just stared at the water for the last 3 minutes.
Oh, man. It's almost like you're watching a surf movie right now. This is unbelievable. So, situation update. We got in first, Surfer in Red. Peter DeVries dropped to 7.00 at the opening ride, backed it up with a 6.00. Surfer in Blue, Sept Breweiler, dropped to 7.83 on his opening ride, backed it up with a 4.10. And he's hunting to 5.17 to move into first place. Noah Cohen, currently in third place. He just needs a 4.94 to move into second place. He's got a 7.00 and a 3.50. Easily can replace that 3.50. And Caleb Temple Breweiler, Sept Surfer in White with a 5.00, and he's got a backup of 4.83.
Well done, Dino.
Unbelievable.
Dude, you
Right
earned
now.
your Corona after this.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is
2 minutes
insanity.
and 30 seconds remaining. Caleb just needs a 7.44 to jump up into first place. Into second place. Noah needs a 5.44 to move into second place.
And have a look out the back. You can see those little corduroy lines starting to form with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. I'm going to reiterate this again. Man, I would not want to be a judge for the next 2 minutes and the last 18 minutes.
No,
because this is full on.
This is crazy stuff here. We got a longboarder free surfer out there getting in the mix. He wants to get some of this magic going. But here we go. We got
live
surfer
action.
red. Peter DeVries going for an end section here. We got Sept going left as well. Split screen action. Pete DeVries, huge jam off the top there. Sept with a huge foam climb.
Man.
Kicking out. Battling back and forth.
Dino, my brain is melting.
To book their tickets on to the final.
My brain is melting.
They're making it tough here for Noah
my God.
and Caleb. Noah was hunting a 5.44. We got some big sets out the back there. Let's see if anyone's in position.
Oh, my gosh.
Unreal. So stand by. We got a minute and 10 seconds remaining. We're going to get some scores dropping here.
Oh my gosh.
What did I just watch, Robbie? What just went on out there?
I
This is
have
unreal.
no idea. What we're watching right now is like one of the best surf videos I've ever seen in a span
Oh, it's
of
nonstop.
20 minutes of actual live.
It's like vintage
surfing.
old 1990s with some punk music
It's
in
like
the
Shrink.
background.
Jeremy Koreski. We need Shrink too.
Going ham
Come
out
on,
there.
Jeremy.
This is
Come on.
insane. It's insane.
Come on. This is absolute
Where's that
madness
popcorn
right
I was
now.
talking about?
I know.
Where is that popcorn?
We need to get some popcorn up in the booth here, please. With 30
Oh
seconds
my
to go,
God.
Pro Men's semifinal heat number 1, which we've already dubbed a final. Not the final, but a final.
Here
Currently
we go.
we've got Noah and Caleb both looking for anything. Oh, as we're counting it down.
It's looking like that ocean is going to start to go a little flat here. So we got Pete DeVries currently in front. Still waiting for a score to drop for Sept, the last of blue. We could potentially see a lead change. But
Very well.
It looks like it's decided. Peter DeVries.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
We just got scores dropped there. So Sept Breweiler taking out Peter DeVries. Dropping a 7.83 in his opening right. Backed it up with a 7.17 on that last wave. Pete DeVries opened up with 7.00. Backed up with a 7.60. We will see those two in finals day tomorrow.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
Look at those scores on the board. Sept Breweiler
Man.
looking like a young Sept Breweiler out there. That's got to feel good, taking down Pete DeVries.
Wow. That was just, man, that was awesome.
That, I mean, they are both going to the finals, so Pete did do enough. And, man, that was some last-second heroics there from Surfer in Blue, Sept Breweiler.
Well,
making it interesting up here.
Man,
on the
that was unequivocally the best heat of the weekend. That was unfreaking believable. Man, that was a show. So good. And have a look at this pro men's semifinal heat number 2, Dino. We got Wheeler Hasberg, the young gun, coming here. Who's just been, I mean, not a lot of people really knew who he was coming in, and everybody knows who he is now. Our surfer in white, Shanna Campbell-Brown, the coach. Surfer in yellow, Reed Platinius, another one of those young, up-and-coming, top-drawer surfers. And the water spider, one of my best pals, one of the nicest guys on planet Earth, and one of the smoothest styles we've seen, Michael Darling. So this is basically another final. This is final.
Yeah,
We'll just call it, rather than semifinal numbers, we'll just call it final 2.
Man, if I was out there in the water in Shannon Brown's shoes right now, I know this guy is just calm under pressure, and he is an assassin out there. But man, all your young pupils you've been training for years to surf, and bring it in a heat. It's coming down right now against their coach, and this is going to be insane. You know, all 3 of those young surfers. I don't want to say it, but almost add up to Shannon's age, and this is crazy, you know. But unreal. Shannon's like, he's been ripping all event. and you definitely know that he's going to be like, you guys want a shot at the title? You guys want to shot your coach?
You got to
gotta
take
earn
it from me.
You got to take it.
He ain't going to give you anything.
He is not going to give you anything. That's
No.
the thing. It's just a mental assassin.
And what a great
This is
underlying
exciting.
story, too. What a great underlying story. Shannon Campbell-Brown, coach of the national surf team, has been coaching Reed, Michael, and Wheeler since they were all grommets. Well, Reed and Wheeler are still kind of grommets. Well,
Hard to believe that they are grommets.
Reed's like a, I don't know, he's like a pseudo grommet.
I ran into, so the other day, I ran into Reed in Yuki. I was getting a coffee, and I was like, oh, Reed, what are you doing in Yuki? He's like, oh, well, I'm going to school. I'm like, you're still in high school? I'm like, oh, man, I completely forgot.
Oh,
Kid's just
man.
like, it's crazy. It's crazy to see him now, you know, like, I don't know. It's insane. To see these kids grow up and just rip as hard as they're ripping right now, it's hard to believe that they're still in high school.
Yeah,
It's scary.
It's wild. No, and you know, Michael Darling's got such a great story too, because he kind of came up through the ranks in his early 20s, did a lot of competitive surfing, and if anybody that knows Michael, he's got to have an IQ of about 15 million.
Oh.
He's probably one of the smartest humans
Smart
I've
dude.
ever met in my entire life.
Yeah.
And he kind of took a step away from competitive surfing, kind of just focused on more free surfing, and ended up opening his own manufacturing business called Darling Manufacturing. Please check them out. And has just created this really awesome business in town. He's actually started working for the district of Tofino as well. So he's adulted very hard, and recently also engaged to his wonderful wife Allie, or his wonderful fiance Allie. So probably the cutest, well, compared to you and Lisa, of course, one of the cutest storybook couples I've ever met.
Hey, whoa. Don't take anything away from you.
I can't brag too much. Everybody knows how great me and Steph are, so I don't need to brag about that too much. But I love you, baby. Love you, my wife, Steph. She's so great. She's my biggest fan, and my
great.
daughter Lily, also huge fans of both of them. But I think most of the world already knows us as Tofino's power family.
Everyone is a huge fan of the Elliott fan.
Yeah.
It is. We had the other a couple of heats ago when Noah was up here, we're bantering back and forth. We were just talking about how the good old days when we'd walk into shelter and we see the old Robbie Elliott behind the line, just bringing the stoke day in and day out,
day in, day out,
every day. And now we're here on the beach watching Shannon Brown here put together something. Oh, going down. Still early in the heat, but yeah, it's just good to be here, buddy.
I know, right?
It's good to be
I
here.
know. You can be speechless. I think we used every positive. Oh, Shannon Brown. They're just throwing down, but I think we used every positive word and noun that we could think of in the last heat. So we're gonna have to dig real deep here, Dino, to get a few more of those more of those words in there.
I'm gonna have to dig real deep in this cooler here for a nice cold Corona soon.
Woo!
Have a sip of that fountain of youth, man.
Right? I heard that Dom Domick, that's his key. The daily 6 o'clock Corona.
The ice cold Coronas, keeping the boys and the girls young, day at a time. Here we go. We got Surf Apparati and Reed Platinius.
He's looking to punt.
Oh, here we go. Oh, huge foam climb. Let's see what he's gonna do here. Oh, huge jam at the top there. Riding out clean. Reed throwing it down. Man, you just see shades of Shannon Brown in the way he surfs. Just so confident in that huge form there. Just being able to link all those maneuvers together. And I just love how Reed's been able to finish off those waves. You know, it's almost textbook.
Textbook Shannon Brown.
Textbook Shannon Brown. How you're able to to smack that lip, ride out clean, compress that body, and just show the judges, be like, hey, man, give me something.
Yeah, Steezy. Oh, is that? Ooh, Shannon paddling over that one. He almost had a look at that one. As we have our first wave for Reed coming in at a 6.50, so really good opening wave for Reed Platinius. But we have a few little waves coming in at the north end of the beach there. Hoping to see our other surfers open up some accounts.
Here we go. We got surfer in blue up and around there. Marco Darling looking up to open up his score line here. Oh, I love it. A little change there. Oh, man. A little fin ditch there. Riding out clean. Michael Darling. getting a score on the board here in the first 5 minutes of this heat here. He was loading up for something big here. Big jam off the top there. Looked like he kind of got a little caught on that that lip there, but man, making it look easy. Michael Darling.
Man. Oh, how easy they make it look. It's so true. It's so true.
Here we go. We got scores dropping here. Surfer in yellow. That's Reed Platinius dropping, it looks like a 6.50 on his opening ride. He's currently in first place. Here we go. We got Surfer in white. Shannon Brown looking to answer back here. He's got a nice open face left here. Nice jam off the top there. Oh, another jam off the top there. Look at this thing stand up for him. Oh, another. Oh, and there he is. The double barrel claim from Shannon Brown. Are you kidding me?
Shannon Brown.
Just when you thought Reed was going to run away with it. Here comes Coach, baby. Here comes Coach.
Man.
Look at him.
Woo. And how much water did he displace on that first turn? Like, I think I got sprayed in the face by that.
Yeah, it looked like a windmill.
Oh, man. That was just unbelievable. So it'll be interesting to see that Reed was on a little bit of a bigger wave, but he just had kind of the floater to finishing turn where Shannon had 4 really solid connections with the lip.
Oh yeah, he's definitely going to get rewarded with that.
So scores are starting to drop. Oh,
take it
man.
away, Robbie.
7.17 for the coach.
Are you kidding me?
The coach showing you how it's done. He's not going to tell you how it's done. He's going to show you how it's done.
That a boy.
Oh,
Shannon
Shazza.
Brown, Surfer in white.
Wow.
Unreal. Dropping a 7.17, bettering that of yellow. Reed chasing a 3.35 to move up into first place. Darling, Michael Darling in blue, currently in third with a 4.33. Easily can replace that. He's looking for a 2.18 to move up into second place. And still waiting for a score from Wheeler. He's waiting for something out there. I mean, if we've been here all day, Robbie, and we've seen some very contestable sets roll through. So it could be Wheeler could be just waiting for one of those big sets to throw down, and then start chipping away at that that foundation of his house there. But we'll see. Let's see how this plays out.
Well, and don't be
12 minutes remaining.
And don't be concerned with Wheeler not getting a wave yet. I mean, what we've seen from him is his ability to just literally link together 2 or 3 waves really, really quick, kind of like a machine gun. He has that ability to just get 3 or 4 waves in a span of 5 minutes or less. So as long as there's time on the clock, I have no worries about Wheeler getting himself into some waves and throwing some pretty solid turns. As we hit about the 12-minute mark here, currently we've got the coach Shazza, Shannon Brown, sitting with a 9.84. Currently in second, just on the strength of that 6.50, and he doesn't even have a second wave in yet. So Reed's sitting in kind of a nice position here. He can kind of sit and wait because he's kind of got a little bit of a foundation built. And then our Michael Darling with that little fin drift that he had with a 4.33. But this is still just anybody's heat. It'll be interesting to see. We got quite a few sets that look like they're gonna roll through the lineup here. So we should get some exchanges, and they look quite nice and peaky. They don't look super closing out. So.
Yeah, we got sets approaching here, Robbie, and oh my goodness, let's see what's going on here. It's maybe stretching it a little bit too much for any of the boys to get up on. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here we go. We got Surfer in yellow on his backhand on the south side of the beach here. Reed Platinius going to work. Oh, opening up with a beautiful turn there. Another turn. Huge jam off the top there. He's got a nice section to get around this foam. Boom. Another jam off the top there. Working his way to the inside. Reed Platinius trying to answer back. He already opened up with a 6.50. Looking to pad on the scores, Robbie. He's getting some work done out there.
He's like, Coach, I know you can throw water. So can I. Oh, that was
real. Yeah, he's still looking for a backup score. He's only got 1 wave, dropped to 6.50. Definitely going to get that second score.
He's going to better his 0.00.
And going to try to catch up there to Shannon. Shannon dropped to 7.17, answering back that 6.50. And
yeah, really, really good stuff from Shannon Brown and Reed Platinius. So we're waiting for that score for second of Reed Platinius. I dare say it will pop him up into that first position, but Shannon still has that 2.67, which he will be definitely looking to get rid of. But I think that Reed's going to drop a bomb here and really blow this thing wide open, Dino.
Yeah, he's definitely going to take a decent lead here. Look at that, Reed dropping a 6.17. So a couple of pretty decent scores there for Reed. You know, 6.50, 6.17. He's got a 12.67 heat total score. Shannon just chasing a 5.50 to move himself into first place. And Michael Darling, only with one wave under his belt, he's got a 4.33, chasing a 5.52 to move up into second spot. And here we go. We got some sets rolling out the back. We got Surfer in red. Here we go.
Oh,
Wheeler has
man.
a huge open right, Robbie. Are you kidding me? Oh, nice little jab off the top there. He's got to get around the section for it to open up. Huge fin blow off the top there.
Oh,
Two
my.
decent combinations there. That last maneuver was
Look at this
pretty
turn.
darn critical.
Oh, my.
Patience
Oh.
is a virtue, and it just paid off right there.
Wow. That was definitely one of the better turns I've seen. That was absolutely incredible from our surfer in red, Wheeler Hasberg, which I told you not to worry. I told you not to worry about him. He's on that gummy bear PED stuff that all those kids are on. As we're straight back to live action, we've got Michael Darling coming into your screen.
Screaming down the line here. Oh, a huge.
Oh, with a huge air reverse. Wow.
What is
Oh. These guys are like, yeah, we get it. You're the final. We're going to show you how it's done here.
I need a. Where's the AC? Let's turn the
Oh,
AC on. It's getting too
man.
hot up here.
How is that?
Are you kidding me, Michael
Man.
Darling? Comes screaming down the line there, and just get, no biggie.
Just gonna-
Hey, you want to see something here? Just gonna go to the air. No biggie.
I don't think he's had his fins engage in the wave in any of his turns so far. He just goes, he's like, you know what? They don't need to be in the water. They can just be in the air.
Oh man, looking so smooth, so comfortable. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Top two surfers trying to advance to the finals. That'll be going down tomorrow here, day 3 at Cox Bay for the Rip Curl Pro Tofino Surfing National Championships. Here we go.
Shannon Brown.
Surfer in white, Shannon Brown. Oh, here we go. He's getting ready to load up on something. Nice little jab off the top there. He's got a nice open wall to deal with here. Shannon. You know, he's looking for something. Huge jam off the top there. Here we go. Linking some turns together. Shannon
Wow.
Brown right now clean. Here we go. Reed answering back.
Oh
there we
my
go.
gosh.
I see you. Oh, yeah. Hey, guess what?
I got.
got-
you
you
ever
got-
seen one of these
you ever seen one
before?
of this?
Wham! Oh
There we
man,
go.
look at his hair flicking in the wind too. There's gotta be bonus points for that.
Man, I think I got a man
Oh.
crush.
Man. Man, that was an unbelievable exchange. So Shannon is definitely going to replace that low score of a 2.67. We'll see where that comes in. That series of searing turns by Shannon Brown. I think he probably had about 7 on his backhand there. And then the follow-up, Reed Platinius with that 2-turn combination. Man, the goofy footers are representing right
Oh, yeah.
now.
I know. I got a little soft spot for goofy footers. Unfortunately, actually, fortunately enough, I'm a goofy footer. I always got to root for the goofy homies. But I mean, look at these guys. Are you kidding me?
This is ridiculous.
Shannon dropping a 7.17. Still waiting for that third score of Shannon's to drop. Reed answering back. Going on that.
I got you,
right
coach.
As well, and I mean, I honestly want to say that Reed probably got the better of it. It was a bit bigger of a wave, and pulling out some new school maneuvers there, finishing off with that little fin blow 360 and riding out clean there.
Well, and don't forget Michael Darling's little air reverse that he pulled off there. So that was much more significant than his 4.33. So that should come in a little bit higher. And then don't forget about Wheeler Hasberg with that fin drift. That was unreal surfing from the young buck.
That was probably one of the biggest waves we've seen in this heat so far. So Wheeler, he was waiting for something. As we said, he was waiting for that big set, and he delivered. So here we go, surfer in blue up and riding, Michael Darling. He's already got a 4.33. He's got a 5.33 to back this up. Here we go, loading up for something. Nice little jam off the top there from Michael Darling. And last of red, Wheeler Hasbro dropped a 6.67 on that opening ride. Oh my goodness, here we go. Situation update, Shannon Brown just dropped a 7.23 on that last wave there, Robbie. We're still waiting for scores for yellow to drop.
Oh, man. And then off your screen we had
scary stuff here.
Surfer and Red Wheeler Hasberg with a nice little two-turn combo. I mean, man, they should be getting full pay for the last 2 heats alone. This is ridiculous.
4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Shannon Brown turning up the heat in the semifinal heat number 2. He's got a 7.17 and a 7.23, putting him in first place currently with 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Reed, man, the judges are taking their time on this third wave of reads. They don't want to mess it up because I feel like it's going to be
significant.
Very significant. It's going to be very comparable to Shannon's last ride. It's interesting to see what the judges. I feel like it's got to be a little higher. He was definitely the bigger wave, a little bit more critical turns and maneuvers. But, I mean, hey, Shannon was able to link so many turns to the beach there. Utilize that wave pretty much. You couldn't have ripped it any harder.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous. So we do have some scores starting to drop. So Reed kind of matched his low score with a 6.17, so he won't change his situation. And then last of Wheeler Hasberg, that two-turn combination came at a 4.0. So we've got quite a packed leaderboard here. Again, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, we've got Shannon Campbell Brown, the coach, 14.40. We got Reed Platinis in second. He needs a 7.9 to bump Shannon out of that top spot. We have Wheeler Hasberg in third. He needs a 6 to get himself into that all-important transfer spot. And then Michael Darling just needs a 7.34 to get himself into the transfer spot as well. And there is sets just rolling through this lineup at Cox Bay. It's almost sad that the sun's even going to go down. I would say we just keep running it.
I get sad every sunset, to be honest.
We could have a couple of Red Bulls and just run this thing straight through the night.
I have to say goodbye to all my friends.
I know.
It's the worst.
In case you're wondering, it's the worst. As we got a little bit of live action here, we got Reed Platinis.
Screaming down the line. Come on, open up for unfortunately closing out. All right, so here we go. We got some action here. Wheeler Hasberg just chasing a 6.00 to move up into second place. Michael Darling chasing a 7.34. Man, things are getting tight here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Shannon Brown with I wouldn't say a commanding lead over the rest of everybody, but Reed's got to pull out something pretty big here. He's got to drop a 7.90 to get a hold of Shannon there. So we'll see. We have sets approaching, 2 minutes remaining. Still tons of time.
Well, and judging from the last heat, we saw what Sept did to get that 8-point ride, and that was unbelievable surfing. That was the last wave from a good quality surf video is what that was. Yeah. So Reed's going to have to do something pretty big, but all of these surfers are very, very capable of throwing together some pretty unreal scores. Well, as we see that wave just kind of sneak under both of our competitors. But I like to say he may not have a commanding lead in Shannon, but he's got just the lead that he wants to mess with all of their brains.
Oh, yeah. That 7.17 and backing it up with a 7.23.
Oh, and look, he's sitting on them just like he said he would.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Shannon suddenly shifted himself down. He's probably saying something into Michael's ear.
Oh, yeah. I love this tactic. Shannon
he totally, you can see his face. He's yapping him for sure.
This is great. Just sitting on him. He knows.
He's like a shark.
He knows.
He's just like a shark. He smells blood.
Oh man,
he smells blood in the water.
That's the thing. That's the respect level right there that Shannon's giving Michael, because he knows if he lets him free, Shannon or Michael Darling can pull something out of the hat here. Here we go. We got Wheeler Hasberg up and riding. Really nice little check turn off the top there. A nice little turn there. He's got a huge end section, big end section to deal with there. Standing up tall.
That was a little bit of a claim, no claim.
Oh, here we go. Wheeler looking for a 6. A couple little turns there, and that was a pretty big maneuver there to finish things off there. We got 20 seconds remaining. Oh man,
a little bit of a
tough to be a judge right now.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see where that one comes in, Dino, because he just needs a 6-point ride to bump Reed out of that transfer spot. He didn't have a ton going on those first 2 turns, but that last turn was huge, massive searing maneuver. So we are going to have to wait and see where the judges go with that.
So there we have it. There's the end of Pro Men's Semifinal Heat number 2.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Oh, Shannon claiming hard for Reed. Oh, is Reed going for a second section?
Reed's
here?
going.
Is he
A
gonna
little
boost in air
bonus
for us?
section.
Go to the air. Come on, son. Oh! Come on, son.
Almost like a little father-son moment there.
That was great.
So, official results, I do believe here. We're still waiting for a score to drop for Wheeler. I don't want to go get premature here on you guys. I don't want to go too soon. For Wheeler hunting a 6.00. The judges are taking their time on this one. Oh man, we got a bit of a nail biter here.
Man, all I've been doing is biting my nails for the last 40 minutes. I don't have any nails left. I got nothing left.
It's looking like it's not gonna be enough.
Oh.
That's unlucky for Wheeler. Unfortunately, not enough to move up into second place to move on to the final. So, Shannon Brown with a 14.40 and Reed Platinius, surfer in yellow, with a 12.67, booking their tickets on into the finals, Robbie.
On to the finals.
We will see them tomorrow. Are you kidding me? We've got Sept Breweiler, Peter DeVries, Shannon Brown, and Reed Platinius going on to the finals tomorrow.
Oh, man.
What more could you ask for?
I can't ask for any more. I don't even have any words left, so I'm not going to ask for anything anyways. Oh, that was just an unbelievable day of competition.
Yeah, what an unbelievable day here for day 2 at the Rip Curl Pro. That was, I mean, what a way to finish.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable.
That might have been 2 of the best heats I've seen in any competition ever. And those were the semifinals.
I know. It's hard to believe to see Noah Cohen, Peter DeVries, Sept Breweiler, Caleb Temple Breweiler in a semifinal heat. You never see that. That's
you never
unreal.
see that. They could almost do a consolation final that would be equally as entertaining.
Yeah, that was it was exciting to watch, and just getting started. Tomorrow, are you kidding me? Finals day. What more could you ask for? The waves are supposed to be pumping all day. The winds are switching completely southeast. We're going to get a little bit of rain tomorrow. But, man, I don't know if I have a big enough tote to fill it with enough popcorn tomorrow, because it's going to be crazy.
I'm gonna have to bring 2 totes of popcorn at least.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to go talk to Yeti and get one of those 100 ml coolers, fill it full of ice, fill it full of cold runners, and just sit back and relax and watch the show. It's going to be unreal.
I mean, my voice is honestly sore at this point. That was some of the best surfing I've seen. All divisions were fantastic. Phenomenal in the open men's, phenomenal in the longboard, and then to top it off with the pro was just like icing on the most delicious cake I've ever eaten. So the fact that we have another day of action tomorrow that has all of the finals, it's just I'm speechless.
I know, and tomorrow we're going to open up with the pro women's semifinals. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that today because we had a bit of a fog delay. So what better way to start off finals day with the women's semifinals in the water, and then we'll continue on and run through all the finals. It's been unreal. It's been a long day. Unfortunately, we had to go in delay with the fog. I don't think that's going to happen again tomorrow. Knock on wood. I don't know what else to say. Let's
wrap this thing up.
Let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll hopefully be getting an 8 a.m. start tomorrow. See myself. See my main man, Robbie.
My brother.
We'll be here. Are you guys going to be here? Let's go.
So we are going to sign off from Cox Bay, Tofino. This has been the 2021 Rip Curl Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. Come on down for finals day tomorrow. Tune in. If you're not tuning in, you are missing out. That is for sure. But we will see you tomorrow.